All right, we're going to welcome in our Miami Heat fans here as we are just an hour away from the 2024 NBA Draft getting underway. I am Nic Rohloff. If you're joining us for the Heat Report, we are live on the Heat channel as well as our main chat sports channel. Harrison Graham is going to be with me throughout the night, but welcome all the Heat fans as we are live. Obviously, our Heat have the 15th pick in the NBA Draft. We're going to be live for the entire first round here, breaking down the selections in front of Miami as well as after. We'll also give an in-depth analysis of specifically the Heat's pick when they do make it at 15, assuming they keep it and do not deal it. But we're going to have a lot of fun tonight, and Heat fans have never really met Harrison Graham. So, Harrison, welcome aboard to the Heat Report.
What's up, guys? Appreciate y'all joining us. By the way, Heat fans, who do you want Miami to take at 15 tonight? Rolly will get some shout-outs with our Heat chat here momentarily. And also, like the video if you're excited for the start of the draft, whether you're on the Heat Report or watching on Chat Sports, hit that like button. We're less than an hour away from the Atlanta Hawks kicking things off tonight. So should be a fun night as we're getting closer and closer.
Yeah, I'll say this. We have 1,600 people watching on our Chat Sports channel, only 370 likes. That is flat out unacceptable. Hit that thumbs up button. Let's get close to 800 likes. The goal for me is to get to 800 or 1,000 likes before we get the draft officially started in 58 minutes. It should be easy work. I know Chat Sports viewers are real ones. They're legends. They're the best people out there. So prove me right by hitting that thumbs up icon. But also hit the like button if you're watching on our Heat channel. 50 or about 50 people watching, 11 likes over there. Hit that thumbs up button. And for the Heat fans, I just do want to quickly mention a trade just occurred that kind of affects Miami pretty heavily here, right? The Washington Wizards just traded Deni Avdija to the Portland Trailblazers for future draft picks, but also the 14th pick in the draft. And why that is significant for Miami, well, the Heat are picking 15th, which means the Wizards jump in front of you for that 14th pick. Unclear of what the Blazers were going to do at 14, as they also have the 7th pick in this draft. But when you just think of Washington, dealing Avdija, Tyus Jones a free agent, like, you're likely going to assume that they're going to go after a guard at 14 after taking a big man at 2. So a team like Miami, who's been heavily rumored to wanting a guard, could get sniped by their division rival, Washington, with that 14th pick after they made that move. So kind of a tough move if you're Miami to sit there and say, shit, a rival just jumped in front of us and could take a guard we want.
By the way, a quick note on that Avdija trade. He signed a 4-year, $55 million extension last offseason, and Bobby Marks says because of the poison pill restriction in the contract, trade cannot be official till July 6th. So keep that in mind there as well. Tito with the 5. What's up, Tito? He says, well, my 2 favorite goons back on camera. LOL. Do the Bulls finally have a first-round pick? Who do you think they take? Hey, Rolly, bear down, baby. Yeah, the fellas have missed you over there.
What's up, Tito? It's good to see you, brother.
Yeah, Bulls at 11, Rolly. Interesting thing, a lot of rumors around them right now. There was a report from Mark Stein earlier today that contract talks with DeMar have gone pretty cold. I think they're finally going to let him go, which is the smart move. But as far as the draft goes tonight, throw a couple of names out there who could be in play at number 11.
Yeah, I think they go wing here, Harrison. I think Cody Williams is a name. Ron Holland's a name. He's kind of projected to slip a little bit. Another name is Devin Carter. If he's still there, I think he's someone that they could look at. If I had to give my prediction, I think they go young, athletic wing. So Cody Williams or Ron Holland would be my prediction for Chicago.
All right, here's our Super Chat menu. I know you Heat fans just joined us. If you want to donate, this is what we'll do. And there you go. If you
I'll also
chat,
say this,
to get on screen.
For the Heat viewers, I'll add something here, and you guys know the rules. $20 will get you onto the Heat Report Hall of Fame basketball as well as taking a shot. So just know $20 Super Chat gets you into the Hall of Fame. We're running out of spots, and once we fill that up, we're shipping it out to a lucky winner of a raffle. So if you want to get on our Heat Report Hall of Fame ball, $20 does that.
There you go. Best available on our big board here. Kind of cycle through some of these a little bit here. Obviously, for the Heat Report fans, most of these guys aren't going to be in play. But it's interesting, Rolly. We're less than an hour away. We don't know who's going number 1.
No, there's a lot of different guys in play, and there's a lot of good players, whether you want to go overseas, you want to go to college, like some of the guys you see on screen right now. You got some good shooting. If there's someone that I'm intrigued about to see where they end up going, it's going to be the aforementioned Ron Holland. And there's a report from Jonathan Wasserman, who covers the draft for Bleacher Report, saying that Ron Holland and Rob Dillingham are in serious jeopardy of sliding in this draft tonight. And that's going to be intriguing, especially for a team like Miami, who has had interest in both of those guys who hold the 15th pick. So if those two slide, maybe Miami comes away with a nice player there and someone they'd like. But that's ultimately two guys who we thought were going to go top 5, top 10 that might go outside the lottery tonight and be a little bit of a stunner.
Who's going to go number 1? What do you guys think? If it's Alex Sarr type AS, if you think it's Zachary Risache, which there was a report last night that he's gaining momentum, type ZR, or if you think it's Donovan Clingan type DC. Get those initials going. We'll get some shout-outs. Appreciate that, Petey.
Yeah, Hawks. If I were picking for Atlanta, I'd go AS for Alex Sarr. I think he's the best player in this draft. It seems like odds favor Zachary Risache. And then in my 2 mock drafts, the final ones I did, I had Donovan Clingan. So I went 1, 2, 3 here.
This kind of feels like 2 years ago, Rolly, where it was like, is it Banchero? Is it Chet? Is it I think this is on a little lesser because I think that top of that draft is a little stronger, at least on paper. But remember, it was like, oh, they're going to go Chet, but then they didn't. Like, it kind of feels like, I feel like they're going to take Sarr. Like, I feel like a lot of the chatter is like they're not taking him.
Yeah.
Because maybe they're trying to get a team to trade or something like that.
That'd be very 2021-ish, or 2022, excuse me, where you mentioned it. Jabari Smith was the rumored to go to Orlando, and then an hour before the draft, it was like, they're actually going to go Paulo Banchero.
Who's obviously been the better player,
and
by the way.
It was pretty obvious that it should have been Banchero the entire time. Not to say Jabari Smith is going to be bad, but like I do think he's out.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Bruh saying Bronny.
He's not going 1. Luke Lipinski's saying Alex Sarr. Underdog says Alex Sarr, and he'll bet 50 on it right now. Mirage says Sarr. Matthew Arnold says Sarr. Powerful Gaming says Sarr. Joe Lawton says Sarr. I see a lot of people typing their Sarrs, just like Vondale Garrett. Keontae says Zachary Risache. King Will says Clingan. Abs says Zachary Risache. Abs continuing to spam. Wazowski typing Risache. King Will says Clingan. Caden Winkler says Alex Sarr. Willie says Alex Sarr. Arc Gamer says Risache.
Give me an official prediction from you, because I feel like any minute we could get the leak from Woj or whoever. I'm saying they're going to pick Sarr. That's my prediction.
I hate that question because
I'm not saying.
I know
it should just. This has nothing to do with your analysis or anything like that. Who do you think they take?
You know what? In the spirit of this draft being very unpredictable, I'm going to stick with my gut in the last 2 mock drafts I've did. How about they go Donovan Clingan?
All right, there you go. There you go. Daniel David saying Risache as well. Harrison Graham will go number 1 tonight. I will not. Virgil says Donovan Clingan as well. All right, hit that subscribe button. We're closing in on 377,000 subs here on Chat Sports, so hit that sub button. If you're watching on the Heat Report, what's your next milestone over there?
12K. We're
12K.
under 500 away. We have 500, or excuse me, 1,200, 11,550, around that range.
Let's get there before free agency starts this weekend.
Absolutely. Yeah, I've said that earlier in the week. We need to get to 12K before Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern. That needs to happen on the Heat.
Here on Chat Sports, we'll be covering both rounds of the NBA draft. We'll have grades at the end of the night. Rolly's going to break down every Heat move related. So regardless of which stream you're watching on, we're simulcasting here for round 1 of the NBA draft. Subscribe and join our coverage as it doesn't stop after tonight, round 2 tomorrow. Then we ramp up for free agency. So going to be a fun few days here at Chat Sports. All right, Duncan with the 10.
Oh, shout out to Duncan.
Sup, guys? Go Celtics. Go UConn. Well, UConn looking like they could three-peat. Celtics defending champs. You're living life pretty well right now, Duncan.
Duncan might be one of the most tolerable Celtics fans I've ever met. Great guy. Unfortunately, just happens to be rooting for the Boston Celtics, but he's a bigger Husky fan. on both the women's side and men's side, and he's living life lavishly over there. They got Paige Beckers coming back for another year, back-to-back champions on the men's side.
Early turned down the Lakers.
Yeah, like, what a time to be alive for Duncan, who he likes his chat sports, and I appreciate the support he's given me, and I know Allie Barefoot feels the same way over the last year.
Appreciate that, Duncan. All right, this is from last night. This was after the Mikal Bridges trade. It was so hard to digest everything last night, Rolly, with all the picks getting moved around.
This trade, when this came out and Woj goes, another massive deal, I was like, what? What's going on here? It was so confusing to me. I had no clue what they were talking about. Yeah, the trade graphic makes no sense. So I'll try to dumb it down for all of you. This trade between the Nets and the Rockets is basically to give Brooklyn their own picks back, and then Houston all of the Phoenix Suns picks. Because if you remember, the Nets traded all their picks to Houston to get James Harden back when they had Durant and Irving. So they mortgaged their future. So they had a bad future because they didn't have any of their own picks. But they got all of Phoenix's picks from sending KD to Phoenix after it blew up. So basically, to dumb it down, the Nets have all of their own picks back and all of the Knicks picks after the Mikal Bridges trade. And the Rockets got all of the Suns picks that the Nets got in the Kevin Durant trade because they allegedly want to trade for Kevin Durant. So the Rockets could go to the Suns and say, we'll give you your future back for Kevin Durant. And don't know if that's going to happen, but that's what the Rockets thought process
The most
is.
significant team in this feels like Houston, at least for this year, as Woj reports that they're trying to go in on Durant. There was also a report earlier today that it may not be Durant, but they want to trade for a star now. So they're trying to make a move for an all-star to kind of pair with that young core. So you've got that. Matt Ishbia had this as well, saying everyone talking about the drama and storylines. My turn. Phoenix loves Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant loves Phoenix, and we're competing for a championship. This is the Suns owner. Gotta love draft night. Go Suns.
A little bit of rumors here too, by the way, surrounding the draft. This is draft night, obviously. Some trade rumors. Pistons could be looking to trade back from the 5th overall spot. Utah, who holds the 10th pick, could also be looking to trade back. And the Grizzlies, who pick at 9, heavily rumored team to be trying to trade up or trade down. Seem like they might be staying put. That's all according to Jonathan Wasserman of Bleacher Report. But listen, those are 3 intriguing teams that pick in the top 10 that could be movement, could not be movement.
Yes, Detroit, we will take the 5th pick for Tim Hardaway Jr. Jokes. That was a separate report that the Pistons could be willing to absorb Tim Hardaway Jr. All right. Our record tonight on Chat Sports is 204 comments in 1 minute. That's when we had, I want to say, like 600 people. 1,000 people were watching at the time. Now we have almost 2,000.
Yeah,
so
this needs to be beaten.
We should get to at least 400. Let's be honest. Spam go. We'll get some shout-outs for you guys. Let's set this record in the next minute or so. We got King Will, Ark. We got Michael, Jonathan, Angela, Swagify, Ant-Man, Vondale, Jonathan Taylor watching the NBA draft tonight. Appreciate that, JT. Keontae, King Will, Michael, Bruh, Arc Gamer. We've got Cody, Jimmy, Mateo, Robert, 7-1 Music, James Yoder types go. We got Ghostface, Galileo, Rubicon, Uptown, Jonathan, B-Rock. We got Facilitator, Ant-Man, LT Spears. Keep spamming go.
Yeah,
Jack
the Heat
says
report
go.
here, Harrison. We got Frank Nelson, Powerful Gaming, Sparker, Willie, 1K, Ram, Mirage, Thomas, Tyman, Jason, Start, Thomas. Keep on spamming those goes. We're going back to the chat, sports chat for Jalen Green, Bree, the Facilitator, Gaming, Z, Rubicon, Michael, Jeff, Hoyt, Josh Allen, Amrik, Wazowski, Angela, Ace Ghost, Janos, Callum, Bash, Robert, Elijah. Oh, they're going so fast, I can't read them. Daniel, excuse me, Dylan Campbell, Elise, Gaming Wizard, Jimmy K, Callum, Andy, Revolt, Malcolm, Galileo, Dylan, David Decker, James Czar. Oh, I think we had to get it. We had to beat it.
3:38.
Oh, let's go. Good work.
Shout out to the real
Good
ones.
work. What do we get on Heat? Not. All right. Still got Malcolm Fowler, Roman, Relentless. Excuse me. Josh Allen, bruh. All spamming those goes. Thundercats, Joe Lawton, I Am Production, Startups. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Mark Stein, couple of things. One, he says the Wizards have emerged as another trade destination for Tim Hardaway Jr. Of course, the Mavs traded with Washington at the deadline in the Daniel Gafford trade. He also added this. The Wizards are exploring every pathway to try and stockpile assets with 3 turns already in the first round at picks 2, 14, and 26. There's rising curiosity about their plans for Kyle Kuzma. Sacramento at number 13 is known to be interested in the versatile Kuzma once again.
Yeah, I'll say this too real quickly. Oh, look at this update, Harrison. We got 5:57. Let's freaking go, everybody. Let's ride. Intriguing thing there. If number 13 straight up gets it done for Washington, I'd be fascinated to see if that's enough. They allegedly wanted 2 first-round picks for Kyle Kuzma at the deadline.
Yep.
That has gone down in terms of asking price significantly. If it's just pick 13, listen, we're also live on the Heat channel. I'm the host of the Heat Report. We've talked about Kyle Kuzma in the past. If Pat Riley gets sense that the 13th pick straight up for Kyle Kuzma gets the job done, there should be absolutely no excuse to not trade 15 and a second-round pick in the future to get Kyle Kuzma on the Miami Heat. And it's as simple as that. And if I see Kuzma get traded to the Kings tonight for the 13th pick and really nothing else, I'm going to be absolutely furious Miami didn't put in a better offer.
Sacramento's in an interesting spot too, Rolly, because last year they were the 3 seed, lost this epic 7-game series to the Warriors, and I think there was kind of this common like, well, Sacramento's coming. Well, then they got kind of hit with reality as the beast of the West kind of responded this year. And so I think they're kind of in a spot where it's like, okay, we have a pretty good young team, but the West is only getting stronger. We got to do something. Like we can't just stand pat with this current core. So I would not be shocked if Sacramento tried to make a move.
How about Michael Scotto saying that the Wizards could place Malcolm Brogdon on the trade block? Yeah, no shit, Mike.
Who will we troll more between now and free agency? Michael Scotto or Jake Fisher?
Well, knowing the stature of this office, it's going to be Jake Fisher.
I think do you think he or Scotto's actually better?
I think Fisher's better.
I do too.
Yeah. But Fisher's going to get the brunt of the jokes here.
Marsh is a big fan of Jake Fisher.
I mean, I use his reports quite a bit. So.
Well, no, I mean like in a
joking sense.
In an Jake Fisher.
Jordan Schultz Beast followed me on Twitter.
Coop loves Jake Fisher. Just ask him. All right, we all love Adrian Wojnarowski, who had
Shout out St. Bonaventure,
who had the note of the Knicks trade last night from Mikal Bridges. Shams was asleep again, and he also had the OG Anunoby extension here. We talked about this earlier, but worth mentioning again, Rolly, more audience in here. Like the second they made that trade last night, Anunoby had the Knicks under a barrel. It's like, what are you going to do? Not pay me? You just traded 5 first-round picks for a guy who, at best, is slightly better than me. You can't also lose me. So they got stuck paying him $42.5 a year, which, yeah, it's probably an overpay. Yeah, 5 first-round picks for Bridges is probably an overpay. End of the day, that's a top 2 team in the East right now.
Yeah, I mean, you looked at his numbers, and they're not going to be like, holy crap, $42.5 million worthy. But you have to look at the factors outside of this, and this is what I touched on about 30 or 40 minutes ago as well. Like, when you trade Emmanuel Quickly and RJ Barrett, 2 young pieces that your fan base absolutely adored for this guy during the season, you simply can't let him walk for absolutely nothing. And having a duo of Mikal Bridges and OG Anunoby on the wings and the perimeter is going to be absolutely deadly in terms of their defensive switching ability. You can no longer hunt Jalen Brunson as your only thing you do on offense, which is what a lot of teams did last year in the postseason because he's such an undersized guard. But when you have Bridges, OG, Josh Hart, Dante DiVincenzo, not all of them are going to be on the floor at the same time all the time, obviously. But like when you have a combination of those guys around Brunson, you're able to switch more, you're able to help more, and be more versatile on defense. And I'm going to be honest. The offense is still going to be a question because it's not like Mikal fills it up, OG fills it up. They just don't. They're both under 20-point per game scorers, but the defense is what is the most like, holy crap, this could be the best defensive team in the NBA under one of the best, if not the best defensive coach in the NBA, and Tom Thibodeau.
Yeah, I mean, they're building this team the way Tibbs wants it. He wants hard-nosed, versatile defenders. And they've got two of the better ones. And now it's going to be a matter of if these guys can stay healthy. So I'm fascinated to see it play out. I think going into next year will be the first time really in our lifetimes, really, where going into the season you're like, the Knicks could win an NBA championship. Like, even last year, I don't think anybody thought they could win the title.
No.
But this year, if a magic genie came to you and said the Knicks are going to be the champs, you could be like, I could see that playing out. Like, they wouldn't be my top pick, but they're in the mix with 4 or 5 other teams.
Expectations are always much higher in New York than they relatively should be, but with this roster,
it's justified.
We said earlier that it's Eastern Conference Finals or bust. The fan base and the media is going to be thinking finals or bust.
Yeah.
Like, that's because this is New York. It gets elevated.
Yeah, no question about it. Help us be the top watch NBA draft stream or Heat draft stream tonight, regardless of where you're watching. Hit the like button. You can share the stream with a friend by clicking the share icon and either tweeting it out or posting it on Facebook or texting it to a buddy, whatever it is. Share the video to anyone and everyone. Hit the subscribe button if you love the NBA. We got you covered for the next several days and weeks. And keep the live chat rolling. We're going to be giving you guys shout-outs, reading your comments.
Yeah, I mean, keep on pushing us out here because we're going to be live today. We're going to be live tomorrow for round 2. We're going to be live Sunday for the first day of free agency. We're going to be live on Monday. We'll likely even be live on Tuesday. A lot of live shows coming over the next week or so, breaking down all of the crazy moves happening around the NBA. There's no better time to be subscribed. There's no better time to help support us and help grow because as we continue to do these things every single year, your support in doing these 4 things here help us continue to come back and provide more coverage as well. Like 2 years ago, I wasn't here as on the company. And look at me now.
Exactly. Appreciate your support. Shout out your favorite team. First one we'll talk about, we'll see, which means we'll actually talk about 2. We still have to talk about the Clippers from earlier. Got to fulfill that one. But, Rolly, the first team you see, that's who we're going to talk about.
I'm going to look down at 37-10.
Okay, 20 seconds. Keep shouting out your favorite team. Here we go.
Let us know who you want to talk about. It's going to be a little, and unfortunately the Heat fans on the Heat report, you're going to have to bear with us while we talk about a different team because, well, if I look in that chat, it's clearly going to be Miami. But here we go. 3, 2, 1. I'm looking down. I see the Oklahoma City Thunder from David it was. I think that's the name. He went by very fast. David Decker. There we go. He did it again. But that was the first comment I saw. So let's talk about the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yeah, then we'll talk about the Clippers after that. Still got to do that. But OKC, who, of course, kind of started the movement of trades last week, trading Alex Caruso, shipping out Josh Giddey, who didn't want to come off the bench. I think Caruso just gives them another defensive stopper in addition to Lou Dort. I like that fit. For OKC, he could start. He can come off the bench. I bet he'll come off the bench for that team, but he can play different roles. I would guess on most nights he'll be in their closing lineup. And then they got the 12th pick tonight, and obviously a million future picks if they want to make a big trade.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where they go with that 12th pick. A lot of rumors around Tujan Solon from France, which is such a Sam Presti pick, by the way. But there's also buzz about Solon going in the top 10, potentially the Charlotte at 6, who, if they go that way, does OKC go size? Because when I looked at this team and the 2 biggest needs for the Thunder, I think there are 2 glaring holes on this roster. They need size alongside Chet Holmgren because even though Chet's a 7-footer, he's just not strong enough to be a true center. They need him to play the 4, and they need a guy that can just corral rebounds and battle with the physical guys.
He had issues with Lively and Gafford's physicality.
So you need to move Chet to the 4, Jalen Williams to the 3, and then a true center. And then you also need secondary playmaking. It's just too often that you relied on SGA to do everything, which is fine. He's capable of doing that. But if you want sustained success in the postseason, you're going to need another guy to help him. Jalen Williams, maybe he takes that next step. Maybe he doesn't. But a nice little off-ball 2 guard could help them tremendously. obviously, I know you're going to say, well, they got Caruso. Isn't that their secondary playmaking? I like Caruso, but he's not a true one. He's not someone that I trust make decisions. So
how far would Klingon have to slip for you to, if you're Sam Presti, be like, okay, I'm packaging 12 and future firsts to move up for Klingon? Because if you got him next to Holmgren, that's two excellent rim protectors. Holmgren offensively can play more around the perimeter. Like,
yeah,
that's pretty appealing. Like, if he's there at 6,
well,
like, I'm trading 12 and a future 1 to
I
get
think the true answer is 5 here, Harrison, because there's the buzz of the Pistons thinking about trading back from the 5th overall pick. Charlotte, I don't think would take Klingon, but I feel like they're going to stay home at 6. And Portland, if Klingon's there at 7, are taking him without a doubt. So if you want to make sure you get Klingon, if he slips out of the top 4 and he's there at 5, I think that's where you'd have to make that move. Be a great fit, but as we mentioned, with their size needing, like a Kalel Ware, a Zach Edey at 12, like I'm not putting it out of the realm of possibility.
Trade down for Yves Missi, potentially? Would you do that?
Yeah, they could take him at 12. There's a little report earlier today that Missi could go much earlier than people expect. So
get into the lottery.
That's something that we could see. We do have to talk about the Clippers as well here. The Clippers have a fascinating offseason ahead of them. James Harden's a free agent. Paul George has yet to make a decision on if he's opting in or opting out. If he opts out, he's a free agent.
Well, most people think if he opts in, that means he's out.
A trade.
Yeah.
So it's a fascinating situation. I kind of took the cheat code here, Harrison, of team needs. You just have to figure out what the Paul George situation is. Like, without knowing what Paul George is doing,
you can't team build.
You can't build your team.
Yeah, I mean, they got to figure that out. Because, like, if Paul George is out, I mean, call me crazy, like, I would not re-sign Harden in that scenario. Like, they probably will, but, like, I would probably just be like, okay, we're just not going to do that. And the problem is they're opening a new arena, and Steve Ballmer does not want to go into a new arena in a rebuild. Like, he does not want to do that.
I'll say this. I'd consider if PG leaves, you're going to get decent assets back for that Paul George trade with the Thunder, or excuse me, the Warriors, if you dealt him there or whatever team. Like, I wouldn't hate re-signing Harden and then using the assets you get for Paul George if you end up trading him to make a play for better guys to fit around Kawhi and Harden. I don't hate that.
I mean, yeah, if you could get Kuminga back somehow in a Paul George trade,
would the Warriors give him up?
Seems unlikely, but if you could somehow pull that off, do you think Golden State would be more likely to move Kuminga or Podziemski?
Oh, Podziemski.
You think so?
Yeah, Kuminga is their prize jewel.
Shout out your favorite team. We'll play this game one more time. At 31-40, I will pick a team this time. So 25 seconds. Keep shouting out your favorite team. I don't have the chat pulled up right now. And the first team I see, we will roll with.
Also, while they're spamming in the main chat, sports chat, let me answer a question on our Heat chat, which, by the way, if you want to get on screen, super chat will get you on screen when we could talk about Heat basketball, because we do have a lot of focus on our main chat sports channel. But if you want your comment to be guaranteed to be talked about on the Heat channel, send in a super chat, but I'll answer this one from Muhammadu for free. Should we go in for Brogdon? Don't have to speak to Joe Cronin for him anymore. Maybe get Brogdon and Kuzma in a package. That's a great point, Muhammadu. Reports out there that maybe the Kings would consider 13 for Kuzma, and maybe Washington would take that. If you could trade like a Tyler Herro and 15 for Kuzma and Brogdon, you get a backup point guard that can also defend, as well as that floor spacing 4 in between Bam and Jimmy and Kuzma.
Did you do that trade?
That's a move I would send no hesitation Herro in a first and maybe even a second-round pick or something like that to get Kuzma and Brogdon from Washington.
All right, 3, 2, 1. I see the Lakers.
Ooh.
From Bruh. Talk about the Lakers. Look, with them hiring J.J. Redick, I think we'd all be stunned if LeBron wasn't back at this time. I don't care what anybody says. LeBron wasn't involved. He's staying. Like, with his boy Redick on board, he will be there. I probably opt out, sign a 2-year deal or something like that. Do they draft Bronny? I mean, that's the question.
I mean, they have 2 picks, one today at 17. There's a lot of rumors about them potentially moving that pick to get a veteran-type player. Now indications.
There was chatter around Jeremy Grant with that pick.
Yeah,
maybe.
now all all signs point to them keeping 17 and then having 55 as well. Listen, they have a couple needs. They need size alongside Anthony Davis, and they need perimeter shooting, as all teams do whenever you have LeBron James as your primary guy. Taurean Prince is someone that I like. I know Lakers fans were frustrated with him a year ago, so they can go with a replacement there and like a Tristan da Silva of Taurean Prince if they wanted to. But when you look specifically at the draft tonight, I think there's two avenues for Los Angeles to go. They can go center and grab a Kel'el Ware if he slips. They can go an Yves Missi to get Anthony Davis's long-term front court mate and short-term backup. Or they can go with a shooter and Jared McCain if he's there at 16. If McCain's there, or excuse me, 17, if McCain's there at 17, it's going to be hard for me to justify passing on him there because of just how good he is shooting and defensively. But Jacoby Walter from Baylor is someone that also intrigues me from Los Angeles. Like, I think there's a lot of different players that are going to be there for 17 for the Lakers that they can take and really get a good young piece to help win now.
We got 2,200 people watching live. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Let's get a 50% like rate. That means we need to get up to 1,100 likes. So hit that like button. And Jack, Roy, when y'all get a sec, I'm going to hop off for a couple minutes and kind of retool before the Hawks are on the clock here at number one pick. So Rolly's going to hold it down just for a couple of minutes here, but hit that like button and we'll get the ball rolling here.
Yeah, continue with that thumbs up icon. I said the goal was to get to 1,000 likes before we hit the Hawks being on the clock. We're under 500, under 400 away from that mark, but we want to get to 1,100. And on our Heat channel, we got 140 people watching. You know, I say it every damn stream that we do. We need to get to 50% likes. We are at 60. We need 10 more likes to get above 50% like rate. Don't prove me wrong, Heat fans. You know what we should do. I shouldn't even have to ask you, fellas. I should not have to ask. Let's get 10 more likes here. But continue with that thumbs up icon on our chat sports stream. We're live here for free, breaking down the draft. We went live 2 hours before. We still got 28 minutes until the Hawks are on the clock. We'll be live for all 30 picks. We'll be live breaking down the draft after, as well as tomorrow. The most you can do is hitting that thumbs up icon, which takes 1 second of your time. You're here. You obviously like what we're doing if you're watching, and it's completely free. It also helps us spread our content out to YouTube, so it's really a help us, help you situation. We at least need to get to 700 likes before we move on and start talking some more. Shout out to my Heat fans out there. We got to 70 likes. Thanks for doing what we need to do, fellas. Thank you. But on our Chat Sports channel, 10 more away from 700, but we are looking for 1,000 before we get underway in 20 minutes or so with the Hawks being on the clock, which we still haven't got a report, by the way, from Woj or Shams on where Atlanta leans. The last we knew is that it's Risa Shea is the betting favorite, but like there's no other report out there that suggests they're going to double down on Zachary Risa Shea or if they're going to go in a different direction. So with under 20 minutes to go, we still have absolutely no clue what Landry Fields and Atlanta are going to do with the top overall pick. We're going to go through a little bit of our big board here, and if I was Atlanta, I would be drafting Alex Sarr. He's my number one guy in this class. I compare him to Chris Bosh and Evan Mobley type. If he develops a jumper, he could be an elite two-way big man for them. I also like Topic and Buzelis, two guys I'm really high on in this draft. I think should be top 5 picks. Buzelis might with the Pistons. Topic seems to be falling, and then you obviously have Risa Shea there, who's in contention for number 1 pick. The next grouping is very intriguing. This is what I call my college standouts. 2 Connecticut Huskies alongside 2 all-around players in Dalton Knecht and Reed Sheppard. Sheppard and Knecht are arguably your 2 best shooters in this draft. Sheppard shooting 52% last year for Kentucky. Knecht shooting 39% on 8 shots a game from beyond the arc. Klingon is your rim-protecting center that's being compared to Rudy Gobert. Castle's your do-it-all guard who can defend, play make, get to the basket. I kind of like a DeJounte Murray comp, if I'm going to be honest. Some guard that can play the 2, can play the 1, defends. Not the best three-point shooter, but can score the basketball at all 3 levels. Someone that I'm high on here that might be higher than consensus, probably is higher than consensus. Jared McCain, the guard from Duke. I mentioned him as someone that could be there at 17 for the Lakers to grab a perimeter shooter. I just like him. I think he's a top 10 player in this draft. He is an excellent three-point shooter. He can play off ball. He can play on ball. He's got good quickness. He plays off 2 feet extremely well. When he gets into the paint, he can go off 2 feet like Jalen Brunson does so often, pivot, hit a fadeaway, up and under, kick it back out. I just like the IQ he plays with. He has a great understanding of the game and how quick and repeatable his jump shot is. Like the ball touches his hand, it's out. Strong base. I really like Jared McCain, and I believe he would be a good fit for plenty teams in this lottery. We'll see if he ends up going in the lottery, though. Another intriguing name is Ron Holland. See where he ends up going. Someone that could be going top 10, could fall out of the lottery altogether and go 15th to the Miami Heat, who have reportedly had a lot of interest in him. Explosive athlete, struggles with his jump shot, but is someone who can defend at a very high level and be a rotation defender just from year one. A couple other names just outside the lottery on my big board. Dillingham, Kel'el Ware, Tristan Da Silva, Isaiah Collier. Let's touch on Collier, as we haven't really talked about him that much today, but he's someone that was a projected top 3 pick coming into this college basketball season and has slid very, very far. I love the mentality that he plays with. He drives to the basket at a ferocious level, plays with a physicality that you just don't see that often anymore. He's 6'2" with a 6'4", 6'5" wingspan, but he is one of the best finishers. He can do it with finesse. He can do it with physicality. He also is an excellent playmaker. The only thing that is concerning with Collier is his jump shot, and we can say that about a lot of guys in this draft, but I am going to be under the belief that he's going to be able to figure that out. So with that being said, I would absolutely take the flyer on him in the lottery if you're looking for a guard. I hate to keep on mentioning Miami, but we are live on that channel, and this is another player that has been linked to the Miami Heat. Collier has worked out for Miami. He has talked about how he had a good workout and he likes Miami. So that could be an interesting fit there as well. He is someone that I have my eyes on for just outside the lottery. Maybe slips back in to the top 14 picks. We'll have to end up seeing. Kel'el Ware's an intriguing name as well. The big man from Indiana. Floor spacing center who shot 42% from 3 last year. Only 1.5 attempts a game, but he showcased the ability to do so. Good wingspan, 7'2", 7 feet tall. Shot or blocked 2 shots a game last year, as well as putting up 16 points and 10 boards. Motor, work ethic is a question for Kel'el Ware, but the intangibles and upside are among some of the top players in this class.
Got about 22 minutes until the Hawks are on the clock. Sub-only mode has been activated, so if you want to have your comments come through, hit the subscribe button and type me for a shout-out. We'll get some shout-outs.
Holy shit. Is this a better reaction? Nick Claxton intends to sign a 4-year, $100 million return to the Brooklyn Nets.
That was on. That was good. That was kind of
better. Holy shit.
Casual. Holy shit.
Casual. Holy shit.
Yeah, that was better.
I mean, Nick Claxton's a good ball player, but 4 for 100. Oh boy.
Yeah, I guess the Nets don't have a lot of big contracts right now, but yeah, it's. I thought he'd be more in the 4 for 80 range, but
I agree.
25 a year. I mean, look, he's pretty good. The problem is he gives you literally no spacing at all. It's not like he's a 3-level scorer or anything like that.
How about this, by the way? I know this has nothing to do with the coverage, but Adrian Wojnarowski is just running laps around Shams this offseason so far.
Yeah, has Shams lost a step?
Some people are saying he's taking too much time with Kay Adams.
If by some people do we mean this office?
It might just be me. But.
What's that? All right, we'll get some shout-outs here. Vincent, S2G, we got Sean, Billy, Jorge, Tyman the Buckeye, Billy, Pepe, Vimp, Jonathan Taylor, Real Me, RY2K, K-Mags. Appreciate everybody tuning in here tonight. YouTube Shorts production. Be sure to subscribe. That way you can join the live chat as it is in subscriber-only mode. Woj with the news there, Rolly, 4 years, $100 million. Does this raise your eyebrows at all for what free agency could look like, or is this just a one-off?
Well, I'll say this, Harrison, is like, how about the new CBA really taking pretty solid, like, I would say, like, it impacts a lot, though, because this is the first year that teams are able to re-sign their free agents prior to free agency opening. They've never been allowed to do that, but we've now seen a couple guys re-sign. Pascal Siakam. OG Anunoby happened earlier today. Now Nick Claxton. I feel like there's one more that I'm missing. Malik Monk was the name that I was thinking of with the Kings. They're like, some of these times, like, you would, if you're one of those teams like Sacramento, Brooklyn, New York, you'd have to sweat a little bit. It's like, we can't talk to this guy unless we're tampering before other teams can. But now they get a full week after the finals ends until free agency begins to negotiate with your own player and really iron out the details and not let them hit free agency. And we've seen that happen now with 4 or 5 players, a couple of them being shockers. Like, I'm surprised Nick Claxton didn't hit unrestricted free agency. Why? Is like, would a team offer him $25 million somewhere else? Maybe not. But if he wanted to have a better chance to win, like, probably would have tried to go somewhere else.
Yeah, maybe he just felt like this was too good of a deal to pass up, and he was just like, "Screw it, man! I'll take the $100 million." Like, that's kind of hard to scoff at, especially if these agents fill this stuff out. Maybe his agent was like, "Look, man, we thought you'd be in the $20 million range. They're giving you 25. Just take it."
Yeah, he's one of the best rim protecting centers. You saw it on screen just a second ago. 2 blocks a night. Like, he was in depoy conversations just a couple of years ago when they had Kyrie, KD there. I also, by the way, I like to make this joke because it's like, he was only a depoy candidate when they had 2 All-Stars and the Nets were good. Now they're not good, and all of a sudden he doesn't get any national love anymore. Just shows how much the media really pays attention to the basketball. But
yeah, exactly. Less than 20 minutes away from the NBA draft getting underway. Remember, this is the first year ever where, or at least in the 2-round era, where the NBA has split this into 2 days. Round 1 tonight at 8 Eastern, 7 Central Time. Tomorrow, round 2, 4 Eastern, 3 Central Time. So we'll be back for that as well. Go retweet our pinned tweet. We'll have executive producer Sam give some shout-outs to any new retweets.
I think I might be able to do it if I get back out there.
Link is in the chat. We'll get some shout-outs. Somebody will do it
let me
to any new retweets. Click on the tweet and hit the retweet button. Got you covered. Just under 18 minutes to go. Are you surprised that there's been no buzz on who Atlanta's going to take here?
I actually wanted to say that before the Claxton news came in. Brett Siegel, I think that's his name, he said that the buzz continues to grow that Reece Shea is going to be the number 1 pick. I don't know if I buy that.
Who said that?
Brett Siegel.
Okay.
He's like 10,000 followers. I've seen his reports in the past. I do, yes. But he might go number 1. I just don't know if I buy that completely, at least from him. All right, we got Patrick Smith. We got Dave the Trumpeter. See if anyone has done it recently here. Yep, 2 more. Adiel Velasquez, the notorious JP. Continue to show some love to our pinned tweet. Help spread the word here that we are live on the channel. Ooh, one more just came in. Patty Wags. Shout out Patty Wags.
Let's go.
If you want a shout out, continue to retweet that tweet that is in the live chat right now.
All right, here is what the top of the draft is going to look like once we get started here in just over 15 minutes or so. The Atlanta Hawks will be on the clock again. No official word on who they're going to take, but
now there is actually.
Oh, do we have word?
Well, apparently Sham said on his show that the Hawks are honing in on Reece Shea.
That is
now
something.
Things could change, but with 16 minutes to go, it seems like Reece Shea is going to be the first overall.
If you're changing your mind with 16 minutes left, you probably are not very well run.
And I'm going to wait to react till it's official and it's officially Reece Shea. But this is a horrible pick from the Hawks. And I don't want to be a hater, but I just don't think that Reece Shea is worthy of a number 1 pick. He's a great a role player in my eyes, and maybe it's wrong to think this, but if you're a number 1 pick, you need to be someone that can transcend. And I get it. Maybe you don't have a transcending player in this draft, in your opinion, and you just want to grab a connecting role player to help out Trae Young, DeJounte Murray, and Jalen Johnson. But you just can't tell me that Alex Sarr or Donovan Clingan wouldn't help your team more when
Capela's
you need
got
a
1 year left on his
center.
Capela's got 1 year left on his deal. Why not just sign Clingan? Like, I don't – or draft clean. I just don't – I'm sorry. I don't care how weak the draft is, whatever you want to say, all the terminology. I proposed this earlier to you. Do you think it's more likely that Reese Ashe is a multi-time All-Star or a zero-time All-Star? You said zero.
And I'm going to
That's all I need to know.
I'm going to stick with
that. If you don't think he's going to be an All-Star in this league, he cannot go number one. I don't care if you take someone who's riskier. You got to swing a little bigger than that when you were picking number one overall.
My player comp for Zachary Reese-Ashe, who I don't hate. I have him fourth on my big board, but my comp for him is Rui Hachimura. Decent ball player. Number one overall, not so much. By the way, 2 more shout-outs for people who retweeted our pinned tweet. Ray Sean Hawkins and EH55, shout out to you.
Did you like this guy or Jabari Smith more when he was coming out?
Jabari Smith.
And he didn't even end up going number one.
Yeah, he went 3.
And he's been okay.
Yeah, I actually do. I'm a Jabari Smith guy. He is so good defensively. Reese Ashe could be that good defensively. I don't really think, though, because Jabari Smith's like a pretty lengthy and strong dude. Reese Ashe is a little bit thin, if you will. Like, he definitely needs to put on more muscle, that's for sure.
13:45 to go. Who will be the best player from this draft when it's all said and done? Rolly last year. Are you sticking to what you said last year, by the way? Brandon Miller over Wemby?
Sticking to it. Don't care.
Is that just because?
I did it, and I'm going to stay. I do not care. Victor Wembanyama is a unbelievably good player. Yes. Some might say generational.
He's generational.
Brandon Miller
not generational.
Will have a better career than Victor Wembanyama. I don't care. I'm sticking to the take.
The only way that happens is if Wemby has crazy injuries.
You either live long enough to see yourself become the villain or you die a hero. I'm going to die a hero. Did I? No, I feel like you live long enough to see yourself become the villain or die to become the hero.
It's just the other way around. It's you die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain.
Potato.
Caleb says Reed Shepard first pick. I don't think that's happening.
Listen, some people have him as their number one player on their big board.
Reese Ashe is a skinny Denny Avdia.
No, he doesn't have the playmaking of Avdia.
Even if that's true, Avdia is not a number one pick worthy. Would Avdia go number one in this draft when he came out?
No. When did he go? He went 5th or 7th.
He went top 10.
I think he was 7th, yeah. I was one of those two odd numbers there.
Reed is the best overall. That Canadian says you're a brave one. I can respect it.
I'm not going to lie. If Reed Shepard, we look back on this draft, and he's just like a Derek White superpowered man, it wouldn't shock me. You take that number. Can we be honest here? If you saw Derek White's impact on the Celtics, and you're like, would you take him with the number one overall pick?
Maybe.
Probably
in this draft? Probably.
No, in most drafts. I know you might want to swing big, but come on. Why not?
Hit that like button. Once we get to 1,000 likes, we're taking shots.
We are under 200 likes away from 1,000. I'm taking a shot, and that was my goal, is to get to 1,000 likes before the draft got underway. Well, that does get underway in just under 12 minutes. So help us out. Let's get there. Heat Report viewers, you're doing a good job. Continue to hit that thumbs up button. Our Chat Sports viewers, we have 3,000 people watching, only 860 likes. Let's get to 1,000 right now. You know what? I'll double the odds. If we get there before we get to 10 minutes, so a minute and a half, I'm taking 2 shots.
Oh, you heard the man.
Doubling it down.
You heard the man.
No fear.
I mean, this man just stuck by his Miller over Wemby. He's definitely not afraid.
The tweet's out there. I have it bookmarked so I can come back to it in 4 years.
Will Twitter exist when you come back to it?
Listen, I'll say this. It's not me hating on Wemby. He's terrific. He's unbelievable.
You just want to be right.
Well, I'll say this. He added some weight, yes, but his body type and his play style, it just has not been conducive to long-term NBA careers to this point.
Yeah.
So
true.
I think the injury concern is real.
Let's see here. Deron Holmes.
Woj is reporting the same thing about Reese Ashe, by the way.
Oh, my God. That is disgusting. 70 likes away from a shot.
Can we get 70 likes in 30 seconds?
I've already got one poured up.
I'm taking 2 shots if we do.
I've got one poured up. Let's go.
2 shots if we get 70 likes in 20 seconds.
By the way, when Woj or Shams use the phrase "closing in" or
Honing
zeroing in on, that means that's who they're taking.
Jake Fisher reported that Corey Kispert is drawing interest in the trade market. Is it just a
30 likes away? That's like Michael Scotto saying that Malcolm Brogdon could be available.
Might just be a Wizards fire sale. All right, 10 minutes. We got to wait for the update. We were 17 likes away. Let's see the closest update. Bang!
By the way, the Wizards are in a fire sale every 12 months.
1,000 likes. Let's do it. Two
Cheers.
shots from me.
One
Cheers
from
to
me.
you, Harrison. Oh, we cost triple digits on the Heat report, too. How about that ratio, fellas? 172 people watching, 100 likes. My people bring it.
Let's go. Let's go. Ralph says Lakers have Edie at 17.
I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked. By the way, before we go through the big board, Heat fans, we have not got a super chat today on the Heat report. Who's going to be the first person to get the party started on a nice little Wednesday
I'll
evening?
take a shot for the first Heat report super chat. How about that? Doesn't matter how much it is.
I just want to know who's going to get this party started on the Heat channel.
All right. Going through Rolly's big board here. Notice that Rolly has 3 players before the guy who it sounds like is going to go number 1, Zachary Risache.
Yeah, I mean, I like Risache, but I just think the other 3 have higher potential. I've been very bullish on Topic. I think he's the best playmaker in this draft. Sorry, can you go through this Jimmy Butler update? I got to read this.
Oh, boy. Yeah, just kind of cycling through. A lot of Reed Shepard love in the chat. We'll see where he ends up going. A couple of UConn guys, Stefan Castle, Donovan Clingan in there as well. Jared McCain, one of the best shooters in the draft. We'll see how high he goes. Ron Holland, some chatter that he could slide tonight. Not a very good shooter. Former Texas commit who decided to go to the G League, did not play that well. Rob Dillingham in there as well. Khalil Ware, Tristan DeSilva. Know a lot of you Heat Report fans have heard a lot about him from Rolly. Isaiah Collier in there as well. Top 16 available for Rolly. And is this a good update, a nothing update?
Well, it depends on how you look at this. But Sham Sharani just had an update on Jimmy Butler on his pre-draft show. Quote, I'm told Jimmy Butler will not be signing an extension with the Heat or any other team ahead of his opt-out in 2025 free agency. What does this mean, you might ask? Well, that means Jimmy Butler's not being traded this offseason. He's going to stay with the Miami Heat.
He's going to play this year.
Number 1.
Play this year out.
Number 2, it gives the pathway for Jimmy to opt out of his contract next year because it is a player option and sign a long-term extension. It could be with Miami, but it also could be with a different team in free agency. This is the risk that Miami is running. So it looks like Butler will be on the Heat this upcoming season, which I expected and I said I wanted to happen. But long-term, this could be Jimmy's last season if Miami doesn't seriously upgrade around him.
Make or break year for Butler and the Heat this year?
I would say so.
And, of course, if you guys missed it earlier, Bam Adebayo did sign his 3-year max extension, which was pretty friendly for the Heat because if he was All-NBA next year, he could have signed, I think, 5 for $346 next offseason or something like that.
Bam?
Yeah.
If he waited a year, he could have got 4 for $220, I believe.
I saw a 5 for $346 somewhere.
That's if he got All-NBA or Depoy. He
Yeah.
could have signed 5 for that.
Man,
But the Heat got him on a discount.
He could have bet on himself. Appreciate the 10 from Raw. Raw, we'll look for you in the chat. If you type a team, we'll talk about your favorite team because that's what a $10 super chat gets you. Here is our super chat menu. All super chats get on screen. $5 for beers, cheers, and yeah, $10 we'll talk about your favorite team. $20 we'll take shots. $100 we will rip a beer bong or shotgun a beer. All right, 6 minutes to go. We'll kind of rapid fire some of the trades that have happened. The big one last night, Mikal Bridges pretty much completes the Nova Knicks, at least the notable names there. He joins Jalen Brunson, Josh Hart, Dante DiVincenzo, former college teammates there. Knicks paid a pretty penny. Bojan Bogdanovic, 4 unprotected first-round picks, a protected pick in 2025, a pick swap in 2028, plus they swapped seconds, a second to Brooklyn next year, a second to New York in 2026. That was obviously a big one. They ended up signing OG Anunoby today as well to an extension. So big question left with New York is what happens with Isaiah Hartenstein. You had this trade, which
Chaos.
just a bunch of picks getting moved around. I think the most notable takeaway is that the Rockets are trying to trade for a star. We'll see if it's Kevin Durant or if they swing for someone else. But you have that going on. Deni Avdija, about an hour and a half ago, got traded to Portland for Malcolm Brogdon in 2 firsts and 2 seconds, including the 14th pick tonight. So Washington now picks at 2, 14, and 26.
Yeah, and listen, they're also, I don't know if they'll get a pick in this year's draft for Malcolm Brogdon, if they'll move that quickly, but Brogdon could potentially fetch a first-round pick in the rest of this offseason in a trade. So the Wizards potentially getting 3 total first-round picks in return for Deni Avdija, that's good value, if you ask me. And Washington, who's going to go full youth movement, which isn't a surprise, which would also kind of lead me to believe they're going to trade Kyle Kuzma, whether it be tonight or whether it be later on in this offseason. If they're trading away Deni Avdija and getting 2 first-round picks, I do believe they're going to go full rebuild, get rid of Kuzma, get all their assets, and just have Jordan Poole shot chuck for them next year and be in the
You thought he was chucking this year.
Yeah, like they'll be them in Brooklyn, man. Wizards, Nets, that will be a battle for Cooper Flag of the century.
Maybe the Bulls as well.
I don't think they're going to get that high. Wizards and Nets might legitimately both win less than 17 games.
Hit that subscribe button. We're trying to get to 377,000 subs. We'd love to get there tonight. If you love the NBA, we got you covered on a daily basis this time of year. NBA draft, NBA rumors, free agency, trade buzz, actual trades that happen. Should be a busy night. Second round of the draft tomorrow. We'll have that covered as well. Not sure when we'll go live. Maybe we'll do 2 o'clock tomorrow, hour early for round 2.
Yeah, that sounds right.
We'll talk about that tomorrow. But we'll be live getting you ready for that. So subscribe, turn on those notifications, and don't go anywhere because it's a busy week and a half here for the NBA offseason.
Yeah, continue to hit that sub button as you see that number climb. And our bosses are saying we have to go to sub-only chat as we're 3 minutes away from the first round getting started. If you want to shout out, show me you're a real one and you're subscribed by spamming me down below. We know Ty Man the Buckeye is a real one. He's spamming his me, Drew.
The question is how many streams will Ty Man be in at once?
That's a good question.
Let us know in the chat.
Keonta says me, Logan me, Peter, Ghost, Caleb, Real me, Adam, Gage, Dreams, That Boy, Adrian, No Bob, Micah, Ice Cream, Zales, Tyler, Dustin, Vincent, Ryan, Ralph, Ghost, Gage, Arthur, John, the facilitator, Frog, Chaotic, Say G, Adriana, Giants, King Will, Dreams, X, Rye2K, King Will, Gia, Charlotte, Crim, X, Elkanowaz, Butchered That, Ayo, Yup, Charles, XL, King Biddy, Travis, Scott. Oh, what's up, Trav? Like your most recent album, Utopia was a banger. A. David, GNR, Papa, Thompson, Logan, Milos, the McChicken, Darian, Mando, Devon, Landon, Logan. Oh, boy, we're getting crazy. And then I'll look over in the Heat channel. Joe, Comic, Mirage, Kane, Alfonso, Justice, Time Man over there. AG, Javier, Jesse, Joe, Alfonso, Josh, Ron Baker. What's up, Ron? Good to see you,
Wichita
brother.
State's
Haven't seen
finest.
you in a while. All right, we're going back to the Chat Sports Channel. Basil, the facilitator, Leo, Jacob, Jonathan, Frank, Tizo, Miguel, That, Nobe, Virtual, Ray. And then we're going to keep it riding because we're under 2 minutes away. If you're excited and ready for the NBA draft, spam me. Let's go!
Here we go. Leslie, Chase, Sean, Isaac. Keep spamming me. We got Lucas, Mateo, Cremaldo. Look at you. Basil, Jeremy, Sean, Jason, Isaac, Tony, Mike, Larney, Mintos. We got Tony in there. Chase 2K, Noob, Leo, Vincent, Cremaldo. We got Hemo, Rasmus, Sean, Demon. You got any more Heat ones over there?
Yeah, we got Joe, Thomas, Mirage, Kane, Bob, Monty 2K's in the building. What's up, brother?
What's up, brother?
What's up? Who? Mark, Zingers, Mayan, FaZe, Andy, Cool Man Connor, Kazo, Mirage, Jay, the McChickenator. What a name. Efi Houston, CK Bands, Gia, King Biddy, JD, Javier, Tyman, Kenny Allen, Gia Dang, Basil, T Busy, Krim, Dantes. 8 seconds, and then we're getting underway. Spam those me's. 2 Wavy, Rad Rise, Waylon, Lincoln, Bear Down, and it is time.
Here we go. All right, first round of the NBA draft set to get underway just in a few moments. Harrison Graham and Nic Rohloff, the Atlanta Hawks, are going to be on the clock momentarily, and there's a lot of chatter on who the pick is going to be. Zachary Risache gaining momentum, closing in on from Atlanta. Sounds like that's the direction we'll go in. We'll react once it becomes official. Shout out your city. Let us know where you're watching from. If you're international, shout out your country. Let's get this party started. Round 1 tonight, round 2 tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, we got Kenny Allen saying draft. We got Austin in OKC. No Roblox in Dallas. Ralph in Los Angeles. Jose in Orlando. Murray in Australia. I'm not even going to try an Australian accent because I think I'd butcher it. But we do have an Australian player. Not really Australian player, but played in Australia last year. That would be Elk Sar. We also have a second-round prospect, A.J. Johnson, who played for the Illawarra Hawks, if you've heard that name before, because that's where LaMelo Ball played. We got DJ in Maryland, Nightmare in Texas, Ohio. You guys are flying in, which I appreciate it, but it's hard to put name and place together. Chase in Ohio, Darian in Detroit, Giadang in St. Louis, Devon in West Helena, Memphis from JHS, France from... I did not see the name. I just saw France went out there.
Let's go. Let's go. Who else we got here? Lithuania, Philippines from Larney. That guy Joe's in San Antonio. We got Vermi in Indiana. Mayu in Philadelphia. Connecticut from Zingers Talal in Australia. Good day, mate.
Hey, mate.
Keith in the Philippines. That was pretty good. Young Banks in Montreal. That guy again in San Antonio. We got King J in Dallas. Always keeping it real. Sean Hinton in the ATL. Let's go. Let's go. A lot of country cities coming in. The Hawks will be on the clock here in a few minutes as they will pick first. And again, Zachary Risache expected to be the number 1 pick, but not official yet. Washington Wizards selecting at 2. They'll also be picking at 14 and 26 after they traded for Denny Avdia to get the 14th pick. Traded away Denny Avdia, I should say. You got the Pistons there at 5. They've been rumored to maybe trade down. Spurs picked twice in the top 8, 4 and 8 there. Memphis at 9, an interesting team. Bulls at 11. Thunder there again at 12. So be interesting. Be interesting to see how this first third of tonight goes as we just get a $10 super chat from Raw480.
Shout out to Raw480. I thought he said in the first one a little bit ago. It says first timer again. Either the first one didn't count or we'll see. Either way, make sure you are subscribed to the channel as we're under 150 away from 377,000. If we get there tonight, which we absolutely should, I'm going to take a shot of tequila. So make sure you hit that sub button. We're live today for the draft. We'll be live tomorrow for round 2 as well. We'll be live next week for free agency, breaking down all the moves happening in the NBA. There's no other place you want to be subscribed to for your content around the NBA in the YouTube sphere. So make sure you hit that sub button. Look at the number continue to climb.
We get to 377,000 before the first pick.
It's pretty, baby. It's pretty. Adam Silver is at the podium, so it looks like this draft's about to get underway. You know, the NBA just does not have the juice like the NFL does. They don't know how to drag these things out.
Yeah, which,
I mean, we appreciate it 3 minutes after we're getting the draft started, but, like, if this was the NFL, it's like 8:15.
Well, we're not putting the UConn national title team on stage like they did with the
100 subs away, Wilt Chamberlain, baby. Let's get there before the first pick is made. Why not? Let's make history.
I'll take 2 shots if we get there before the first pick.
You know what this is? This is reparations for what they did on draft lottery night where they said it was going to start at like 2 p.m. and it didn't start till 2:50.
That was a tough one. Raw 480 here with the 10 saying, thoughts on what the Pelicans will do? Players targeted draft or trade for through a Brandon Ingram trade. there's a little typo there. But Brandon Ingram's an interesting one, Rolly. I'll be fascinated to see if they keep or move him.
Yeah, Ingram likely to be on the move as he just has not been, a fit with Zion Williamson and company that well. I'll be curious to see what his price is, Harrison, because he's got one more year left on his contract. He's going to want to be paid big money, which he'll get. You saw OG Anunoby get paid $42.5. Brandon Ingram will get more than that. That's for sure. So what team is going to trade assets to get BI, but also pay him $45+ million a year? And here's the question that teams are going to have to ask themselves as well: is Ingram worth $45 million? Maybe. His raw stats say yes, but can he be a second option on a championship team? Probably not. And if you're paying your third option $45+ million a season, well, how else are you building your team? So it's going to be an intriguing market for Ingram, and I don't expect the asking price to be that high.
Yeah, what do you think he goes for in a trade? A couple ones,
salary filler,
player assets,
maybe 2 firsts. It could be a decent player and 1 first-round pick. I'm not kidding. We've talked about this from the Heat lens, and this is what I think a package could be around everybody else too. Is a Terry Rozier and Duncan Robinson plus 1 first pick.
Here's our Super Chat menu. As all Super Chats will get on screen, you see the prices for the rest of the things right there. Like Raw did, $10. We will talk about your favorite team. Best available, Rolly, as
looks like they're officially on the
Atlanta
clock.
Clocks are officially on the clock. The heavy reports are that Zachary Risache is going to be the pick here. By the way, is ESPN copping out here by having Risache as their number 1 player on their big board?
Absolutely. I have not kept track of the big board for Gavoni, who is the main expert for ESPN.
That feels like a late switch.
That does feel like a late switch. Now, I will say this. Alex Sarr, who is my number 1 guy, is not the consensus number 1. There's a lot of people who believe Reed Shepherd is number 1 or Stephon Castle's number 1.
Donovan Clingan.
I don't think there's a consensus number 1 across the board. I would not be drafting Zachary Risache if I was the Atlanta Hawks, but it seems like that's the way they're going to go. And get your final votes in. Do you believe the reports from Shams and Adrian Wojnarowski? If you do, you should be typing your ZRs for Risache. If you think Sarr or Clingan goes 1 and a little bit of a stunner, type AS or DC. We'll give some shout-outs for what you guys think.
AS for Alex Sarr. Go vote on the live poll. That's up as well. Should be up. I don't see it yet. But ZR for Zachary Risache or DC for Donovan Clingan. Cooper Flag, he would go number 1 in this draft, even without playing a second of college basketball, I think. But he is not draft eligible. Felix says ZR. We got Wacko saying AS. Tyman, Kaylee saying Risache. Mostly SARS and Risaches in the chat. Seems like it's going to be Risache.
Yeah, you know what? It's a little bummer here from a personal standpoint that I was doing all these mock drafts, Harrison, and I can't even get the first pick. To be fair, though, no one knew what was going to happen until maybe earlier today, but it seems like Zachary Risache is going to be the first pick, and I'm 0 for 1 on my mock draft.
So you say, okay, well, I want to revisit him as a player because it sounds like he's going to be the pick. And by the way, we're 39 subs away from 377,000. Your player comes Rui Hachimura. Is there a best case scenario for that? What's in your eyes, the best case scenario for this guy? That is at least somewhat realistic. Obviously there's outliers, but
I think the best case scenario for this guy is he's a number 2 on a championship team. That's if he excels at every mark. Here's the thing, the problem I have with Risache. His shot form is very good. It's quick. It's his ability to catch and shoot it is very good. The release, it gets out of his hands very quickly. But the 3-point shooting is relatively new. This is the first year he has ever had success with his 3-point shot, and he only shot it at 35%. Every year of his career, and he's a younger player, 19 years old, it's always been 30% or lower. So if that doesn't continue to improve, then we've got real issues. I do think he's a good off-ball player. He knows where to be on the offensive side of the floor, and I think he cuts very good on the baseline as well as backdoor. The one issue I have with him and why I wouldn't take him first overall, Harrison, is because I don't think he's a good enough ball handler to really be a lead guy on a team.
Well, the pick is in here as we'll get to that in a second. Let's get to 377,000 subs, though. 23 away. Once we get to 377, we will announce the pick here. 23 more subs, so hit that sub button as now it's 25 as we lose to in real time.
What's up with that?
I'll go ahead and announce the pick here because it is in. It is Zachary Risache, the wing here, who Roley had 4 on his big board. There was momentum for this last night that seemingly continued today. Roley, you aren't a huge fan of it, but that's what the pick is here.
No, yeah, I mentioned it a couple times. 4th on my big board, 6'8" with a negative wingspan, Harrison, which is always something that I don't like. 6'7". He averaged 10 points a game for J.L. Borg a year ago, shooting 43.9% from the field, or 46, and 38% from 3. As I mentioned a couple seconds ago, good shot form, catches and releases the ball really, really well. Don't love his ball handling ability. Don't know if he could be a lead guard. He's got good lateral quickness. I'll give him that. The ability to be a solid defender is definitely there. Now, he does need to add weight. I mentioned he's 6'8", only 202 pounds. For example, a prospect later in this draft, Isaiah Collier, a guard from USC, he's 6'2", 205. And that's not because he's got too much fat on his body. That's because he's built. Like, Risache is absolutely going to have to add weight onto his frame if he wants to be able to be someone that can close games defensively as well as offensively. And I just question his shot creation ability for himself and others, which is why I don't think he's worthy of the number 1 pick. I get it. You have Trae Young and DeJounte Murray still, at least as of now. But I would have went with a better complementary piece. And to me, they needed a big man to help anchor that defense. Alex Sarr, Donovan Clingan, they go with the forward. Kind of a shocker there to me. And I wouldn't have done it if I was the Hawks, which you can disagree with me if you want. Grade the pick A, B, C, D, or F. I'm giving it a C. Strong
I mean, if to me,
it's also the live poll, so go vote on that.
To me, you're the maybe extra strong word. You study these guys way more than I do. If you're telling me that you don't think this guy's gonna, if you're a betting man, you'd say it's more likely he's never an all-star than a multi-time all-star. I don't see how this is a passing grade. I mean, I think it has to be a D or an F because even though this is considered a weaker draft, I mean, I think a guy like Donovan Clingan has a chance to be an all-star. I think a guy like Alex Sarr has the tools to be an all-star. Underwhelming. Again, I don't study, I don't study this to the level you do, but that feels like an underwhelming number 1 overall pick. And when you look back at the course of history, would anyone be surprised if 5 years from now I'd be like, Anthony Bennett, you're off the hook, buddy?
I was going to say this. That one was much more of a stunner, but if you look back at the last decade and power-ranked first overall picks, this would be, without a doubt, I think the worst one. You could argue Anthony Bennett. When was that, 2013, 2014?
Yeah. Since him, I mean, this would
be the worst, and I'm confident in saying that. I just don't – maybe he's good, maybe he's not, but I just don't think the upside is there, so I'm out.
D- from Jurassic Z from the GOAT. Tino Almighty says C. Nightmare Freddy, B-, Z- from JD. Not a franchise player from New Beginnings. And again, look, this is all projection. You never know. It's hard to grade this stuff in real time, but we do the best we can with the information we have. Feels pretty underwhelming, for being honest.
By the way, hands up to us. We got the 377,000 subscribers.
Let's go.
Appreciate all the real ones who have joined the channel today. You won't regret it. We're going to continue our coverage at an elite level going forward tonight and the future. Sportistics says this with $5 super chat. Cheers. What are your thoughts on where Bronny is going to go? Sorry if you went over it already. First one of the night, Harrison. I don't think won't be the last. I don't think he goes tonight. It wouldn't shock me if some team in the late 20s are just like, screw it, we're just going to take him. Based on his play, he shouldn't be drafted. He should still be in college. I would take him in the 50s if I was a team because you're going to sell a lot of jerseys, and if you put him down in your G League team, you're going to fill out some arenas, and he's got some developmental athleticism, but
that would be it. Like, it kind of feels like the Lakers are just going to get him at 55.
Yeah, Rich Paul is going to weasel his way in there, and he's just going to tell teams, like, hey, you can take Bronny in the first round, but as soon as we cross the 40th pick threshold, Harrison, he's just going to say, yeah, we don't want to go to your team, and then the Lakers are just going to take him at 55.
Yeah, that's kind of how it feels. Wouldn't it be funny if, like, Denver at 28 tonight was just like, yeah, we're going to take him?
They will be taking Duran Holmes from Dayton. You could take that to the bank, but we'll see.
All right, Wizards on the clock. You look at their profile here. I love the team needs. Everything.
I did that for 2 teams, by the way. We'll get if the other team ever shows up, we'll talk about them. But Wizards were one of 2 teams where I labeled team need everything, and it's true. And like they have Kyle Kuzma, but he can be dealt. They need a center.
They probably just traded their best young player. Idea.
They need a backcourt scorer. They need wing help. Like they really do need help at every single position, especially with the buzz that Kyle Kuzma can be dealt this offseason. Like, I think this pick is a no-brainer. It's going to be Alex Sarr. And if it's not Alex Sarr here, Harrison, chaos will ensue in this draft. I think it's going to go chalk, and they'll go Sarr, but we'll see.
Yeah, it looks like it is going to be Alex Sarr here. The streets are telling me. So that makes sense. And, again, if you're Atlanta, it's like all the chatter is that Washington wanted Sarr. Like, could you not convince Washington to give you anything to swap picks with you?
Yeah.
Maybe they tried. Who knows? But so Alex Sarr going to go to Washington at 2. Sounds like he's your highest ceiling player in this draft. You said he's got Chris Bosh upside.
Yeah,
so.
I like Alex Sarr. He is the most versatile front court defensive piece, if you will. Like, he is a very good athlete with lateral quickness. He can provide you with all types of defense. He can play in drop coverage and be a straight-up rim protector. He can be someone that goes in a switch-style defense and can switch out onto wings and guards at potentially some times. Like, he also has good second jump ability, which I really like in my centers defensively, to where if you jump up on a pump fake and then you can quickly get back up.
Recovery, get back up. Yeah.
Same thing could be said for rebounds. And for a team like Washington that just needs building blocks to move forward, I think Alex Sarr is a really good one. You heard you say it, Chris Bosh. I think that's his potential if he's able to develop a jump shot, which is his biggest issue. Like, he doesn't have it clean. There's a little bit of a hitch in it, but I think the tools are there for him to develop into a solid floor spacing big man. And I think his handle is very underrated as well. It's not crazy, but you can tell there's a little bit of a guard background there.
And he enters a situation with, they may not have great direction right now, but there's also not going to be a lot of pressure on this guy. Like, plenty of time to develop. No one thinks Washington's winning at least over the next 2 years. So, he's going to get a lot of playing time, a lot of time to develop. Hopefully they develop him properly. But tools are there, and I think Atlanta should have taken him. That's what I thought. But,
I completely agree with you, Harrison. But I'll finally get on the. I know no one cares about my mock draft, but on the board.
All right, let's get our 50% like rate up as producer Jack thinks we need 1.75 likes. Quick
I
change
didn't see
there.
Anything.
We're almost there. 1750 is what we need. That would get to 50% as the Rockets are on the clock at number 3. We'll see what they do, but go ahead and hit that like button if you haven't already.
I think they're going to go with what we think they're going to do in Reed Shepherd. That would be my prediction. That's what I had mocked to the Houston Rockets. We'll see if they go that route. If they do, I feel very confident that what I told you in the pre-draft show, where it's like the 2 through 5 is going to be chalk if Risa Sher went 1, and I think it's going to be the case.
Yeah. Yeah, by the way, Jake Fisher tweeting out, source tells Yahoo Sports Alex Sarr to Washington after the telecast.
Thanks, Fishy.
Announced it. Stick to rumors.
400 likes away from 50%, though. Help us out. Hit that thumbs up button. Let's go. We're in the middle of the draft, baby. How can you not be excited?
Top reply to that tweet, by the way, thanks for spoiling. That's early body bag for Mr. Fish.
Do you
tonight.
think ESPN put Woj in timeout and aren't going to allow him to spoil picks? Because he hasn't spoiled the first 2.
Yeah, that's true.
And this has been a topic of the past. Like, what was it, 3-4 years ago? Him and Shams were just
What's the
spoiling
point
every
if
pick.
every other reporter is going to tweet
I'd
it?
say Shams is just going nuclear. This is Shams' time to shine.
Shams evening up the scoreboard.
See,
here?
I can't say that because I legitimately think that ESPN has Woj in a prison cell. It's like you could only tweet about trades and signings right now. You can't tweet about the draft.
Yeah, you can retweet your OG Anunoby update.
The Rockets have been telling teams all week they would wait to hear trade offers with the number 3 pick.
See, Jake Fisher, stick to rumors, buddy.
Yeah, we'll see.
It's a good rumor. We'll see what the Rockets do here. If they want Reed Shepherd, if they can move back a few spots, they still might get him.
Risky. He might go 4 to San Antonio.
Yeah. Like the video, share the video, subscribe, comment. Those are all ways you can help us be the top watch stream tonight for the 2024 NBA Draft. So help us out. Those are easy, free ways to help our stream out. You got the Rockets here, Spurs on deck, Pistons in the hole, and then you got Charlotte and Portland after that.
Yeah, I have predictions, and I think the top 5 might go chalk, which means Charlotte's where the draft really begins in my eyes. But we got to see what Houston does first, and our guy Jeremy Chug's coming in.
One of
with
the
a $2
truly
super
great
chat.
avatars here.
Yeah.
If you know, you know. Rockets Dynasty starts tonight.
Can't
yeah.
say that.
I heard that when they took your boy 2 years ago, too.
Yeah, and 2 for 3, baby.
You missed?
Reed Shepherd
It
looks
is
to
Reed
be the
Shepherd.
pick here for Houston at number 3. It just makes too many sense for the Rockets to go this route. It really did.
Well, the second Jake Fisher said they were shopping the pick, you knew they were going to pick
The
someone.
buzz surrounding Houston this entire week has been Reed Shepherd at 3. It makes the most sense. I think he's awesome, man. I love this dude.
I think out of the first 3 picks, this is probably the most like he can be in a rotation tomorrow guy. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, absolutely. And the reason why I like this pick, I like it for a lot of reasons. One, Fred VanVleet's not the long-term answer at point guard for the Rockets. We know this. So what Reed Shepherd's going to be able to do is he's going to be able to learn behind Fred VanVleet while also being a contributor day one as an off-ball / secondary ball handler for the Rockets. Now, I am curious to see what Amen Thompson's role is going to be, who was the 4th pick in last year's draft, also a guard, but can play the 2, can play the 3 due to his 6'6", 6'7" size. Well, that's the reason why I like Shepherd. He's my number 3 guard, 6th overall, but he can just do it all. Smooth jumper, shot 52.5% from 3 last year, also shot 53% from the field, averaged 2.5 steals. He can fill any role you need. Yes, he's a little bit undersized, but he has a 42-inch vertical. He's athletic. He can shoot. He can defend. He can ball handle. There's really nothing that I'm going to go out there and say this guy can't do.
Does this mean anything in your eyes for Jalen Green, even if not this year, but long term? Like, is he part of this moving forward?
I've been a long-term advocate for Jalen Green is not a winning basketball player, and that's kind of how I've always felt. He's like an AAU guy. He puts up stats, but he's not going to be conducive to winning. And I'll be curious to see, the Rockets are in a weird spot where they have a lot of good young talent, which is a good thing, but they also, don't have enough playing time to go around. How are you supposed to develop Reed Shepherd, Cam Whitmore, Jabari Smith, Jalen Green, Amen Thompson? Those are 5 young guys.
Yeah.
But you also have Dylan Brooks, Alfred Şengün, Fred VanVleet. Those are 8 good players. That's a good top 8, but there's just too many mouths to feed where it's almost like it's a negative by having too much.
It's also a good top 8, but you don't really have a single
dude.
1 or 2 on a title-winning team.
Yeah, you don't have a dude. I don't know. I think that this is a good pick. This is the pick that I would have made if I was Houston. I just am a little bit intrigued to see how they develop all of their young guys moving forward, and maybe that's why one of them is going to have to be dealt.
Shout out your favorite team. We'll talk about the first one we see here in a moment. While you're doing that, Spurs here, Rolly.
I think they're going to go Stephon Castle.
If they don't take Castle, Klingon's pretty interesting to think about if you want Wemby to roam around the perimeter more, especially offensively. You just put his kind of bully physicality down low next to him, and you just play Twin Towers ball, kind of a little David Robinson, Tim Duncan-esque.
It'd be fascinating. They were better when Victor Wembanyama was playing the 5. I imagine they want to keep that. But keep on spamming your favorite team down below. We're going to give a shout-out and talk about that team in just a second. We'll give it about 10 seconds before we look down. So get your votes down below on who your favorite team is so we can talk about it.
All right. 3, 2, 1. I see the Jazz.
From Gage Bentley.
I see the Jazz.
The Jazz are an intriguing team. Thanks, Fisher.
We got more rumors from Fish?
No, just saying the Rockets intend to keep Reed Shepherd after signing him. All right, either way, the Jazz hold the 10th pick in 29, but there's a lot of rumors about them potentially moving back from the 10th overall spot. My two biggest needs for Utah, ball handling and wing defense. I like Keontae George. They have Lauri Markkanen. Are they going to keep Lauri Markkanen? That's the question. He's subject of a lot of trade rumors. So when I think of players that the Jazz could go after, I automatically go to a couple of the athletic wings that can really blossom to be a good connecting piece between Keontae George and Lauri Markkanen if they elect to keep him. And I look to Ron Holland and Cody Williams. Raw guys, but if they pan out, could be massively big-time building blocks for Utah.
Yeah, I think the Jazz last year, really, before this past season, I'd say 2 seasons ago, I think they probably got fooled a little bit. They kind of played above what they really were, and this year was more like, okay, we're actually pretty far away from contending. So be curious to see how they handle their assets. Markkanen's obviously a player to watch on the trade market, so we'll have to wait and see how that plays out. Spurs on the clock here. No word yet on where they're going to go.
I think they should go ball handler, man. Castle or Topic would be my pick. I've long said that Topic and Wemby would be scary. For the
they
rest
like
of the
international
league.
guys there.
We'll see what they do, though.
Shout out your favorite team. In a few seconds, we'll pick another one. Shout out your favorite team as the Spurs are on the clock. I see the Celtics now from Derek Harris. I mean, they're kind of just a run-it-back team.
Yeah, I mean, their top 7 or top 8, are returning. Pritchard's under contract. Hauser's under contract. Al Horford's returning. He's not retiring. Their starting 5 is back. Like, they're going to have to make a decision on, I think, Porzingis or Derek White.
If they lose Tillman, they probably need some front court depth. And with Horford retiring
the two
soon.
needs for me is a long-term Al Horford replacement. So I think they could look towards a Kyle Filipowski if he is still there at 30, which is possible.
I would hate that because I think that'd be a great fit for them.
Yeah, or I think they could look for more wing depth because, listen, when you're in the playoffs, you only need 7 or 8 guys, and that's all they needed with Horford, Porzingis, and Hauser being your main bench pieces with a little bit of Pritchard thrown in there. But during an 82-game regular season, they're going to need more depth at that front court because you can't rely on Tatum and Brown playing 40 minutes every night. So if they went with a Baylor Shireman from Creighton or Terrence Shannon Jr., I think it would make a lot of sense for Boston as well.
I just saw a tweet. I don't know if they were referring to the ESPN draft coverage, but it says, this dude just used the words 3-and-D role player to describe the number 1 overall pick. Oh, brother.
Which is what that's my point with my comp to Rui Hachimura. That's what Rui's role is, a 3-and-D front court role player.
Not good.
That's what I saw with Reese Sachet as well.
Agent Shadow Wolf. Who do you think OKC should get out of this draft?
Should is a different question than I think they would. If I had to give my prediction, I think it's going to be Tejan Salon, the French forward, just because that's a Sam Presti type pick right there. But I think they need to add size alongside Chet Holmgren.
3 for 4 Rolly, by the way.
No,
Stephon Castle.
I think they need to add more size alongside Chet Holmgren. I would lean Kalel Ware. Maybe even Yves Missi if you want to get nuts with it. But I think they need to add size at 12.
Is this where the draft starts to get interesting? Castle 4. There's been buzz. Detroit could move down.
We'll see. I think Detroit, if they stay put with this pick, is going to go Modest Buzelis. That's what I mocked. It's what I've thought for a long time. He's also the 3rd player on my big board, someone I'm very bullish on. But, yeah, I think after 5 is when the draft starts. Because I think they're going to go Buzelis, and then with Charlotte at 6 is when, all right, I don't know what's going to
Stephon
happen.
Castle, who, of course, was kind of a role player for the UConn national title team, but played a bigger role as the season went on. He's going to go to the Spurs here. Obviously, they need guard play. I mean, it's, and I still think the Spurs will be, linked to the Trae Youngs of the world, Rolly, to try and get a proven guard to pair with Victor Wembanyama, but Castle potentially could be that long-term option if, say, they find a stopgap vet for 2 or 3 years here.
Yeah, and the fascinating thing with Castle is that at UConn, he played off ball, he played the 2, and he played the 3, as Tristan Newton played 35 minutes a game and was their natural point guard. But in high school, Stephon Castle is a 5-star recruit who played point guard primarily. And that's where he wants to return. Like, there was reports of him turning down workouts with teams that already had a true point guard because he wanted to go back to that natural 1 position that he played in high school. And I like Castle's size. Like, he's 6'5.5". Let me double check the wingspan here. Give me 1 second. Yeah, 6'9". So he's got unbelievable size. And I've compared him to DeJounte Murray, where I think he could play the 1, who ironically the Spurs had back in the day. But he can also play the 2 if absolutely necessary, like he did at Connecticut. His 3-point shot needs improvement, only shot 26.7% at the college level last year. But he's just a winning basketball player, man. He does absolutely everything. He defends at a high level. He can play make if necessary. He's a superb athlete who can get on the glass, average 4.7 boards. I think this is a good pick, and it also gives pathway for San Antonio. If they don't feel like Castle can be the true point guard and they don't think he's ready to do that, at least this upcoming year, they can go with a Nikola Jovic at 8 if he's still there and grab the natural point guard and then play Castle to 2, move Devin Vassell to the 3. Like, there's a lot of different avenues San Antonio can go down, and that's why I like taking Castle here, because the versatility he provides for the Spurs.
The first 4 picks are in as the Hawks took Zachary Rissache, number 1 overall. Alex Sarr went 2nd to Washington. Reed Shepard 3rd to the Rockets, and then San Antonio takes Stephon Castle, the guard out of UConn, which means Detroit is on the clock. They've had some unlucky lottery luck, if you will, and this is your best available grouping here, Rolly. You said Matas Buzelis is who you think will go here.
He's been someone that has been linked to Detroit for the past week and a half. I think he's just a terrific wing defender who can really blossom next to All-Star Thompson, who they drafted last year, and Jalen Duren. I think the best player available is Nikola Jovic, but obviously it doesn't make a lot of sense to take a ball-handling point guard who's a good facilitator when you already have Cade Cunningham. Now, it wouldn't stun me if they went Dalton Connect here, Harrison, because they absolutely need more shooting alongside Cade Cunningham, and Connect could play the 2, he could play the 3. Like, I think Buzelis will be the pick, but if there would be one selection that Detroit made that wasn't Matas, that didn't surprise me, it would be Dalton Connect, the wing from Tennessee.
Yeah, the Pistons have done a poor job of, like, building properly around Cade Cunningham because his playmaking, I think, is the best part of his game, but they just don't have shooters.
Yeah.
They need guys who can shoot the ball, so we'll see if they find someone who can help in that regard. Bosses have had us activate sub-only chat here, so if you want to be a part of the live chat, get your comments through, be sure to subscribe, and that way we can read your comments and give you guys shout-outs here. By the way, this is interesting. Frank Mason, former Kansas great, now playing. You remember Frank Mason?
Oh, how could I forget?
He's playing in Europe. He tweeted this out. Played this young guy in France this past season, talking about Rissache. No way he's the number 1 pick in the NBA draft, LOL. But I guess this guy is the Hawks are catching strays early.
We're going to look back at this pick in 2 to 3 seasons and just be like, what were the Hawks doing?
I mean, is he out of the league potentially in a few years?
Okay, I wouldn't go that far, but I'll tell you this. If I had to give a prediction on Landry Fields' life cycle as GM of the
over
Atlanta
under a
Hawks,
year and a half.
Under. I'm not kidding. He might be gone after this year.
Who will be the first team to trade their pick?
It's actually a great question. We technically already have an answer in Portland, but we'll just say in the middle of the draft.
Yeah.
Memphis has been rumored. Pistons have been rumored. I'll go
Knicks, but 24 is pretty far.
Let me go. You know what? I'll take. Shit, I don't know how to give this answer. I'm gonna go Memphis. I think there's a lot of buzz. They really want Donovan Clingan, but if he's off the board, which is to be expected, and they can't get him, then I think they might trade out if they don't like any of the size. Because if they trade back from 9 to like late lottery or early post lottery, like 15 through 17, they could still grab a center and add size, which they'll want to do. So, oh Christ.
What?
Kurt Helen just tweeted out, you could never have enough centers if you're the Detroit Pistons. ... Are they going Klingon?
I mean, if they do that, are they going to trade? Probably not Duran, but who's their other? Well, Stewart's been rumored to be on the move. He's kind of a 4 or 5 hybrid. Oh boy,
this would be a disaster. I like Klingon. If they go Klingon at 5, that is a bad move.
Is that worse than Risachet at 1? No way.
No, because Klingon's the better player. But why would they?
Just from roster construction, it doesn't.
Jalen Duran's good.
Yeah.
I like Duran.
Yeah, Duran's good. I like him too.
Why would you do that?
Oh, man.
It's not confirmed, but just an intriguing report out there.
Well, Jake Fisher has reminded us that Stephon Castle has
Thanks,
gone
Fishy.
to San Antonio.
Jay
It's been a few minutes, but it was well after.
Jay Billis.
Is he watching this game like on YouTube TV and he like accidentally like paused it at one point? Yeah.
Maybe.
I'll
say this: we have
bigger Drew Holiday from Jay
Yeah.
Billis is what he's calling Stephon Castle.
We have 230 people watching on our Heat chat. We still have yet to get a super chat. Who wants to start off the party tonight?
I said I would take a shot for the first.
I'll take a shot for the first super chat today too on the Heat report. Come on, let's get a super chat on the Heat report.
This is taking a while for Detroit. Are they?
Maybe they are trading
They
out.
shopping this pick?
Maybe they are. There's been a lot of rumors of them shopping the pick. And if you want a super chat in general, someone just tweeted out, "Here we go." So they might have traded out. Who knows? No, they picked. Either way, super chat. I haven't seen it yet.
Ron Holland.
Hello.
He cannot shoot, but at least maybe he can develop a shot.
All right, the draft has officially gotten nuts, folks.
The draft has begun.
The draft has begun. Let's get nuts. Let's get nuts.
I feel like the Pistons are just an AAU team. They just like.
Well, I know that's going to put a dagger into a lot of Miami Heat fans.
None
right
of their
there.
players are conducive to winning. Oh boy!
Wow. Wow. Woj finally broke his silence. By the way, Pistons are keeping the pick focused on Ron Holland. Thank you.
You know what that is? ESPN's higher up say, yeah, we after
top 4.
After pick 4, we lose 20% of our audience. So Woj, welcome back.
Go ahead, Woj.
Yeah. Everybody's watching on Twitter now.
Wow, Ron Holland off the board here at 5. Listen, he's one of the more upside picks in this draft. He's one of the best athletes, if not the best athlete. He just explodes to the rim, can finish amongst the best of them. He's an above-average defender from day one. Him and Ausar Thompson could be one of the best duos defensively on the wing in the entire NBA. You want to talk about a duo that was formed in New York with OG Anunoby and Mikal Bridges. Not talking offensively, Harrison, but defensively, Holland and Ausar Thompson gives me the same vibes. But Holland needs to improve his shot. Not a good jump shooter, and most of his misses are ugly.
Wasn't he the #1 overall recruit when he was initially committed to Texas?
I believe so.
He
And
was
he was
a high 5-star.
Yeah.
So he's got talent. There's no question. But, man, a lot of people had him in the 10 to 15 range, and he goes top 5 here.
Yeah, I mean, all the buzz on Ron Holland were there is a legit chance he slides in this draft out of the lottery.
Isn't this just an example, though, that this draft, like, there's not really those high-end guys. So, like, prospects 4 through 20 or 4 through 15, it's kind of just probably all over the place among these teams' big boards.
Yeah, I'm a little bit stunned here. I'm someone who doesn't get lost for words often, but I'm a little stunned here. I know Heat fans are heartbroken by Holland being off the board this early, but man, I'm shocked that the Pistons didn't go more an offensive guy because they need help. Cade offensively,
Yeah.
Like, to me, they need a lot of help. That's for sure.
Yeah.
But I didn't think the biggest need was
An
defense.
athletic defensive wing.
They have Ausar Thompson,
Yeah.
and I know he can't fill the entire wing.
They
defense,
must think
but
Holland's going to develop
Trade.
a good score. First trade of the night.
Jake Fisher had. Wait.
What is Jake Fisher saying?
Fisher reported trade.
Yeah. Memphis trading up to 6
for Donovan Clingan, which is kind of back from Woj saying another team working to move up.
I will declare this. The Grizzlies will be back in the playoffs next year.
Well, yeah, I would have said that without Donovan Clingan.
Ja Morant, Desmond Bane in their backcourt, Jaren Jackson, and Donovan Clingan in their front court.
Listen,
that's a pretty good quartet there.
If this is true, this is probably the worst kept secret that actually came to fruition.
Oh, Jake Fisher, apologies. Charlotte working on a trade. Fisher's a joke. So multiple teams trying to trade up to 6, it sounds like.
Well,
Alec G.
Portland probably is one of them, too, because they want Clingan. They don't want to get sniped.
Shots cost you 20, but I'll take a sip here.
Yeah, Alec, that Super Chat's on main. The first Super Chat is a shot. That was only offered on the Heat report, which we still haven't got. And
I'll beers cheers you.
I'm just disappointed from the Heat fans out there. I am. I thought, listen, it's draft night. I want to have a party with the Heat fans. We just simply haven't been able to do so.
So Jake Fisher says they're closing in.
I'm with that. Yeah, I'm with that. This is the report from Woj, a team working up to try to secure Donovan Clingan. But he says Portland, which, makes sense because I think Memphis is trying to jump Portland to get Clingan.
Yeah.
I think Portland knows that, and it's just like, well, shit, we're going to have to trade up one spot to grab our guy because they really want him.
Flip-flop Fisher strikes again. So technically Charlotte's still on the clock, but
we'll see what ends up happening.
I'm guessing they're trying to feel out the best offer here.
Yeah. I mean, the draft has officially gone underway, though. How about that, Harrison? Trades? So we asked that weigh-in, and the answer was likely the Charlotte Hornets.
Yeah, unless...
Which actually doesn't surprise me because I think Charlotte really wanted Stephon Castle to be their two-guard alongside LaMelo Ball, and...
He didn't get there.
He didn't fall, so they're just going to pivot. I think they might trade back here. If they trade back to 7, I could see the Hornets drafting Dalton Knecht. I could also see them trying to get him at 9 if they move back with the Grizzlies, excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, kind of like around Cunningham, you need shooting around LaMelo.
And if they pair up another wing with Brandon Miller in Knecht that could fill it up, Miller can do it on both sides of the floor.
Tell you what, Miller, LaMelo, and Knecht, that's a fun
good trio. It'll be fun to watch.
That's a fun what's the phrase? NBA
League Pass team.
League Pass, thank you. Yeah. It's a fun League Pass team.
I'll also say this with Charlotte. There was that buzz that they liked Tajon Salon. If they trade back from 6 to 9, Salon could probably be there at 9 too. So if that's their guy, they feel comfortable trading back. Wouldn't surprise me. We still have no official trade. We still have no official pick.
This is
a
Fisher legacy moment. If he misses here, he'll never be trusted again. To be fair, I said put him in there for rumors.
Harrison, hot seat.
He's good for rumors. Maybe we should have added him Friday after the draft ended.
Still absolutely nothing coming in yet.
Hit that subscribe button while we await for the pick to come in, whether it's Charlotte or Memphis or Portland.
Tweeted out Jake Fisher is an all-time fraud watch right now.
Oh, I guess we're liking it instead. Hit that like button. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get to 1,500 likes. We're 25 likes away. Fisher's legacy is hanging in the balance.
All right, hit that thumbs up button. Let's get to 1,600 likes here as we wait for the Hornets selection, or if they trade the pick. Now, we talked about them a little bit in depth here. They need wing depth. They need off-ball scoring alongside LaMelo Ball. And I'd also say front court depth is a need, too, behind Mark Williams, who is rumored to be getting shopped as well. We'll see if he ends up getting traded or not. But either way, they needed some help. They have 2 good building blocks.
We were humming through 5 picks, by the way.
Yeah.
This is on Jake Fisher.
They have good building blocks, though, in Charlotte.
They're staying? Oh, boy. So
that means Portland's just going to end up with Donovan Clingan.
So Fisher's legacy is just in the dirt.
Thanks, Jake.
Unbelievable.
All right. Let's talk about Tajon Salon because this is the biggest reach of the draft already. And you asked me in the pre-draft process what would be the most stunning pick. And I said, well, the buzz out there is that Charlotte likes Salon, and that would be the biggest stunner to me. He is 20th on my big board. Young prospect, 18 years of age, 6'9", 7'1" wingspan, raw player, only averaged 9.7 points last season, shot 40% from the field and 31% from three. The shot is there. Like, it doesn't look terrible. And the weird thing, and honestly it made me frustrated when I watched him shoot it, there is not a player alive that holds his follow-through on his three-point shot more than this guy. It is aggressively long.
Like the team's coming back the other way, like and he's still...
Yeah, like they're already inbounding the ball, and he's still sitting there with the shot for him. But I will
You better
say
shoot better than 31%.
He played his best basketball in his team's postseason. He played big in some big-time games. So maybe he can really be someone that takes another step. He's really raw offensively. I don't think he can create for himself, and I'm unsure of the ball handling. But the spacing of his 3-and-D potential is there. Want to know my comp for him, Harrison?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Athletic Maxi Kleber.
Okay.
So at 6 overall, probably too rich, which is why I'm at 20. But like someone that can be a defender.
Maybe he's a better Kleber. He can be in a rotation on a playoff team.
Yeah. So like that's kind of where I compare him to. He can play the dunker spot extremely well, as well. So it's an intriguing selection, that's for sure. But it's quite the reach, and I would have not made this pick. And if he goes lottery, then there's just some players that are going to slide in this draft. We thought that Ron Holland was going to fall. Maybe his teammate, Modest Buzelis, is the one who's actually going to slip a little far.
Who's the most underrated player in the draft? Let us know what you guys think. We'll get some shout-outs.
By the way, you can already put the pick in for Portland. It's not official, but it's Donovan Clingan. It's not even
bigger L in that sequence. The Hornets for taking your 20th overall player or Jake Fisher?
Sorry, what'd you say? Run that again?
Bigger L in that sequence. Hornets taking your 20th overall player or Jake Fisher?
I'll go Fish.
Okay.
But to be fair, though, like the report also was out there from Woj that teams were trying to trade up. To me, I don't know why Charlotte wouldn't have traded back. If there was multiple offers and they were getting pick 7 or pick 9, why wouldn't they just trade back from 6 to 7?
Yeah, especially like if you're scared he's not going to get to 9, okay, but if it's 7,
you think Portland was moving up for Clingan?
It's like that report that came out in the NFL draft that or it wasn't even a report, it was on that documentary that the Bears called the Falcons to move up from 9 to 8, and they're like, "No, we're going to take Penix at 8." What are the Bears going to do? Take fucking Michael Penix? They already drafted a quarterback.
I mean, it's just incompetence. I can't even say by Michael Jordan because he's no longer the owner. But either way, not the smartest move for Charlotte if they wanted Salon anyway.
Most underrated player. Someone says Terrence Shannon. Tyler Kolek. He's one of your favorites.
He could be a sleeper pick for Miami at 15. Watching on our Heat channel, he killed the workout for the Heat, and he's an experienced point guard, and I wouldn't be shocked if that's the pick for Miami.
Cody Williams in there. Bronny to the Knicks. Could you imagine? What if the Knicks picked both? Picked at 24 and 25 and just took Bronny? That would be
unbelievable.
Incredible.
Most underrated player in this draft, Sean says Topic. It might very well be Topic. I have him as my number 2 overall player.
Is there any chance he gets to 15?
There is a chance. Like, I don't believe it, and I'm not going to get my hopes up for this because I don't want to be teared down. But there's been multiple mock drafts that has had him go to Miami at 15 in the past.
Oh, man.
We'll see. He is my number 2 player overall and top guy available. I think Modest Buzelis is the second. I think Clingan ends up going here. But these are my top 4 available. And Topic, Buzelis, Connect, Clingan. Probably the next 4 after that is Jared McCain, Devin Carter, Cody Williams, Rob Dillingham. Different styles here. Carter, the guard forward from Providence that does it all. Jared McCain, sniper. Dillingham, the scorer. That's a 6th man. And the next four are actually maybe the most intriguing because this is where you bring in some other players here, where Kel'el Ware, really talented center who has motor and work ethic concerns, but the raw talent could make him one of the best centers in the NBA, a Brook Lopez, Miles Turner type. Carlton Carrington, someone we haven't talked about a lot tonight. He reminds me a lot of a taller Darius Garland. He's 6'5" with a 6'8" wingspan. The way he just gets into his jump shot is so damn good. Like, his ability to work the pick and roll, kill drop coverage, it's just really nice. It's someone who's young, true freshman at Pitt, had no clue to be a first-round pick coming into the collegiate season, but balled out for Jeff Capel and the company over in the ACC, and now he's going to likely be a top 20 pick. The Heat could take him at 15. I like Orlando at 18 for Carrington because they need some guard scoring. That's for sure.
Well, Jake Fisher says Portland is positioned to take Donovan Clingan at 7.
Shams Charania,
after Shams already reported that he was going there. Donovan Clingan to the Blazers. Kind of a dream scenario for Portland. They don't have to move. They get their guy at 7. Obviously, they added Abdia earlier, so they got a bunch of guards and wings rolling. Now they get a defensive anchor at the 5 spot.
Yeah, there's been rumors for a long time that the Blazers love Donovan Clingan, and it makes a lot of sense, right, Harrison? When you think of the roster in Portland, what do they have? They have 3 good young guards, Shane Sharp, Anfernee Simons, and Scoot Henderson. They have Jeremy Grant at the 4, and then there are 2 centers, DeAndre Ayton and Robert Williams. 2 guys who aren't winning basketball players and can't stay on the floor. So you grab Clingan, who is the best rim-protecting center in this draft, has Rudy Gobert-type potential defensively, and now you have your anchor for the next, hopefully, if the pick pans out, 8 to 12 seasons as your center. It makes a lot of sense to me. I think Portland should probably still trade Jeremy Grant. Maybe they can get a first-round pick, but we'll see.
You think they tried to trade Robert Williams, 2 years, about $25 million left on his contract?
I think they should try to trade DeAndre Ayton first.
Make Clingan your starter and Williams your backup?
Yeah, I don't like DeAndre Ayton either. So
he quietly was really good the last 25 games, but in absolute low-leverage games. So it's I don't know what that's even worth. So yeah, we'll see what happens there because now they kind of have 3
unfortunately
playable centers.
I like the 2 moves that Portland has made today. Danny Advia, bringing him into the fold, and then getting Clingan. Even if you don't move Jeremy Grant, I don't know who's your 6th man, whether it's Simons, Sharp, or Scoot Henderson, but a starting lineup potentially, Harrison, here, of 2 of those guards. Advia at the 3, Grant at the 4 if they keep him, and then Clingan at the 5. Is it a playoff team? Probably not because the West is loaded, but it's a very good building block for the future.
Yeah, no question about it. I think Clingan at 7 has been the best value pick of the night so far. And now the Spurs are on the clock for a second time at number 8.
Now, I know who they should take. And this is we're going to do draft grades at the end of the night. If they take who I think they're going to take, this is an A+.
Okay, let's hear it.
Matas Buzelis. And I'm going to continue to say it. He could be generational next to Victor Wembanyama. That is your 4. He can defend. He can handle a little bit. He's an explosive finisher. And that front court pairing defensively could be otherworldly. And if he's able to develop a jumper, which he can take his time with because Victor Wembanyama can shoot threes, you're talking about a front court that can give you buckets at all 3 levels of the court. Buzelis is very confident in his own abilities. This feels like a great opportunity for San Antonio to really fortify that front court. But if they wanted to go with my best player available overall in Nikola Jovic and grab 2 guards, I would be through the roof for them as well. To me, if they take Buzelis or Jovic, you can't go wrong.
Hit that subscribe button as the Spurs are on the clock. We got Memphis next, Jazz at 10, Bulls at 11. Round 1 is about a quarter of the way done. Round 2 will be tomorrow. We'll be live for all of it. End of the round tonight, we'll recap the entire first round. We'll get to some draft grades, and then tomorrow we will do it all over again for round 2. So that is what we got coming up here on the channel. Subscribe if you want to be here for all of it. All right. So Memphis tried to trade up, presumably, for Donovan Clingan. Be curious to see what they do at 9. Obviously,
They
Spurs
could go
gotta
big.
first.
They could trade back. I think either one is a interesting option there.
I really will like Clingan on that team.
Yeah, that's a big time need for them. They wanted to add some help alongside Jaren Jackson Jr., move him more to the 4 because he could shoot the 3 ball, former defensive player of the year. But they go, we'll see what happens here. They don't get the trade.
I shouldn't keep harping on this. Someone tweeted Fish and goes, take his credentials at NBA.
Does he have NBA credentials? I think he just kind of.
He's watching this on YouTube.
Yeah, he's
TV.
in his own world. He doesn't have credentials.
All right. Pick number 8 for the Spurs. We'll see what they do here.
We were humming through the first 4, and now
We've hit the skids here. Silver made the call. We got to slow this down.
Silver did, in fact, make the call.
If you love the NBA, type me. We'll get some shout-outs going. For you, those of you watching on the Heat Report, about 7 picks away until Miami's on the clock. So
we're going to have full in-depth analysis. Still waiting for that first super chat, which is just killing me, fellas.
By the way,
making us look bad over here.
Who said the first round was only going to take 2.5 hours?
Oh, that was me.
55 minutes in, we're only 7 picks in.
They do usually go much quicker, though, I know they have the same allotted time, but they usually fly in much quicker.
I mean, if we're going on pace, we're looking at 3.5, 4 hours. Type me.
Is that true? Is that the pace we're on?
I mean, let's say the first pick was made at 7:10. 45 minutes in for 7 picks. That's about 6.5 minutes a pick. JJ Prod's loyalty. Yvonne Thornton. Typing me. We got Tank. Tino. Gershon says, please, Graham. Please what?
I think he's asking for a shout-out.
Schneider. JJ Prods. Vincent, what are the Rockets doing with 5 guards? Well, Fred VanVleet's not going to be there forever, and I don't know if Jalen Green is.
I'm trying to think of their 5th guard.
Talking about Brooks?
Oh, he's
a wing.
He's a wing. Yeah, he's not a guard.
What, VanVleet?
VanVleet,
Jalen
Jalen Green, Amen Thompson, and then that's the 4.
Shepard, Thompson, Green, VanVleet.
Yeah.
I don't know who he's missing. Patrick Reed says me. Is that Liv's finest? Cyan says me. Leonard, Elite Tango. Let's go, San Antonio. Let's make a selection. Less than a minute to pick. We were humming until we weren't. Sean Curtis says me. Ron says me. Cyan. Who will the T-Wolves take? What do they pick it? Like
27.
27 tonight?
My prediction.
They need a bench scorer.
Terrence Shannon Jr.
I don't hate that one.
The pick is in on the broadcast, but we can give some more shout-outs before we talk about the pick.
Sleeping now?
Spam me. If you want a shout-out, spam me.
I'm sure Fisher will have us covered.
Spam me. Oh, my chromosome. Anita Anderson, Mirage, Bob, GJ, T, Apple User, Malik, Elite, Mark, Dustin, Alec, Charles, Maximus, Henry. Oh, hello now. Wait a minute.
What?
The Spurs are selecting Rob Dillingham, but he could be on the move to the Minnesota Timberwolves.
How is that going to work?
I don't know what the T-Wolves are offering the Spurs.
Maybe a first in next year's draft because that's supposed to be a great draft.
Dillingham is the pick at 8.
Who's got that?
Shams. So
my tweet deck is slow.
Wow.
Be on the move to Minnesota. Is there a player you think they would move to San Antonio? Like, do they have a backup guard that they would give the Spurs or something?
Mike, they wouldn't trade Conley.
No way.
Wow.
Timberwolves roster.
They wouldn't trade Nickeil Alexander-Walker, I don't think.
That's an interesting thought.
Yeah, I mean, Jake Fisher said it too. Is like the Spurs are in conversation with Minnesota, sources say.
Wow. That source is Shams.
I mean, yeah, but Rob Dillingham. Let's talk about Dillingham as we just got a flurry of super chats. It's kind of crazy. He is probably, maybe, the best ball handler in the draft. Like, he is so fluid with the basketball in his hand, averaged 15 points a game for Kentucky a year ago coming off the bench. The only question I have with Dillingham is that his size is scary. What do I mean by that? Like, he's 6'1" with a 6'3" wingspan and 164 pounds. That is just not conducive to playing 82 games in the NBA. And the only player that I can compare him to in terms of size, there's two. Bones Highland and Trae Young. I'm not going to say he's either of those guys, but he can't really defend at a high enough level for my liking to play meaningful minutes down the stretch. And I get San Antonio's thinking here.
Well, he's going to Minnesota. Trade's official.
Okay,
for
it's
Woj.
official. He's going to Minnesota. Then I understand this from the Timberwolves side. So we'll no longer be talking about this on the Spurs. It makes sense for Minnesota because Minnesota needed bench scoring desperately, and they needed another ball handler to help out Anthony Edwards. That wasn't Mike Conley because Conley just isn't the athletic guy to be able to do that.
I'm fascinated to see what this trade is.
Me too. But Dillingham is one of the best scorers. He can score at all three levels. He can score in bunches. He can just absolutely take over games. And that's a big-time trade right there.
I mean, 27 and a future first and a player? 27 to 8 is a jump.
Gap. That is a massive move.
It's got to be one of their picks next year because that's considered a very strong gap or draft.
So the Spurs only make potentially one move or pick in this first round. Like,
I bet they got 27.
Yeah, James says it has to be Jaden McDaniels. I just don't think there's a way they trade McDaniels for Dillingham. I don't see that being possible.
And it's not going to be Gobert.
Wait, hot take? Could it be Cat?
I would have to think they'd get more back.
Yeah, I don't
say what you want about Cat. Like, he's coming off the best year of his career.
They needed to shed salary though. They have the.
I don't hate the Alexander Walker call being a part of this.
They have the highest payroll in the NBA next year.
I don't hate that. I don't hate the Alexander Walker call being part of this.
Like, could you imagine if this was like a Karl-Anthony Towns or something like that? That'd be crazy.
I just feel like we'd know that by now.
Maybe.
Man, they must really like Dillingham if they're moving up 19 spots to get him.
Yeah. How do you feel about this trade or pick, if you will, for Minnesota? Type L for like or type D for don't. But it's official. Someone Miami wanted potentially, like Heat fans. Holy shit.
Oh my. And the Memphis Grizzlies.
They're going size.
They thought they might have Donovan Clingan. They take Zach Edey at 9.
Zach Edey is gone off the board, number 9 overall to the Memphis Grizzlies. What a horrific pick by Memphis.
I mean, you can't start him.
And I can rejoice. Heat fans are going to be in shambles that he's off the board. I can rejoice. I don't have to worry about rooting for Zach Edey on my basketball team. What a day to be alive, Harrison. And not to mention, if you're a Heat fan, by the way, quickly before we talk about this for Memphis, there have been multiple stunning picks already with Rob Dillingham, who could have been a pick at 15. A stunning pick with Deshaun Salon. Now Zach Edey. You're going to see talented players fall. Like, if you would have asked me, was Dalton Knecht going to fall out of the top 10? I didn't think there was a chance in hell that is the possibility, and he's still there at 10.
We got trade details from Woj on the Spurs T-Wolves. This feels like a steal for Minnesota. They're trading a 2031 unprotected first and a protected 2030 pick swap. That's it? To move up to 8?
I got to tweet this out. Hold on.
Well, when you're recouped over there, please react to that because that and I don't even think it includes 27.
I had to tweet out in all caps, Zach Edey is not going to be on the Heat. I can't believe my life. I know some of you are upset. This is the best news that can possibly happen. I know you got after me in the comments section over the past 3 weeks about me being negative about Edey. He is not a good fit on Miami, and I thank the heavens that I don't have to talk about it anymore. All right, but let's talk about
Look
this
at this
trade.
This, like, if I'm Minnesota, this is pretty easy, especially if they're keeping 27, which is what it looks like.
I mean, Spurs.
That's it?
Here's my thing.
No, 2031, hang on. 2030 is a pick swap. And then 2031 is an unprotected first. Like, that's it?
Here's the opposition. I like this from San Antonio.
Why?
It gives them 2 extra picks they can send.
Well, one's a swap.
But it's still a pick.
Yeah, but it's not an extra pick. Just a swap.
I mean, you can trade the rights, though. And
you can trade the better pick.
And if you believe Minnesota is going to be bad in that time period, which is very possible once Gobert and Cat are gone.
Sure, but...
Like... Interesting.
Man.
Either way, like, here's the thing. I'm surprised San Antonio didn't make another pick.
Minnesota still has 27 and 37 tonight.
But Minnesota, who needs to add players on their roster for cheap
tomorrow.
That are talented because of their high payroll, they get one of the best scoring guards in Rob Dillingham. I like this move for each, man. I do.
Maybe it's a win-win.
I think it's a win-win.
I mean, for the Spurs to not even get 27 out of this?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm just stunned by some of the players slipping. The fact that Dalton Knecht and Matas Buzelis are going to be there for the Bulls at 11, you want to talk
what
about
if Knecht got to 15?
Well, here's some things for Heat fans here as we get closer to our pick.
Jovic and Knecht are still out there.
Listen, we're at pick 10. Miami's picking 15. There are 4 players still available that I am stunned are still going to be in this range. Devin Carter, Nikola Jovic, Dalton Knecht, Matas Buzelis. Unless all 4 of those guys go 10, 11, 12, 13.
At 4 out of the next 5.
You are going to have a chance to draft a big-time slider. Like, this is good for Miami, guys. This board is falling really good, in my opinion.
Here's our Super Chat menu. We have a couple Super Chats we got to catch up on, but if you want to donate, here are the price points. All Super Chats get on screen. We're $14 away from $100. Once we get to 100, I'll take a shot. $5, crack open some beers. $10, talk about your favorite team. 20 is a shot. $100, we'll do a shotgun or we'll do a beer bong. Okay, Peter the Good Enough. What do you think the 76ers do at 16? Well, kind of like Miami, Rolly. Some decent players sliding here, so we'll see what happens.
I think the Sixers are going to go Tristan Da Silva or Jared McCain. Those are my 2 predictions.
Okay.
My 2 predictions for the Sixers. Those would be my best guess. We have picked number 10 in.
We're talking about the Sixers.
Yeah.
Wing athleticism is something you've pointed to, which who were you just talking about?
I said Tristan Da Silva and Jared McCain would be 2 good options for the Sixers if they're there. I believe Jared McCain's one of the best shooters. Da Silva is a win-now piece that can help Embiid and Tyrese Maxey from day one.
You mentioned true backup to Embiid. I wonder if they would have gone Edey if he had fallen there.
When I'm looking at true backup to Embiid, because Paul Reed really didn't play that much in the postseason, and I kind of felt like he was phased out, I think Yves Missi could be someone is really in control.
Talented player.
Yeah.
Appreciate the 20, Peter.
Also a shot.
Yeah, I do too.
Taking
All
a
right.
shot for the
One
20.
more here. Nate Moore. Cheers.
Go Blazers. Blazers got their guy, Klingon. That was the number 1 guy, I think, on their board, and they got him. We also got a 20 on Heat. I don't know if you set that up.
Shout out to that person. We'll get to that in a second.
Retro Sports, the legend himself, with the 20. We'll get there in a second.
Cody Williams to the Jazz at number 10
I actually
overall.
think I mocked this. So, bang, bang for me.
There you
or
go.
did I do Ron
Your
Holland?
11th overall player. He goes 10 here, so kind
yeah,
of in
this
that
is a
range.
high upside pick. And remember, pre-draft, we were asked a question about the Utah Jazz, and I answered what were their 2 biggest needs. Wing help and upside to help Keontae George and Lauri Markkanen. Maybe not this year, but in the future. And I mentioned Ron Holland and Cody Williams as 2 wings that could be high upside players for the Jazz. And Ron Holland was gone, so they go with Cody Williams. It makes a lot of sense. Now, Dalton Knecht would have been someone that I would have probably drafted because he would have given you shooting. But he's
the Bulls should take Knecht.
Well, and here's the crazy thing: is the Bulls are on the board with 11. Top 4 players on the board: Nikola Jovic, Matas Buzelis, Dalton Knecht, Devin Carter. Those are 4 really good players. Jared McCain's also there as well. Like, the Heat are picking 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
5 picks away.
Buzelis, Knecht, Jovic. Well, it took me off screen as I was pointing my fingers, but you get the sense. You get the sense.
We got Petey out in the bullpen, by the way. This will be the best week of his life if the Bulls draft Dalton Knecht. His Tennessee Volunteers just won the national championship in baseball. He's a Chicago Bulls fan. They've been terrible. But if he gets Tennessee's Dalton Connect, this is the week of a lifetime for Petey.
Yeah, how about this little update, too, by the way? The Kings are showing interest in Kuzma and Cam Johnson with the 13th pick. I'm going to continue to say this if I'm the Heat. I know there's some prospects sliding to Miami here, but if Kuzma's available for pick 15 and pick 15 only, make the goddamn deal.
Here are the next 4 picks: Bulls, Thunder, Kings, Wizards, who acquired that pick tonight from Portland in the Diddy Avdija trade. Here's the Heat report.
Retro, baby! Let's go! Retro Sports, my guy!
I said I would take a shot for
with
the
a
first
$20
Heat.
super chat. That's
Cheers.
a shot, and I'll get you on the Hall of Fame as well. Retro's been on there in the past. We'll get you there again. Shout out to Retro Sports for starting off the party. And we are in a really advantageous spot, Retro. As I mentioned, Matas Buzelis, Dalton Connect, Jared McCain, Devin Carter, they're all still there. Like, you can get a stud at 15. And I mentioned the 5 guys. Those guys, at least one of them will be there.
Shout out to Retro. The Golden Eagle gets us over $100 on our main chat sports stream. He says, I'm a Cavs fan hoping the Suns draft Broddy. You know, I had this thought recently. I don't even know when the Cavs are picking.
20th.
What if Dan Gilbert just hijacked that draft and took Broddy in this draft?
I don't think he would do that.
That would legitimately be one of the funniest things of all time.
Oh, another 20!
Oh, your boy, Matas Buzelis. Going to go to the Bulls.
For Chicago. That's a great pick. Golden Eagle, though, 99. I'm a Cavs fan hoping the Suns draft Bronny. Why? I know you said that, but why the Suns if he's a Cavs fan?
I don't know.
Interesting. Well, Cavs fan, if you want to know who I think is the Cavs are going to get, I think they're going to go with center depth to help because they might move Jared Allen. They might not, but either way, Tristan Thompson as your backup center, that's no bueno. I think they go center, whether it be an Yves Missi, a Kyle Filipowski, maybe Kel'el Ware still there. Who knows? But there's a lot of players sliding here that I didn't expect to, with this one being the next. Matas Buzelis, who was my 3rd overall player on my big board, goes to Chicago at pick 11. And based off his name, you might think he's foreign. Not the case, Harrison. He is from Chicago, so they get a hometown kid. This is a fantastic pick. You just take best player available. You don't look back. Buzelis is that, if you're asking me. And if I was a Bulls fan, not a lot of things are going your way lately. This is one that might change the mojo around.
Yeah, Buzelis, your top player available. Hard to argue with this pick. Value's there. Got tools to be a good player. Petey doesn't get Connect, but
he goes to OKC?
Well, no. I'm just,
you're right.
Unless the Bulls trade back in.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
But yeah, so Buzelis to Chicago, which means the Thunder are on the clock here. And shoot, do you just take Connect, who can play in a rotation right now? I mean, they're in win now mode. Why not?
Be honest. You should take. They should take Dalton Connect.
Win now player. Get him in there.
I also would think Devin Carter would be a good pick for them too.
We'll see what they do here. Picking at 12. Buzelis is a Chicago guy, by the way. So
yeah,
keeping him home. Oh man.
All right,
So
let's recap the draft here. As Zachary Risache went number 1, Alex Sarr 2, Reed Shepard 3, Castle 4, Ron Holland 5, Tajon Salon 6, Donovan Clingan 7. Probably the biggest stunner in this draft is Rob Dillingham going 8th to the Timberwolves as they traded a future first-round pick and a swap to move into that pick to draft the talented guard from Kentucky. The Spurs, who had a pick at 4 and 8, ultimately decide not to draft again in this first round unless they make a different trade. And then at 9, we didn't really touch on this one that often, but Zach Edey going to the Grizzlies, who I had as my 32nd overall prospect.
I think it's a good team fit for him. It's just top 10's early for him.
Yeah, Edey, dynamic scorer in the paint, but we'll see if he can do anything in terms of defensively outside the paint. Cody Williams at 10 here to the Jazz, high upside player, 3-and-D guy. I like this pick as he's not going to have a lot of pressure on him to go long term. And then Matas Buzelis, which is probably the best value pick in this entire draft. He is my number 1 wing and my 3rd overall prospect, and he goes 11 to the Chicago Bulls. I think that's just a steal for the Bulls. They needed some athleticism. They needed some high upside players to build post Levine potentially, post DeMar DeRozan, and they get it in Matas Buzelis, who I am very bullish on, and I think is just a home run pick for Chicago. If I had to rank, I think you might have known this in terms of like the best like grade on one specific pick, it would be Chicago number 1, A+, grabbing Buzelis at 11.
By the way, Bobby Marks makes the note that Minnesota's luxury tax bill increases from $56 to $84 million with the selection of Rob Dillingham. So, pretty aggressive move for Minnesota in that regard.
Well, I think they're going to be trading. I do think they're trading one of Cat or Gobert
this offseason.
I mean, they have to, unless they're just switching owners and they're not going to pay a lot of money. They're not paying that tax bill. Are you kidding? They got to get underneath the tax bill. I think one of them's gone.
We'll see.
Solly, appreciate the love, brother.
I think they kind of run it back one more year.
All right. Question, who is going to be the best player from the NBA draft? You know what? I'll stick with my guns here. I mean, it depends on where he lands. I'm going to go Nikola Jovic. He still hasn't gone. He's the most upside player in this draft, in my opinion. Just an absolute playmaker. 6'6", good first step.
I want to say Sarr, but he landed with the freaking Wizards.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know. I got to think about it more.
I see Ron Holland from Game Boy, Reed Shepard from Straw Hat, Buzelis from Jaden.
I don't hate the Shepard pick. He's in a good
Castle
situation.
from Stainless. Continuing to get your votes down below. But we do got to show some love to Juggalotus.
Juggalotus.
Our guy from Bears Now, $20 super chat on the Heat Report.
Dynamic duo returns. Much love. Enjoy the shot. We will, Juggalotus.
You know it, Juggy. I appreciate it. Going to take that shot for you. You're also going to get on the Heat Hall of Fame ball. You and Retro are going to get inducted probably off screen tonight because I don't have the ball in here. But
shout out to Juggalotus for chipping in.
Retro says, where to Miami? It's possible. I'm telling you, there's 12, 13, 14. There's 3 picks in between now and Miami. Devin Carter, Nikola Jovic, and Dalton Knecht are still on the board. Unless they go bang, 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 you take whatever one falls to you. And it's simple as that. It's simple as that.
Support the show. Easy ways to do that. You can hit the like button. That helps us out a lot. You can share the stream. You click the share icon, text it to a friend. You can share it to Facebook, Twitter, Snapchat, Instagram, whatever. Subscribe if you haven't. We crossed 377,000 subs earlier. Thank you so much. Let's get to 378. And, of course, keep the live chat rolling all night long. We'll get shout-outs going. We appreciate all your love and your support. All right, Thunder on the clock at 12 as we hit the skids again here.
Yeah, they're a little slow. Could they be trading out of this pick? I wouldn't be shocked. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to talk, make sure you're unmuted.
I think what keeps happening is since picks are being tipped, we are talking about the picks minutes before Silver even walks up to the stage. Because he just walked up to the stage and presented the Bulls pick.
Yeah, it's what happens
in
the NFL draft.
So now there's 5 minutes. Now we have 5 more minutes maximum until the next pick.
Yeah.
So that's probably what's happening.
It's the classic balance between the broadcast and the tipsters.
What's up, Logan's Lab? That's a real one there who brought some of the heat during the NBA Finals. Good to see you. We're getting uptick in audience on our Heat channel, by the way. 350 people
getting
watching.
Closer to 15.
We're 3 or 4 picks away. Make sure you've hit that sub button. We're going to break down the pick live here and give you the live content. We'll also be live tomorrow for the NBA Draft as the Heat hold the 43rd pick. As of now, maybe that gets dealt, maybe it doesn't. But make sure you subscribe to the channel if you have not already. I'm very excited to break down the Heat. We've mentioned it. Dalton Knecht, Nikola Jovic, and Devin Carter are still on the board. Unless they go 1, 2, 3 that you see on screen before Miami, the Heat should take whatever one of those 3 players falls to them to 15. So I would agree with that, Harrison.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like you said, unless it's 3 dominoes in a row, you're in a good. Well, there goes one of them. Unless
I haven't seen it yet.
Unless your boy's wrong.
I
it is Jake Fisher, so you might be okay.
I haven't seen it yet, so I don't want to.
You'll be in shambles.
Let's see, when is it going to come through? Which one is it? Is it Carter or Topic? Which one? Who's going to do it to me?
It's not Carter.
Oh. Topic to OKC.
If Fisher is right. That's a great
real
pick.
talk though.
It is Topic. Shams has it as well.
Real talk. That's a great pick.
Fisher tipped the pick. Holy shit.
OKC's one of their team needs on their channel that we talked about was secondary ball handling. They get it with Topic, and he is someone that I'm very high on.
You think he's a playoff rotation guy as a rookie for that team? Pretty loaded team. Maybe a year.
High end. I'll say that. You mentioned the health Sam Brown behind the scenes here. He's my number 1 guard and 2 overall, so this is great value for the Thunder. Played in Serbia, basically 6'6" with shoes. Negative wingspan, but he's as good as a playmaker as you'll find. Presti just knows how to stack talent and takes a lot of overseas guys. For him to lead the second unit when SGA comes out is terrific. Now, my question is with Topic long term, is he going to be able to develop a 3-point shot in order to play alongside SGA? That's the long-term question because he's not the best 3-point shooter. He only shot about, what's that, Sam? I wouldn't say giddy replacement. Like, he only shot 31% last year, but here's the thing that I'm high on in his ability to improve as a shooter, Harrison. Shot 87.8% from the free throw line.
Yeah.
If you're that good of a free throw shooter,
you've got good form to work with.
You probably can get the 3-point ball down, which is why I believe he can play along SGA long term. We'll see, though. Not the best athlete in terms of verticality, but is very good at first quick step, dribbling the ball. I think he's the best passer, good basketball IQ, which I'll always take on any of my teams. So I think the Thunder got an absolute steal.
So Topic goes 12, which means, who do we got on the clock here at 13?
The Kings, which
Sacramento, a lot of rumors about them maybe trading for a win-now piece like Cam Johnson or Kyle Kuzma. We'll see. All right, let's see if we can beat tonight's record of 634 comments in 1 minute. Spam go right now. Type it more than once.
Spam it.
Let's see if we can beat 634. Get the chat rate going. We get a lot of shout-outs here. Here they fly through. Logan's Lab, Maximus. We got King J, Tyler Ward, Ice Cream, Zach, Gage, Logan, Ernie, Naro, Tyler, Zach, JDM Kid. We got Jonah, Ernie, Orof. Keep spamming go. EAC. We got flying in now. Prestige, Nathan, Naro, Cole, Tyler, Bryson, Dylan. We got Brocave, Naro, Tyler, Dylan Campbell, Manny, EAC, Mason, Duncan. You got any on the Heat report you want to shout out?
Yeah, we got Alex, Yara, Anita, King Judah, Dad Dean, Oh My Chromosome, Elgin, Bryant. Keep on spamming those goes on both channels. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Let's go. Spam go. Let's beat the record. Schneider, Duncan, Jen, Tyler, Bryce, Ernie, Yellow Kid. Let's see. Duncan, Simply, Embry. Let's go. Spam go in the chat. Spam go in the chat.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to get close here.
Russell, Ty Man the Buckeye.
We know Ty Man.
You know he's bouncing around streams.
416. Let's go. We're at 416. Can we get to 650? Come on. Keep on spamming those goes. I need everyone to turn up even more right now. Let's go.
Tyler, Full Chaco, Schneider, Ty Man again, Bryson again. Darian, Straw, yep, I did that. Ice Cream, Ernie, Logan's Lab, Yellow Kid, Foot Choco.
If I'm a Heat fan, which I know there's a lot of them in here watching with me, this pick will tell us a lot with 13 in Sacramento. If they do not take one of Dalton Connect or Devin Carter, that means one of them will be on the board for us at 15, and whatever one is at the board, you sprint there and take them. And if there's both of them, then you have a decision to make, and I would guess they go Devin Carter because that's their type of guy. But, like, this board has shaken out pretty nicely for Miami. It has done quite well.
Yeah, it's a big pick coming up. Big pick
The
coming
Kings
up.
is the one we have to dodge, which I feel like they're taking Carter, personally. But
If they don't trade.
yeah.
No word yet. No word yet. Defense, and more defense. Yeah.
Like that?
Well, we talked about this during build-up before the draft started. I feel like the Kings kind of fooled themselves last year. They were the 3 seed. They played the Warriors to 7 games. They're like, this is the new look Warriors, this run and gun team. And then this year they were still good, but the West is so deep they missed the playoffs. Yeah, I mean, they're kind of like Indiana. They try to just outscore everybody, but come playoff time, you got to get stops, and they just cannot.
Yeah,
so.
and here's the thing with the Kings, right? Like, you have an offensively juggernaut of a team. You have De'Aaron Fox. You brought back Malik Monk, who many thought they weren't going to be able to do that. You have Domantas Sabonis, but you need someone to help protect your rim. Like, you just absolutely have no deterrence from your own basket. So to me, like, it wouldn't shock me if they went Kel'el Ware here, Harrison, or even if they went stunning and went Yves Missi to grab someone that can literally play alongside Sabonis and help protect the rim.
You know, it would be funny if they took Dalton Connect, just to add more offense.
Like, they just go full
We're going to score 140 a game.
They go full offense. It wouldn't shock me. But I do like what they have offensively. They'll just need to really shore up that defense, man. And there's some players available that can fit that mold. We'll see what they end up doing, though.
Yeah, still waiting
Pick's
here.
not in.
Oh, it is in. You called it.
It's Carter.
Devin Carter. So who's the last guy? Connect. Who's on the clock? Washington. I could see them taking him.
I could see them taking him as well. Damn. That one hurts, Heat fans. That one hurts. The Kings sniped Devin Carter with the 13th pick.
Well, let's talk about him.
So, you know, real quickly for Miami, that report of the Heat wanting to move up to get a guy, that was just bullshit. Because if they had a guy that they wanted, and a lot of people thought it might have been Devin Carter, they would have moved up to 13 to grab him, or above that. But with Devin Carter, who's now a Sacramento King, the Kings have had significant trade parks, but focus on, all right, so they're going to keep the pick, it seems like. But either way, Carter, he is one of the best role players that is in this draft. He's just really athletic, 6'2", 6'8" wingspan. He can defend. He can attack the rim. He shot 37% from 3 last year. He just is a dog, and he's got a great mentality. And that's the part I love about him the most. And when I think about what the Kings are getting here, they're getting someone that can start alongside De'Aaron Fox, but also be the 6th or 7th man off the bench. I'll be intrigued to see what Sacramento does with the rest of their offseason, Harrison, because their starting lineup last year, Fox, Kevin Herter, Keegan Murray, Sabonis, and Harrison Barnes. Do they move Carter into that starting lineup? Do they leave Monk into that starting lineup? Or are they just going to have a really good bench with Carter and Monk headlining?
Well, and you know who really hasn't panned out for them is Davion Mitchell.
Yeah,
they had much higher hopes for him, and he's kind of just been a back into the rotation type of guy. So Carter, for sure, an upgrade over him offensively coming off that bench. Maybe like long term, he's a super 6th man.
Yeah,
we'll see.
That's potential. Like I think he has to work on his playmaking and decision making, but he's a fantastic athlete. He's a gamer. He'll compete to his last breath, and I think it's just a good pick. I would have said this is a good pick for anybody who made that selection.
So your best available as Washington is on the clock before the Heat are up on the clock at 15.
Okay. The Wizards are on the clock here. Honestly, they could go in so many different ways here, Harrison. They already took Alex Sarr. They need guard help. They need wing help. They need everything help. I don't think they go big man, so I would probably look at one of the guards. Maybe they go wing. They just lost a wing in Denny Advia. Do they go with an experienced wing in Tristan da Silva? Maybe. I don't know. I'm very curious to see what happens here. If they go Dalton Connect, then as we talked about for the Heat here, that the board has shaken out nicely for Miami. Well, if Dalton Connect goes off the board, we're actually in the same spot we thought we were going to be in regardless. Like, it kind of went chalk, actually, after everything that happened. Like, Dalton Connect gone, Jared McCain should still be the pick, at least in my opinion. So we'll see what ends up happening here with 14, but I'll stand firm on this. If Connect is not the pick, and he is on the board for Miami at 15, you have to take him. You trade Duncan Robinson. You save $18 million in cap space. Well, it'd be 14 because that's what the cap hit's going to be for the 15th overall pick. Connect can just be your exact Duncan Robinson replacement. And you save $14 million on the cap, which guess what? Could keep you Caleb Martin if you trade away Duncan Robinson. So I'm definitely intrigued with the potential of getting Connect. We'll see if he's going to even be there. If he's not, though, I would go Jared McCain if I was Miami.
Got a super chat from Poppy Chulo Sits. Bulls need to tear it down a full rebuild. It seems like they might finally be doing that, Rolly. I mean, obviously, they still have Zach LaVine under contract, but the reports from Mark Stein and Chris Haynes that contract talks with DeMar DeRozan have cooled down, so it seems like they might finally be letting him go. Obviously, they're on the hook for Alonzo for one more year. We'll see if he ever is able to play again. Hopefully he is, but I don't think he's in their long-term plans at this point with his injury issue. But, yeah, I think this is the beginning of that. I think trading Caruso for 21-year-old, why am I blanking on his name, from the Thunder was kind of the – Josh Giddey was the start of that. And I think taking – like, if they would have gone Connect instead of Bazelis, like I think Bazelis was actually the right pick. That's a youth movement selection.
He's much. Brazil,
he's 4 years younger.
I'm probably the second biggest Connect fan in this office, and the only reason why I'm not number one is because we have a Tennessee alum. But I was a big fan of him. But Buzelis is simply the better player all around. Wow. Wizards pick is in.
He's gonna be there, Rolly.
The Wizards pick is in. It's Bub Carrington, the guard from Pitt. I am a big fan of his game, and it does not stun me that he ends up going in the lottery.
Carlton Bub Carrington.
Which means the Heat are on the clock with Dalton Connect on the board.
Turn Twitter off, Rolly.
I'm going to fire off a tweet, and then I'm putting the phone down.
Oh, man. Dalton Connect is there for Nic Rohloff. Carlton Carrington, you look at Rolly's profile here. Solid ball handler and playmaker. Scoring off the dribble there. Think you could be an above average defender. What'd you call him earlier? A bigger Darius Garland?
Yeah, he's just really shifty the way he gets to his mid-range shot. And the way he runs the pick and roll as a ball handler is very, very good. Like, he gets his players on the back, and then he has very long arms. You see the height, but in shoes, he plays at about 6'5", with a 6'8" wingspan. And for a true one, which he is, he can just elevate over the top of you. I've compared him in a way to Devin Booker, not in the way that he can score. Not the case. But when you watch Devin Booker film of the way he gets to the mid-range and elevates over defenders to shoot it, it's very similar to Carlton Carrington. And Carrington has that perfect little float dribble that I mentioned with Nikola Jovic, where he sets you up for a different move, and I think it's just really effective. He's one of the better scorers off the dribble, and I think this is a good pick for a team like Washington that just needs a lot of talent. Carrington's that. I think he's going to be able to start at the 1 next to Jordan Poole right away, unless they bring in Tyus Jones back, which might not be the case, so I'm fascinated.
Look who it is, Rolly.
Oh,
Steven Rosinski.
$50 super chat. Shout out to you, Rosinski.
A Bears Now legend. He said Harrison and Rolly together again.
We'll have to do, we can do a beer chug after.
We can.
It'll be in a while because we're going to have to react to this Heat pick. And
after things settle down, once the Heat pick, we'll bombs away, Steven.
So what am I doing this? Am I closing my eyes? All right, I'm closing my computer. So what we're doing here,
just don't put it up in preview until you're 100% ready.
Okay.
From a producer standpoint.
And what we're doing here at the Heat Report, we're getting a raw reaction from the pick for Miami at 15. They're on the clock, and when the pick is in, I'm going to close my eyes, and we're going to show me live, and we're going to get a full reaction. Some things the Heat need functional size, and they need backcourt shot creation, but with Dalton Knecht sliding to 15, which I didn't expect that to be the case for Miami, I think they have to take him. Was my 7th overall player, I believe, in this class. I want to double check that, but I believe
you've got him at 7.
Well, that was 3 wing. That's
7 overall.
Yeah, 7 overall. My 3rd wing, and I just think that would be such a good pick for Miami, and a team that could move off Duncan Robinson, bring in Knecht to play the Duncan Robinson role.
I feel like he can handle the ball. He can handle the ball a little too. Like
Knecht's also a better, just flat-out scorer than Duncan.
Yeah,
he's better in the mid-range. He's better at finishing.
Duncan's a catch-and-shoot guy, occasional slasher. That's about
Knecht
it.
needs to work on his defense, yes, but like Duncan Robinson's a horrific defender. Like, let's not act like he's good. So I would just love Knecht. He's got good size, like Duncan as a shooter at 6'5" with a good wingspan. Got a good vertical too. I think he's sneaky. Like, came in with a 40-inch vertical. Like, Knecht's an athlete, man. I think to me, the Heat have to go Dalton Knecht. I would be very happy with Isaiah Collier. I'd be very happy with Jared McCain. I'd be okay with Kel'el Ware. If the Heat go with, okay, here, let me ask. Who should the Heat draft? There's 5 players here I'd be okay with. Dalton Knecht is my number 1. Jared McCain's my number 2. Kel'el Ware's my 3. Tristan Da Silva's my 4. Isaiah Collier is my 5. If it's anybody else other than those 5 guys, probably going to be upset.
Filipowski, you'd be upset.
You know, ironically enough, at the beginning of the pre-draft process, Filipowski was my number 1 guy for Miami, but then he just slid down boards, and I don't think he's going to be that good of a defender, so I don't think I want him. Hey, Jack, can you do me a favor? Because I'm just going to naturally see it. If we want a raw reaction, take down TweetDeck for this pick. Because I can't look. If that's there, I can't look anywhere.
I've got it over here, so you don't need it up there.
I was going to say, because like I can't look anywhere if that's there. Because I can't look down in the chat because I'm sure someone's going to comment it. But yeah, Vikings Dante Culpepper had so much aura.
Take a day off, NFL Twitter.
Yeah, I'm not looking down because they might spoil it. You got to give shout-outs, Harrison.
A lot of Bronnies in the chat.
Nope, not going to happen.
Let's see.
You have the Heat chat pulled up?
I'll pull it up on my phone.
I was going to say, I can look. I see Da Silva. I look now. I see Kel'el Ware a lot. So a lot of Kel'el Ware and a lot of Tristan Da Silva.
All right, the Heat chat is saying Da Silva, Filipowski, Kel'el Ware. Let's see who else you guys got. Zach Edey is gone. He's not available.
Thank goodness.
Knecht.
By the way, I see 500 people watching on the Heat Report. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel. We're going to be live tomorrow for the draft as well. We put out daily content on the Miami Heat. We're going to do a full in-depth breakdown of whoever the Heat pick after the selection is official. So make sure you hit that sub button. If you're not one of the 500 people watching and you aren't subscribed, you're missing out. We go live for almost every game as well during the regular season. So hit that sub button.
I'm seeing more Bronnies. Reem says Wimby. That doesn't make sense. No Filipowski from 2Y2K. Ware from Clervius. Jared McCain from Robert Smith. Let us know who you guys want the Heat to take. Rolly's going to react raw.
Is it in yet?
One source has it in, but it's Fisher, so let's wait.
I don't like that.
It's Fisher.
I don't like that.
We'll wait for a second source here.
You know what? If Jake Fisher's reporting it, my new prediction is Kel'el Ware.
Okay.
If Jake Fisher's reporting it, I don't know why it feels like
Luis says trade the pick.
Who says trade the pick?
Luis.
Oh. Yeah, I saw a lot of people say they want to trade down.
Osvaldo says, I only trust Woj. Well, it's actually been a Shams night.
Yeah, I think ESPN locked them up in their basement.
He lets them make one pick every 10.
I also sneaky think it's going to be Tyler Kolek if we go shocker.
Oh, man. Miami says Dalton.
I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be upset that if we didn't take Dalton Knecht. I lied and said I would be okay with the other 4 guys, but if I'm just going to be real here, Dalton Knecht was one of my favorite players. Ironically enough, I drunkenly bought a Dalton Connect Tennessee jersey because I love him so much.
Will you rock that on stream next year?
Absolutely, yeah. I love Dalton Connect, and I would love him in Miami. I never thought it would ever be a chance that he would be there. So the fact that he is makes me want to take him really bad.
Skylar says Woj is just a mouthpiece. Reaction.
Correct. He is a Joe Cronin mouthpiece from Portland. What he did last year during the summer of Damian Lillard was disgusting work. Is it in?
Oh, Fisher missed again. Fisher missed again. Oh, the pick is in.
Are you guys going full screen for me?
Yeah, it'll just be you. Rolly is going to react once the producers are ready.
You guys gave me a wild reaction.
Fisher is wrong again.
So,
Can I tell you who he was wrong about?
No,
okay,
no.
I'll tell you after. No, let's just go.
I can't wait to find out who Fisher said originally.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, okay. Kel'el Ware, the Heat go size. I'm stunned. Like, I would have went connect, I would have went guard, but this tells you that they really address that center position and they want it. They need Bam to move to the 4. They need more functional size. Heat fans are going to be very excited about that. I'm looking in the chat right now. Everybody's saying, woohoo, finally, good pick, size. Kel'el Ware was on my board. I think he was my 3rd or 4th guy on my Heat big board. It's a good pick. Now, am I devastated it wasn't Dalton Connect? Yes. But Kel'el Ware is someone that can bring a lot of good things to Miami. Size, versatility, rim protection. And we always talked about it. If the work ethic and motor checked out for Kel'el Ware, Miami was going to take him. They did. I like the pick.
All right. Can I tell you Jake Fisher? He had Jared McCain.
Fucker.
And that
was my number 1 guy.
No, number 2. Connect.
Well, originally, going into the draft, Jared McCain
he
was
said
my
Jared,
number 1
and then
guy.
he quote tweeted it and goes, "It's fucking Ware. I'm so sorry, y'all."
Yeah,
you better be sorry, Jake.
All right, grade the pick, A, B, C, D, or F. I got to tweet out that.
Once Rolly's ready, I'm going to hop off, and he's going to break this down.
Yeah, I just got to tweet out that Kel'el Ware was the pick.
Oh, man. I quote tweeted Fisher's apology with, "This is a bloodbath."
This is the worst performance I think I've ever seen.
He tipped 1 pick. Which pick did he get before anyone else?
He actually did.
It was a few picks ago. Let me see. It was.
I think it might have been a
It was Carrington.
Pick. Oh, it was Carrington?
Yeah, he got Carrington. And Carter, actually. He had no, Shams beat him to that one. God, Jake Fisher. What a joke.
All right, I'm going to look in the Heat chat in just a second here. I'm firing off this tweet. Kel'el Ware with the 15th pick. Someone we covered in depth, man. I see A+. I see A+, A, B. Tell you what, if you couldn't tell, Heat fans really wanted to add size to this roster.
They wanted it big.
A+ again. A- from 2 Days Info. Anthony says A from AE.
Dude, before you break this down, Solo, can him and Bam play together?
Yes.
Limited minutes?
Year 1, probably not. But listen,
Where's a 42% three-point guy?
He shot 42% from 3 on 1.5 attempts last year.
All right.
So it's possible. My comp for him, Brook Lopez and Miles Turner.
All right, real quick, Rolly's going to break this down extensively. Sixers are on the clock. This will be a Heat-centric 8 to 10 minutes. We'll have the picks on the lower thirds, bottom of the screen if they come in. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Rolly, take it away in just a moment with Kel'el Ware going to Miami.
You want to change the background potentially, or are we just going to leave it?
I don't think so.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
All right. Rolly's going to take it away here.
The Heat kept their 15th overall pick and went with the center out of Indiana, Kel'el Ware. We're going to talk about who was available for Miami to select and why they went with Ware. But initial thoughts and reaction to this pick. Heat fans, you wanted to add size to this roster. You wanted to move Bam Adebayo to the power forward position and get a center to play alongside him. Many of you wanted Zach Edey. I never bought into that fit. Kel'el Ware is someone I do believe can fit with the Miami Heat because of his length, his mobility, his three-point shooting upside, and overall, we'll talk about who is on the board in a second, and a little upsetting that they didn't go that direction, but I do understand the pick of Kel'el Ware. Before we do go in depth, though, I need your initial reaction. Grade the pick of Kel'el Ware for the Miami Heat. A, B, C, D, or F. Sound off in the comment section on what your thoughts are on the Heat drafting the 7-footer from Indiana. Now, let's give some background information on Kel'el Ware because he's 20 years old. He actually started his career at Oregon before he transferred after one season to Indiana. He's 6'11", basically 7 feet with shoes on, with a good wingspan as well, which Heat fans are going to know. I'm a big fan of wingspan, and I want my players to have a plus wingspan. What is it? 7'4.5". So a plus 4.5 wingspan is absolutely terrific. And you see my rankings for him overall. He was my 3rd overall center and 14th on my big board. So the Heat technically get value here as they use the 15th overall pick on him. And looking more in depth on Ware, he's got terrific versatility for his size. He can play on the perimeter. He can anchor your defense. And his athleticism is someone that the Heat absolutely need. He's a great athlete who just has unbelievable leaping abilities. Like, from day one, he is going to be an above-average lob threat and shot blocker for the Miami Heat. He can run the pick and roll exceptionally well. Now, I don't want to go into the negatives, but the concerns with him is that, one, he didn't play well against good competition in college. When he matched up against Zach Edey, Donovan Clingan, the Kansas Jayhawks, the Auburn Tigers, 4 really good teams and 2 good centers, he struggled. He didn't really perform that well. And we mentioned the work ethic and motor as well. He took some plays off at Oregon, and that was one of his biggest concerns. But if you remember, we actually did an entire scouting profile on Kel'el Ware a month ago, where we dedicated a full 10, 12-minute video breaking down him as a prospect and why he could be a target for the Miami Heat. And what did I say at the end of that video? You can go back and pull up the film. I said if Pat Riley does his due diligence, he does his homework, him and Eric Spoelstra check off on the work ethic, check off on the motor. This is someone I'm absolutely comfortable taking due to the Heat's need for size and a floor spacing center that can play alongside Bam Adebayo. And that's kind of where I want to go with this and why I think he is a good fit with Miami. You guys wanted Zach Edey. I never saw him as a fit because he could never play outside the paint. If he was on your team and when he was on the court, you would have to play in drop coverage or play a zone the entire time. That simply is not possible in today's NBA, and it's why I never view Zach Edey as someone who's going to be a massive rotation player for a contending team. Kel'el Ware is someone that can give you that. He can step out to the perimeter and use his lateral quickness, long arms, and athleticism to contest wings, contest guards on their shots from the perimeter, but also recover and just reject shots inside the paint and be a defensive anchor. I am a fan of this pick. We're going to have more conversation on his comparison, how he will fit with Miami, and why I do think there was a better pick to go here in just a second. But make sure you are subscribed to the channel. We're breaking down this pick in depth with analysis. We're going to have another video at the end of the night giving my official grade for this pick, as well as some second-round targets. And we will be back live tomorrow for the second round of the draft, as the Heat do currently hold the 43rd overall pick in the second round. Hit that sub button. As we get back into Ware, though, we haven't really talked about what he did production-wise for Indiana in his second collegiate season. He played 32 minutes a game for them, so he was able to play a lot of minutes. He averaged 16 points per game, 10 rebounds, 2 blocks, and had a 58.6 field goal percentage and 42.5% from 3. And before you run to the podium and be like, holy crap, 42% from 3, like this guy's unbelievable, it was only on 1.5 3-point attempts. So the volume is not that high, but the potential of him being someone that spaces the floor as a 3-and-D center is absolutely there. And when you watch his shot form, it's a form that you can get behind and trust that the Heat's developmental staff can get into. We know that the Heat have one of the best staffs in the entire NBA in terms of developing shooting. Tyler Herro, Duncan Robinson, Caleb Martin, Haywood Highsmith. Like, I trust this system to get Kel'el Ware up to a consistent 36, 37% three-point shooter, which is why I do like this pick for Miami, because if he's able to do that, then you can move Bam to the 4, and you can play Kel'el Ware at the 5. If I had to predict what happens year 1, I think Ware is probably your backup center, which was a need for Miami with Thomas Bryant sticking up the joint and Kevin Love getting up there in age. But year 2, year 3, Ware and Bam could be your front court of the future, which also begs the question, where do the Heat view Nikola Jovic long-term? Because if they view Ware and Bam as your front court of the future, is Jovic going to be a 3? Or are you dealing him to try to get a win-now piece for Jimmy Butler and Bam right now? That's intriguing. Before we close out today's show, wanted to give some love to the Ringer's Kevin O'Connor, who had a little excerpt on Kel'el Ware. A dunk contest-worthy athlete with phenomenal size and length. He's an eager shot blocker with excellent timing, and he has good mobility and makes quick second leaps. He hops into his shot and cleanly transitions into his high unblockable release. His percentages need to catch up, but his touch is a positive indicator. Kind of just goes to the point I made about him having a lot of upside to be a 3-and-D center for the Miami Heat, which we talk about it all the time. Their team needs. They need functional size and backcourt shot creation. Well, functional size, check it off. I'm not shocked they go Ware here. And with that 43rd pick, they're likely going to go with a wing piece, like a Harrison Ingram. Maybe they even go Jamal Shed, a Jalen Bridges from Baylor. We'll talk more in depth about that later tonight and tomorrow morning before the second round, but I do expect them to go guard or wing with pick 43. But let me know, who should Miami draft in round 2? Drop a prospect's name for me down below. And I already gave you 3. I'll give you more later tonight. And before we get out of here, make sure you do subscribe to the channel because we're going to have another video tonight. We're also going to have more content tomorrow live. One last thing before we actually do get out of here. And we'll talk about this when I give my draft grade tomorrow or tonight too. I'm a little bummed that they didn't go Dalton Connect. He was my 7th overall player on my board. I thought he could be a good, cheap Duncan Robinson replacement where you deal Duncan away, you get Connect for $4 million because that's what the 15th pick is going to make, and you save $14 million and you get an equal shooter with a lot of upside. They end up going with the big. I also would have liked Jared McCain. I understand the pros and cons of McCain and compared to Ware, but the Heat ultimately needed to add size alongside Bam and behind Bam, and they gave that the priority. So they go Kel'el Ware, the center out of Indiana. See you with a video later on tonight. Go Heat.
So Jared McCain, Rolly, was the pick to Philadelphia, which, gotta be honest, I love that pick for the Sixers. At 16. And I got to tell you, this Fisher apology tweet might be on the Mount Rushmore.
It's fucking.
I mean, he hasn't tweeted since.
It's fucking Ware. I'm so sorry, y'all. Honestly, hanging in the love, or how do you say it, Lover?
It is incredible. I turned noties on because I can't wait for him to tweet again. So Jared McCain, let's talk about this one, Rolly. This is who Fisher initially had.
An absolute steal for Philly. Like, I would have been ecstatic with this pick if it was Miami. This is the great pick for the Sixers, which sucks that they're a smart franchise and they make a good pick. But he's really good, man. And he could just shoot the ball, he could shoot the piss out of it. And he is someone who is going to play very nicely alongside Tyrese Maxey. Unclear if he's going to be their starting 2. Maybe he comes off the bench. We'll have to see what they do with the rest of their offseason. But I think Jared McCain is someone that is going to be an impact player right away, and I really like him. I really do. By the way,
I mean, they traded for Buddy Hield. That didn't really end up being a great fit. So maybe McCain just gives them more in that type of a role as a guy who can come off the bench and score. So we'll see.
Yeah, you go ahead.
All right, cycling back through the picks so far.
By the way, hold on. Quick Bing job. I had Jared McCain at 16 in my mock draft. Take that.
There you go. Zachary Risachet kicked things off. Kind of an interesting one. We'll see how that pays off as the Hawks took him number 1 overall. Alex Sard to the Wizards at number 2. That's who I would have taken at 1, but he falls to Washington at number 2. Reed Shepherd out of Kentucky. He goes to the Rockets at number 3. Really good shooter, 52% from 3. good athlete as well, despite being a little bit undersized. So I like that pick for Houston. Stephon Castle, national champion. He goes to the Spurs at number 4. Gives them some guard play next to Victor Wembanyama. Ron Holland was kind of the first big surprise of the night as he went number 5 to Detroit. Didn't have a great year for the G League Ignite, but huge potential as he's a former 5-star. Tajon Salon went to the Charlotte Hornets at number 6. There was reports that they might trade down, but they stay at 6 and take Salon. Donovan Clingan, the big out of UConn, goes to Portland. That's who they wanted all along. They stay put and get him. Get a nice rim protector there. Rob Dillingham in a big trade from Minnesota. They get this player. The Spurs were picking at 8. Get a bench score. Oh, man. Connect to the Lakers.
How about this, Petey? Oh,
Petey
wow.
He gets to break that one down.
By the way, that's a terrific pick.
That is fantastic. We'll get to that in a second. Zach Edey to the Grizzlies at 9. Bit rich for me, but I think a decent fit. Cody Williams goes 10 to Utah. Matas Buzelis to the Bulls at number 11. Nikola Jovic to the Thunder at 12. One of Rolly's favorites in this class.
Yeah, I love Topic.
Devin Carter goes to the Kings at 13. Carlton Carrington goes by Bob. Goes to the Wizards at 14. Khalil Ware, Rolly just broke that one down at 15 to Miami. Sixers take Jared McCain at 16. And let's talk Dalton Connect, Rolly, one of your personal favorites in this draft. He goes to the Lakers at number 17.
Yeah, my 7th overall player, my 3rd wing, just an absolute flamethrower. 6'5", good wingspan as well. I believe it's 6'9". Let me double check that.
Yeah, 6'9".
6'9", yeah.
39-inch vert.
He averaged 22 points per game last year for the Volunteers. I am shocked that he fell this far. The only possible reason on why I think that he could fall this far is teams are just concerned about his defense.
And age, right?
Yeah,
it's got to be part of it.
I don't know. I don't buy into the age thing anymore, especially in a class like this that already doesn't have a lot of upside. Why would you care about age?
I've never cared about it. You just know these teams do to a certain extent.
Yeah.
Now, if you're a team like the Lakers, you're like, we're trying to win now, so it's great for them.
No, this is a great pick for them. We labeled as the Lakers as team needs. They need perimeter shooting and size alongside Bam. Well, they checked, or Bam, again, alongside Anthony Davis. Well, they checked off perimeter shooting with a big time exclamation mark. Like, the best part about him is, like, even though we classified him as a shooter, Harrison, he is just an all-around scorer. He does it in the mid-range. He does it at the rim, and he is great at leveraging his three-point shooting into attacking the rim. And he uses that 6'9" wingspan and 39-inch vertical to just finish on top of you. Like, he can just throw it down. Like, he just flat out can. Like, the stereotypes are there, but, like, they're wrong. Because, like, he is that good of a finisher.
I like that Tennessee basically built their offense through this guy and was like, hey, just shoot a ton. And he did it. Other teams knew it, and he still scored efficiently. 46% for the field, 40 from 3. I mean, when you score 22 a game in college, like, that's like being a 30-point scorer in the NBA. Like, you just don't see it that often. So, I mean, if you're the Lakers, if you're serious about trying to get into the championship mix this year, keeping LeBron, all that stuff, you got to find a guy that you think can play right now. And I think Connect can come off their bench and give them minutes.
Oh, I mean, Dalton Connect was the most win-now player on the board. Like, I said Tristan da Silva was that type of guy, but with Connect falling, if you asked Rob Pelinka and the Lakers brass if Dalton Connect was going to be there at 17, they would have laughed in your face and said there's no way. I actually would love to know. And if I could do anything in the world right now, I would want all 30 GMs in a room, and I would ask them why Dalton Connect fell as far as he did. That would be the one thing I'd want in this world, because I don't see a world where he doesn't pan out as a average rotation player that can shoot the piss out of the ball.
I mean, I think he could be better than Risa Shea.
I don't hate that take.
Can I ask, not as good of defenders, but how expensive
Different, because Reeves plays a lot with the ball in his hands. I don't think Connect projects as a lead ball handler.
We have an update.
Oh, boy.
Jake Fisher. Let's try this again. He says Tristan da Silva to Orlando. If he misses here, it might be over for Jake.
I also don't think that's a good pick for the Magic. They need guard scoring.
Oh.
Why are they grabbing another wing? They have 2 wings in Paolo and Franz. Yeah.
It is da Silva. Jake lives to see another day.
Listen, it's a good player. I just don't understand the fit. They needed a guard.
We're 100 subscribers away from picking up 1,000 during this stream. We would greatly appreciate if we could get there. Just round up to 377,300. If we get to 377,300 subs, that would be 1,000 new subs on the night. That would be awesome. If you're enjoying our NBA draft coverage, pick analysis, trades that happen in real time, we cover it all. We'll be back for round 2 tomorrow. We'll have draft grades later tonight as well. So be sure to join us and don't go anywhere. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already.
Yeah, and underrated part 2 before we get to da Silva. One last note on Connect. New head coach, JJ Redick. Think you know how he's gonna? You think he knows how to utilize a good shooter?
I think he'll be able to get him off some screens.
I'm not gonna lie.
Free him up.
Harrison, this might be a hot take and it might be a dumb take, but I would put in a ticket for Dalton Connect.
Oh man,
there's a legit chance with LeBron, Anthony Davis getting doubled, that Connect averages 14, 15 a game in a weak rookie class that I don't think anyone's going to come out and have an unbelievable season where they average 20 points a game and just takes over the league. A role-playing shooter like Connect in a offense that's going to be tailored towards him, I would not be shocked if he averages 12, 13 plus and is in the running for
Who has the best chance to be a 20-point scorer as a rookie? I mean, I don't think Reed Shepard's averaging 20.
No, he's not averaging 20.
I mean,
Reece Sachay's not.
I don't think McCain's averaging 20.
Alex Sarr's not. He's just not. He's not that type of offensive
The
guy.
only reason Sarr could is because he might get 20 shots a game. Like,
Klingon's not. McCain's not. Carter's not. Cody Williams not. Ron Holland's not. Dillingham's not.
Like, Dillingham's not going to play enough. That's the
I'm being
problem.
dead serious. I think it's Dalton Connect. Like, he's not going to average 20, but he can average 12 a game, without a doubt.
So Tristan da Silva, a player you really like a lot here, goes to Orlando. You don't love the fit, though. Why?
Yeah, I really like him a lot, and you mentioned that. He does everything right. 6'8", 6'10", can defend, can shoot, can play make. Really good shooter off the catch, too. The only thing that I have an issue with is, like, I don't understand what Orlando's going for here. Like, they have 2 wings. Paolo plays the 4. Franz Wagner plays the 3. They have 2 guards in Jalen Suggs and spacing on the other one. They have Markelle Fultz. Cole Anthony,
Markelle Fultz.
I feel like there's another guard I'm missing off the head.
I'll pull up the roster.
Yeah. But I just think they needed more backcourt scoring, and I thought that became abundantly clear in the postseason. And da Silva, at best,
Anthony Black, Suggs, Fultz, Anthony, Gary Harris is a free agent.
Yeah.
That's kind of it.
Maybe I had all of them, and I thought I was missing someone. Like, da Silva, like, he's just going to be a good role player, like 7th, 8th man off the bench, which is fine. Like, it's going to work out. Like, there's no way da Silva's a bad NBA player, in my opinion. I just would have rather have had them swing big on, like, an Isaiah Collier or some of the other top guards out there, like a Jacoby Walter, maybe. We'll see. Just think there was better players out there for him.
The Raptors are on the clock at 19. Who do they go here?
Here are the top 8 available according to yours truly. Where they should go is probably Yves Missi, to be honest. Like, they need center depth. You have Jakob Poeltl, but they don't really have a center behind him. Also, I think Keyshawn George, the wing from Miami, who's my 8th guy best available, 25th overall, he's been mocked to them a lot, and I think he's a high upside guy who really shoots the ball well. That's like a developmental player alongside Grady Dick and Scotty Barnes. But I'd go center or wing. That's how I kind of feel.
Got Tyler Kolek available still as you get to that next tier of player.
Also, we did get a $5 super chat on Heat, by the way.
We'll get that on screen in a moment.
And we probably have to recircle back to our guy, Rzinski's 50 bomb.
Yeah, let's I need another happy dad for...
Yeah, I also will need one, too. You lost the Heat one? All right, hold on. I'll give a shout out. I got here. It was Retro Sports. If you're still watching, you're a legend. You're a stud. $5 super chat. LFG. Kalel Ware is 305 bound. Yeah, I know a lot of Heat fans really want Kalel Ware, man. So Heat fans are rejoicing today. I'm still upset they didn't go with Dalton Connect. I just am. But it was a good pick. It's a good pick. I'm not going to deny
Connect falling to the Lakers is so typical.
I also want to refall back to my Heat big board to be exact. I think it went McCain 1. I'm forgetting who I put 2. But I think Kalel Ware was 3. So it's not someone I didn't want.
You had De Silva 4.
I had De Silva 4 and I had Ron Helen.
You had Devin
5.
Carter 2.
No, it was Devin Carter 2. It was Devin Carter 2.
Yeah.
So it was McCain 1, Devin Carter 2, Kalel Ware 3, Tristan De Silva 4, 5 was Ron Helen.
That was after what, like the first 12 picks?
That was on
that?
Saturday. Yeah, I put that out Saturday.
Gotcha. Steven Rosinski, we're gonna revisit this one.
Yeah, we're getting some drinks here loaded up in a second.
We'll rock and roll here as Toronto is on the clock. Fisher's noties are turned on. Appreciate that.
Oh, can you get one for me too, Sam? Thank you.
Cleveland on deck. Pelicans after that. You kind of start to get to the range of some playoff teams, Rolly.
Yeah.
Some higher level playoff teams, I should say.
I'm gonna. If you could take the lead here, I'm gonna.
Oh, you're good.
I gotta throw this. Video
Here's our super chat menu. Since we got a 50, we'll kind of do like a mini race here, like a good chug here for Rosinski. But all super chats get on the screen. $5. We'll beers cheers you. $10. Talk about your favorite team. $20 for taking shots, and then $100 we'll do a beer bong or a shotgun of beer. So get that going for you. Hit a bit of a lull here once again. If you want to like the video, how many likes we got? 16, 19? We get to 2,000 by the end of the night. Still got 1,500 plus watching. I'm guessing at least 300 of y'all have not liked the video. Hit that like button. If we get to 2,000 likes, I'll take another shot before the night is over. Still got 12 more picks on the night. So a lot of draft left to go as we are about 2 hours in. All right. Raptors pick is in. We don't know who it is yet.
Ooh. I like that pick.
As now we do. It is Jacoby Walter.
This is someone that I'm a little high on. I think higher than others, to be honest.
Where did you have him on your board?
I think I had him 18th or 19th, so I might have had him
Walter
at his range.
19. Yep.
I like his upside, man. He's got good size to him. He was a true freshman at Baylor this past year, 6'4.5". He's got good wingspan too. I believe he's got like 6'9", 6'10", so even better than expected. Like, he is someone that can D you up and he can shoot it out. And that's the thing with him, is that even though he's classified as a pure shooter, he didn't shoot it efficiently.
No. 37.5 from the
yeah.
field, 34 from 3.
Now, I will say, this is an intriguing note, 57.4% of his shots were from 3. So he absolutely let it fly from beyond the arc. And when you shoot that many three-pointers out of your shot profile, you're just simply not going to be efficient. But as I mentioned, 6'4", 6'10" wingspan, a plus 6 wingspan is always welcome in the school of Nic Rohloff, who I just am a sucker for wingspan. He has the upside to be one of the best 3 and D2 guards in the league. I've seen a lot of people comp him to Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. I like that comp. I have comped him to Grayson Allen, who also shares a very similar size profile.
Okay.
And that's kind of how I see Walter's role in the NBA as well. Like that off-ball, if he's on the court, he's a 3rd or 4th option offensively, to where if you pass it out to him, you trust him to knock down a 3, but you also trust him to make a move if he gets ran off the three-point line and make a good decision, whether it be pulling up for a jumper, going into the rim and finishing, or driving and kicking. So I think Walter's got some upside, and it always felt like the Raptors were going to take someone that they could grow, and I like Walter as that guy.
So he goes to Toronto, which means the Cavs are on the clock at 20. Dan Gilbert, you have the chance to do the funniest thing ever. If you love the NBA, type me. We get some shout-outs here.
All right, I'm fully back as that is on my Twitter.
Could you imagine if Dan Gilbert took Bronny James here?
There's no chance.
There's no chance, but could you imagine how incredible that would be?
Funny, I'll say that.
It would be hilarious.
Oh, man.
If Jay, we got Sharp Young, Sean Kendricks typing me. Someone goes, Cooper Flag shits on this whole draft.
Yes, that he does.
Yes.
He would be the number 1 pick.
Oh, easily.
I haven't thought about anyone outside of Flag.
Peter Antonius. Dustin, that boy nuts for real.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know.
Brett Hawthorne typing me, so is Karma. Spam me in the chat. Let's go. Let's go. Karma Kapoor.
Shout out Retro, still in the chat. You're a legend. Thanks for the pair of super chats today. I think Heat fans are very happy today, right? Like, let's just quick back to Miami before we give some more shout outs to me. Like, how are we feeling? Like, scale your happiness 1 to 10, Miami fans. We've graded the pick, but 1 to 10 happiness level on Miami. If it was Connect, I'd be at a 10. If it was at McCain, I'd be at a 9.6. Kalel Ware, I'll give it an 8.7.
I mean, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm very happy. Like, with what was on the board, I'm happy with it.
He was your third guy on the board?
I would have preferred 2 other guys.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty happy with it. Heat got size, and they got functional size. Compared to Miles Turner / old man Brook Lopez with more athleticism, we'll take it.
Pat Riley does it again.
Listen, he's drafted well.
All right, you want to try and rip at least some of this?
Yeah, let's give quick shout-outs here. Omar's Burner. C-Note says 8.5, so you're kind of similar with me. Sharp Young, the Gold Eagle, Joe, Kyle, Trevor, LJ, Saints, all type in the chat. Continue to give your excitement down below for the NBA if you spam me. Solid Force is 7. Drago says 12 out of 10. Retro says 20 out of 10. Willie says 100. So Heat fans are absolutely ecstatic with the pick of Kalel Ware, which I don't blame them.
And the Cavs are on the clock at 20.
My prediction, and I think this is what I mocked, was I'm going to go Filipowski.
That's an interesting one. Gives them a shooting big.
They need a center. They need a backup center more than they need.
Your best overall player, I believe, is Isaiah Collier.
That would be correct. I had him as my 16th overall guy. I do think they need a center bad because even if they keep Jared Allen and Evan Mobley, their backup center last year was Tristan Thompson. That can't happen.
I mean, that's a joke.
He was
with
playing in the playoffs.
He was with ESPN last year.
He was playing in the playoffs. They need a backup center bad. They can also use a nice wing piece to connect because Isaac Okoro just has not been it.
He's been bad.
Karis LeVert, probably not a starting 3 either. So who are they going to start the 3? They have Max Strus, but is he your guy? And I guess it all depends on what Donovan Mitchell does, and we'll keep an eye on if he.
How about this tweet from Woj? Cleveland has Jalen Tyson at the top of their board. I mean, that's just such a soft.
Now that's a connecting wing piece.
That wording is just a joke.
That is a connecting wing piece. I'll say that.
Fisher should start doing that so he could say, "Hey, that's just what their board said."
Yeah, that's good stuff.
If he misses, I didn't say they were picking him.
Yeah.
It is Jalen Tyson.
I like Jalen Tyson. He rose up my board, that's for sure.
You had him at
23. Oh, we already have the next pick in.
Oh, let's keep this thing rolling.
New Orleans is going Yves Missi, which they were always going center, by the way.
Yeah, it's a good pick.
Because they needed Valanciunas help.
We'll talk Jalen Tyson first to Cleveland, who went from J.B. Bickerstaff to Kenny Atkinson, which is insert the Spider-Man meme, but that's neither here nor there. Tyson, pretty good size, and a guy who could score at all 3 levels, Rolly.
Yeah, the part that I like the most about Jalen Tyson is his patience on the offensive end, Harrison. He averaged 19.6 points per game last year, shot 46% from the field, and 36% from 3. The reason why I say patience is if you watch his film, when he has the ball in his hands and he has to shot create, and they run a pick and roll with him and whoever the big man is, what he does is very similar to Carlton Carrington, is that he will get you on his back. And when he does that, it sets him up to do a plethora of things. He can quick step explode to the rim for a layup. He can sidestep for a mid-range jumper, and he's got good size to shoot over you, 6'5.5", 6'8" wingspan. Or he can take a little one-step dribble back for a three, and he can knock him down. Like, he's comfortable shooting off the dribble. He can shoot it off the catch. He took most of his threes off the dribble, though. And one thing that I also like about his three-point shooting is that I think it's going to transition to the NBA really, really well, because most of his shots from deep, or from three, were actually very, very deep in NBA range. So I think he has the versatility to be a ball handler as well as a wing. I think he is compared a lot to a Caleb Martin type player, where maybe he's more of a guard than Caleb Martin is, but he can fit that wing spot that the Cavs needed. Does he start? Maybe not, but he can be one of their lead wings off the bench.
And then Yves Missi, the big out of Baylor, he goes to New Orleans at 21. Really good. I thought you could make a strong argument he was Baylor's best player last year.
Yeah, fun stat here, Harrison. Led the Big 12 last year with 63 dunks. Just an absolute high flyer, puts back missed shots.
7'2" wingspan.
Yeah, he's a great lob threat. And the thing that is the most intriguing with Missi is that I'm not going to say they're going to give him the ball in isolation settings. They're not going to do that in New Orleans. But there were some possessions, Harrison, where they gave, at Baylor, him the rock at the free throw line, at the three-point line, straight up with the basket, spaced the floor, and if Baylor believed he had a advantage athletically over his opposing defender, they'd let Missi take him off the dribble, and he showcased some isolation ability in that setting. Now, I'm not going to come up here and say he's going to do that at the NBA level at a solid clip, but the potential's there. The one thing, though, he has absolutely no jump shot, and it was shown with his 61% free throw shooting. And even though he can work from the free throw line down, teams are just going to sag off him at the free throw line.
So back-to-back picks there. Suns up next, then the Bucks, and then you got the Knicks back-to-back. You wonder if some trading could happen soon. If the Knicks are going to take two players, they got to trade back.
I think would you agree with me, Harrison? The biggest piece of news that is the most stunning today is the lack of player trades.
Yeah.
There has been
Denny Avdia, and it wasn't even during the draft. It was before.
During the draft, there has not been one trade that isn't future picks. Because there's the Rob Dillingham trade, but there's been no player move during the draft.
Has that been the only actual draft trade during the draft?
Yeah.
That was before.
Like, it's been one.
I got to think the Knicks are moving to one.
I set a bad line. I asked on our final mock draft over under 4.5 drafts during.
I mean, if you count the Avdia one, we'll count that.
Okay.
2. I think 4.5. I think that's still in play, but
I put 4.5, and I said the over. Now there usually is 2 or 3 trades in the final 4
toward
picks,
the end,
almost every time.
Yeah, Boston might just be like, we're not picking here.
Yeah. Like, Utah at 29 might move out. So
yeah. Go retweet our pinned tweet for a live shout out. Everyone that retweets it will get a shout out. We'll get it in the live chat for you guys. That way you can go find the tweet. And we'll go shout you guys out.
Also, you want to knock out, I don't think we're chugging this entire thing, but we'll get
solid
a nice
10-second chug.
Yeah, a little 10-second chug. Shout out to Steven Rosinski.
Count us down, Sam or Jack.
What flavor I got here? Pineapple? That would play.
Yeah.
From?
Well,
okay.
3, 2, 1, and then 10 to 1.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Not me.
No chance. Yeah.
Too cold.
I'll open
Shout out Rosinski, man.
I'm not good at chugging out of cans. Like that.
No.
It has to be. I can pull it up on my phone. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't either. I don't like.
It has to be out of the Murbanga.
No Diddy, but I don't have the technique.
Got to work on that grip, baby.
Yeah, I just I don't have it in me.
All right, let's take a look here. I got to scroll back and find the tweet.
By the way, Fisher has gone another 22 minutes without tweeting. He's scared to miss again. He will not miss again tonight. He will only tweet if he's 100%. Sure.
I got 3 new guys. Actually, I think only 1, actually. Shout out to Impact the Culture podcast. Cleveland rapper, host of the Impact the Culture podcast, new album Self-Made out now. Hit the link.
Okay.
That's his bio.
Go check him out.
Shout out to him.
He's
for
doing
giving
great
us
things
a
over there.
retweet.
By the way, how about this theory of Fishy? What if like league execs are like, we're gonna feed him bad info? Yeah.
Wow, some other news here, Harrison. That Cavs hiring of Kenny Atkinson,
It's official.
it's a 5-year deal.
5 years. That doesn't matter.
I know, but like, it's a little aggressive there, Jim.
I'm sure Dan Gilbert's got it figured out.
No, unfortunately not.
All right. This is what's happened so far as you kind of just B-roll this thing. What would you say biggest surprise in both a positive and negative way so far tonight?
Well,
I'll give mine first.
okay.
Dalton Connect for the Lakers.
Yeah, I mean, that's a
biggest positive surprise. I'd say biggest negative surprise is Ron Holland to the Pistons. I mean, he's got upside, but he can't freaking shoot. And they
Yeah.
need shooting. Like, they're
Yeah.
banking on him becoming a good shooter.
Jack, can you go to the top 10 again? I just want to just see the top 10 so I can give my full thing here. All right. All right. Oh, yeah. Okay, here's the positive one if you're a team looking for a sliding player. Since you took Dalton Connect, Nikola Jovic going 12th to the Oklahoma City Thunder is
Yeah.
just a steal.
That's a
And
good one.
you might say, well, they don't need a point guard. They have Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, but they needed backup scoring and backup playmaking.
BPA is always good,
And
too.
you get my number 2 overall player, a 6'6" point guard that can just distribute the ball at a high level. Like, Jovic is going to be really good, and he's not going to have a lot of pressure on him to begin either, and it's just a terrific pick for the Thunder. You see it, like, maybe I'm high. Maybe I am. But he's my number 1 point guard, and he's my number 2 overall guy. There's a lot of youth. There's a lot of upside. I love that pick. And I'm just going to continue to stay with the brand and I guess the shtick here, Harrison.
Zach Edey?
Yeah, that's just a bad pick, man. Like, the Grizzlies needed size. And if I was Memphis, I would have much rather went with Kel'el Ware, who had his higher upside than Edey. Is Edey a better rim protector day one? Maybe. But he can't play anything but drop coverage and zone. So, to me, he's someone that I don't know if I feel comfortable playing as my primary center. And are they going to start Edey next to Jaren Jackson Jr.? That was their goal. That's why they wanted to trade up to get Donovan Clingan. And to me, that just feels like a backup prize for Memphis rather than who they actually wanted. Because it was very clear they wanted Donovan Clingan, and they went with Zach Edey, who I'm not high on. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm not. But
The
we'll
kind
see.
of cheap shot one is just Sachet at 1. I mean, I still think that's a pretty brutal pick, but
Yeah.
time will tell, I guess. What's y'all's favorite pick so far?
Yeah, shout out a player down below who your favorite pick is. No, what?
Eastside says Timberwolves got a big steal.
I got to be honest.
I think he fits a good role for that team.
Having to not give up a player or the 27th pick,
It's pretty good work.
that's pretty good. Now, I'll say that I don't love their salary situation right now, but figure that out later, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, if ownership's willing to pay, who cares? I mean, we'll see if they are. We'll see if they shed a contract, but that's a problem for another day. Bronny to the Suns from Ben the Beast.
That'd be quite the pick.
That would be funny.
I think they're going to go Collier here, but
He did work out for Phoenix. One of 2 teams he worked out for.
the Sun God says Alex Sarr is his favorite pick. Ron Holland to Detroit from Ivan Thornton.
That pick's going to go one of 2 ways.
The Ron Holland pick?
It's either going to be awesome or it's going to be a disaster.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any in between.
Terry says Kel'el Ware to Miami. Don't hate it. I mean, listen, the upside is there for him to be very impactful. Philip said Cody Williams. He went to Utah, the 10th pick. Let's see what anyone else says. Saint says the Wizards Carlton Carrington pick at 14 is dumb. I don't actually think it is. I'm really high on Carrington.
We got a trade.
Ooh, the Suns traded?
There's trade number 3.
No, let's keep it in-house.
In-house with number 2.
No Denny Advia. Second trade.
Second trade during the draft.
There was a lot of rumors that the Suns were going to trade back. How about this? the most unsurprising thing of all time. The trade is with the Denver Nuggets, and it's for De'Ron Holmes.
You called that's who they were going to take.
It's the worst kept secret going into the NBA draft, Harrison, is that the Nuggets were going to draft De'Ron Holmes.
Why is that?
Because I'll tell you why. This came out 3 weeks ago, by the way, that De'Ron Holmes just randomly canceled a bunch of pre-draft workouts, and there was a report from Jonathan Gavoni that said that De'Ron Holmes allegedly received a promise from a team drafting in the first round. And everyone was like, well, that's very strange because he's like a mid-20s
first-round guy, yeah.
And it's like, who could really want him that badly? And people just kind of put 2 and 2 together of the Nuggets, who need a backup center very badly since their backup center was DeAndre Jordan and Zeke Naji stinks. So everyone put it together. I think sources backed it up. And De'Ron Holmes is going to the Denver Nuggets. Now, they did have to trade up to get him. And what the trade is 28, 56, and 2 future second-round picks, which actually is a really good move for Phoenix as a team that has low draft capital.
Yeah, why not?
And they need to fill out their roster with cheap players due to that high cap of Beal, Book, and KD. They now have a lot more people to potentially add to this roster.
Yeah.
So I actually like this move both for Phoenix, and then Denver gets their guy in De'Ron Holmes.
Yeah, I mean, is he just sure when Jokic checks out of the game, he's going to play 15 minutes a night, and that's his role?
Yeah, listen, there's a lot of upside with De'Ron Holmes. He was the A-10 Defensive Player of the Year last season for Dayton. He averaged 2+ blocks a game. He actually had a pretty solid jumper too, Harrison. He shot
38.5% from
three. He shot close to 40% from 3. Limited volume at 2.5 a game, but it's more than Kel'el Ware from Indiana. So I trust his 38% more than I trust Kel'el Ware's 42%. The only question I have with him is that he's 6'8", 6'9". He does have a good wingspan at 7 feet, but is he really going to be that impactful defensively like he was at the A-10 level in the NBA due to his undersized? No, I give him credit. Bam Adebayo from Miami, he's 6'9" with a 7'1", 7'2" wingspan, so similar size profile there, but I don't know. That's always a question. Is this guy a 4 or is he a 5?
Yeah, we'll see. I wonder if him and Jokic play together at all. Maybe limited minutes?
He could be he's athletic enough to play the 4 offensively, especially with how he can space it. I don't know if he's going to be able to defend the wing and the perimeter. That's my only thing. So that's my only skeptical part of De'Ron Holmes' fit.
The Bucks are on the clock here. What do you think? Milwaukee's in such a weird spot, Roy, because I think if they could go back in time, they would have probably never done what they did. Drew Holiday, just shelving him out, going in on Dame. You change coaches 50 games in. Now you're stuck with Doc Rivers. What are you doing here if you're Milwaukee?
All right, quick question here before I answer that. Who won the trade between the Suns and the Nuggets? The Nuggets got De'Ron Holmes at 22. The Suns got 28, 56 in this draft, as well as 2 future second-round picks. Let us know, Den or Phoenix. But to answer that, I think they need some youth and athleticism. And to me, that screams Isaiah Collier, the guard from USC, who gets to learn behind Damian Lillard.
He's your top player available.
I think he gets to learn. He has a lot of upside. He can run your second unit. Patrick Beverley, don't know if he's going to return. The team needs for him, or for them, in my opinion, point of attack defense and athletes in their front court. Because it's also rumored that they might be moving on from Brook Lopez as well as Bobby Portis as they look to reshape the roster around Giannis and Dame. So if I'm looking at front court athleticism, Tyler Smith from the G League Ignite, who's also one of my top guys available. I think he is my fourth guy. It's Collier, Filipowski, Furphy, and then Smith. Tyler Smith is an intriguing name. I really do.
By the way, for what it's worth, I don't know what they'd get for him if they could even trade him. I would rather get rid of Middleton than Brook Lopez.
I think they might get rid of both, to be honest. The reports and rumors out there is that they are expected to shake up the roster and everyone is available outside of Giannis and Dame.
Yeah.
They're going to keep that duo together, and they're just going to see if they can build a better roster around them that fit.
Yeah.
And Chris Middleton, the longtime Buck who helped them bring a championship to the program.
He just has not been the same since that injury a couple of years ago. Got a super chat from Fat Yankee.
What a name, by the way.
Is that Smitty's burner?
By the way, the game's in a rain delay, and I know we're talking NBA draft, but Mets were up 4-0 with guys on second and third with one out in the fifth inning.
The Yankees are also collapsed.
Just bludgeoning the Yankees.
Fat Yankee says, Knicks, trade a pick for the future or go for it. If I were the Knicks here, I would pick one player and I would trade the other pick. Because you're already losing flexibility on your salary cap if you're New York. I would pick one guy at 24 or 25 and I would trade the other pick. And maybe you can get back a future first or a multiple seconds or something. But what do you think? Would you take two players if you're the Knicks, or would you take one, trade one?
I actually think I would take two. And the reason why I say that is because I like the way the board's falling for them. Like, there's a chance they could go Ryan Dunn, Tyler Kolek back-to-back here. And Ryan Dunn is the best defensive player in this draft. He has zero offensive ability, but he's a great defender. And
that sounds like the Knicks.
He can come off the bench for you and play. Also, Kolek can be your secondary point guard right away because of how smart he is and how good of a playmaker he is. Like, I put it, team needs Hartenstein replacement, bench playmaking. They kind of don't. The center board didn't fall their way, and I don't really see a center on the board that they should take. Maybe Filipowski, but like, I don't think that's a Knicks guy. Like, I'd like to. Do we have a specific bigs best available? Because I'd like to look at this for New York.
Yeah, Bucks on the clock. Talking a little Knicks, those. They have back-to-back picks coming up at 24 and 25.
Oof, yeah, see, it gets ugly.
I'll say this about Filipowski. I know he's probably not like this typical Knick, but I kind of intrigued by the occasional lineup of being able to play 5 out. They don't have that right now.
Yeah,
like unless you're playing, I guess if you're playing Randall at the 5, which again, is he here? Is he not? We'll see. But if you're going to get a big, it's either Filipowski or free agency because none of these other guys are helping you this year.
If Hartenstein's leaving, like, I thought they needed to address the center position, but the board just didn't fall their way. Like, I don't think Filipowski's a good fit for them. If Yves Missi was there for them, I think it would be a no-brainer. You pick him at 24, and then you decide what you do at 25. But I don't think any of these bigs are worthy of taking at 24 or 25 for New York, so they should probably go in a different direction. And I think Ryan Dunn, Tyler Kolek combination could work for them. I really do. And that's what, if I was New York, would probably do.
Here's our Super Chat menu. We are $38 away from 200. If we get there, I'll take a shot.
How about this? If we get to $200 in Super Chats before the Knicks make both of their picks.
Chug the rest of our beer?
Correct. That's where I was
$38 away. If we get there before the end of the Knicks 2 picks, we will we'll chug the rest of our beers.
Also say this. Why did we hit an absolute standstill with this pick in Milwaukee?
That back-to-back in 10 seconds killed us.
It's going to be
It absolutely
so
killed us. Let's get this done. My feet are killing me.
What time did I say, by the way?
You said 2.5. It's already 9:30.
Yeah, if the NBA had actually stuck to 5 minutes per pick, first round would be done by now.
By the way, 6:30 tomorrow night, no chance.
Yeah, especially with this 4-minute in between.
Yeah,
Sorry,
if it's
guys.
only 1 minute shorter. Okay. Harrison is Sausage Daddy says, I believe Bronny.
Bronny is not getting picked by the Knicks.
He's also just, at this point, he's not going tonight.
He's a Laker at 55. We already know it. Honestly, if they announced it tonight, like after the draft, with the 55th pick, the Los Angeles Lakers selected Bronny James, like, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
I don't. Like, they will. They're going to do it. No one else is going to take it, so.
Oh, man. Bucks!
How many times can we talk about the Bucks, Nick? We talked about them in depth here. Christ almighty.
This reminds me of last year. After the Rockets, who's the guy that fell to like 20?
Cam Whitmore.
After that, at least we don't have round 2 tonight. I am now in favor of this being a 2-day event.
Did the first round go quicker though last year?
I don't think, dude. I checked the stream. I checked the stream last year. It was 7.5 hours.
How long have we been live now?
4.5.
That checks out. I feel like it would have taken 2.5, 3 hours from now until the end of the draft.
I know, it's brutal.
Oh, a $2 super chat from Non on the Go.
Now we're $36 away.
Bulls with a 10 of 10 pick.
Yeah.
I agree.
Good.
I
good
absolutely
pick.
agree. First time
Honestly,
super chat,
start
by the
working
way.
on those grades.
That's not a point. Should I just start putting in Doc or something?
Just put it in your own, or you could just put it in your own Slack. Just pull up ESPN Draftcast and start firing away. Come on, Milwaukee, make a GD pick, man.
We got it.
Who is it?
Oh.
AJ Johnson.
Wow.
Where do you have him on your big board?
I think I had him 37th, so it's a little bit of a reach. 38.
38.
Close enough. Okay, let me pull up my notes because this is going to be fun. This is the first true stunner in my opinion.
He can't shoot at all based on those
Correct.
notes.
He is a horrific offensive basketball player, but he might be the best athlete in the entire draft. I mean, if you watch this guy, he is a blur out there in terms of his athleticism and the speed, his verticality. He is one of the best athletes I've ever seen at the draft or at the guard position. He's also got good size, 6'4", 6'8" wingspan. Get ready for this kicker, fellas. What was his averages last year for the Aloha Hawks out of Australia?
I've got it pulled up.
He averaged 2.9 points per game, 1.2 rebounds, 35.5% from the field, 27.8% from three. Even better, 53.8% from the free throw line. Now, he only did play 8 minutes a game for the Hawks, but he's just very raw. He's very young. He's 19 and a half. He's originally from the United States, by the way. So even though he played in Australia for the Hawks, he is a United States player, California. He finishes really well in transition. That's his calling card, Harrison. What he does at a high rate is get out in transition and finish. He is also a good facilitator in transition as well. But that's the only part that he is able to bring any type of asset or help your team. Because in the half court, he is not polished enough to handle the ball or shoot the ball, score the ball. He can only get out in transition. He is maybe the most raw player in this entire draft, and he needs to develop a lot. And for a team that is the Milwaukee Bucks, that you'd imagine is trying to compete now, trying to win now with Giannis and Dame, this pick makes absolutely zero sense because he is a stash in your G League guy where he develops for 2 to 3 seasons, and he is just simply not going to be ready to play.
Let me ask you this. Over under 2.5 years until he gets hit with a time to learn Chinese, buddy, tweet.
I don't know. I think he'll...
Knicks are trading 24 to the Wizards, by the way.
Interesting. That's an Isaiah Collier pick.
So is that... Are they just swapping, you think, 24 and 26 for a future second?
Could be. Yeah, but I'm stunned by AJ Johnson. The first player... Actually, that's a lie. Second player that I had a second-round grade on that goes in the first round.
Well, yeah, Zach Edey.
Zach Edey at 32, going 9th overall, baby.
So the Wizards are on the clock now. The Knicks could still be picking back-to-back, though, at 25 and 26.
It's a great pick for them, too, by the way.
Oh, do we know the pick?
Yeah.
Who is it?
Keyshawn George, the wing from Miami.
Is there any relation to Keontae?
No.
Okay.
Keyshawn George is really good. I actually think I mocked this at 28. Or, excuse me, 26. I did. I'm going to count that. That's a bucket for me. Wizards' 26th pick, I had that mocked as Keyshawn George.
Throw it down.
That's a bucket. Yeah, Keyshawn George is a fun player, man. He didn't play a lot for Miami. He was, I believe, 25th on my big board, so he gets
25.
almost value here. 6'7", 6'10" wingspan. Only averaged 7.6 points per game, but how about this, Harrison? Shot 40.8% from three, and 68.4% of his shots came from beyond the arc. You know how good you have to be as a shooter to shoot 41% from 3 when you shoot it at 68.4% of your shot profile.
Yeah,
That
impressive.
is incredible. I think he's also a good playmaker. He had a low usage rate, 17.6% for Miami as they ran the offense through Nigel Pack and company, but averaged 2.2 assists. Like, that's pretty solid for a non-guard. Like, he is a good young wing player, and I actually like what Washington's doing here today. They've drafted Bub Carrington. They've drafted Alex Sarr. They got Keyshawn George. That's now a guard. That's a wing. That's a big man. You got one at all 3 phases of your team. That I would say all 3 of them are not people that would impact a roster. Maybe Alex Sarr would right away, but would be able to grow together. And I'm not going to say they hit on all 3, and I'm not going to act like all 3 guys are going to be all-star type players. But these are really well-calculated moves by the Washington Wizards to grab a high upside player at all 3 phases of your roster. Big, guard, wing. To me, Washington has absolutely killed this draft.
Trade details in from Shams. It's 26 and what? 26 and 51. So Wizards throw away their second-round pick at 51 to move up.
I mean, there's just simply not a lot of Washington Wizards fans out there, at least to my knowledge. But if there is, you're having a really good night, if you were to ask me.
Yeah, I mean, I think all 3 of these guys are going to be in their rotation next year, and
they might all start.
They need.
I mean, they have nobody on their team. Like
Kyle Kuzma's still there.
Kuzma might be dealt. If he's not, though, the starting lineup I would assume is, unless they bring back Tyus Jones, like it's going to be Carrington, Poole.
Is Jones a free agent? Or?
Yes.
Yeah, he probably signed. I bet he goes back to being a backup somewhere.
Yeah.
Shout out your favorite team. We'll talk about the first one we see here in about 20 seconds. I'll have Rolly look at the chat, and the first team he sees is who we will talk about. So shout out your favorite team. I'll get a few shout outs in here.
Now I forget with
Amy's
grades.
a Nets fan.
Hold on, when I do grades, we're just doing teams, right? We don't do each pick.
Yeah, just overall team grade. Yada says Golden State. Quit It says Wolves. Henry says Bulls. Zachary says Celtics. Set of God says Wiz. Brown Kush, Cavs. Killing Camera, Bulls. Josh, Timberwolves. Banana Slugs from David. Mavericks from Harrison is Sausage Daddy. Not sure who that is. Cyan says Celtics. All right, Rolly. 3,
You're looking
2,
at my
1. You're looking. 3, 2, 1, go.
first team I see. High Wisdom, the Nuggets.
The Nuggets, okay. Nuggets pick here, or they just traded up for Deron Holmes. Do they have a second-round pick? They might be done.
No, they traded it. Yeah, they traded 56 in that deal to get
That's right.
Deron Holmes at 22.
So the Knicks are on the clock back-to-back 25-26, but we'll talk about the Nuggets here for a few moments as we await for the pick to come in, as New York moves back a couple spots. But they get Deron Holmes at 22 earlier. If you're looking at Denver as a whole, Rolly, what else are you looking for? They got Reggie Jackson to opt into his player option. I think they need to find like one more bench wing. I don't know who that is, but it felt like they missed Bruce Brown's presence last year. Like, that bench got really thin really fast without him.
They were really banking on Peyton Watson and Christian Brown to take that next step.
Brown didn't really do it.
Yeah.
Neither did Watson.
They were okay, but not great. Like, I don't know what they do. Are they going to keep KCP? He's expected to get close to $20 million a year.
Yeah, I bet he walks.
Like, that's a big question.
That's another
here.
loss too. I mean, he's one of their better. They're probably their best pure 3-and-D guy.
Who'd the Cleveland Cavaliers draft?
The Cavaliers selected. Who did they pick a few picks ago? It was. Scrolling. Can we get some help from the producers? Jalen Tyson.
That's right. Okay.
Knicks picking here, 25 and 26.
6 picks left. Knicks got back-to-back.
That's a good 40
Woj
minutes.
saying he's going to keep. Woj said they're going to pick both, I guess. Which,
Well, he says that's just where they're selecting.
I think Tyler
Now.
Kolek's got to be one of them. That just makes too sense. And Ryan Dunn. Ryan Dunn and Tyler Kolek make too much sense.
That should be their 2 picks.
The Suns,
Unless they really like Filipowski.
Suns have not made a pick yet.
By the way, you heard it here. If they lose Hartenstein, they're going to sign Andre Drummond. Drummond's going to be the Knicks' backup center.
Ooh, I don't hate that.
Because they'll have, what, $6-7 million? They can probably fit Drummond.
Forget the Timberwolves have another pick here.
Yeah, they didn't lose that pick in that trade. They're coming up. Coming up. All right, we'll play this game again. Shout out your favorite team. I'll get some shout-outs. Mr. Purifoy says Heat. Tyman the Buckeye says Heat. Knicks have Nova players. They do, Amy. Jaden says Rockets. At least the Pistons can that bum Monty.
You don't think they have anybody in the draft?
MJ says Knicks. Jaden says
I legitimately
Rockets.
don't think they have anyone draftable.
Who?
The Villanova. Like, to make the joke of, like, Villanova Knicks.
Oh.
I legitimately don't think they have a player that is a draftable type
Well, they
player.
stink now. Eastside says Pistons. Brew Crew says Bucks. All right, Rolly. 3.
Am I looking?
Yep. 2, 1, go.
Blazers from Chris Rothman.
All right. Portland.
Interesting.
But they're going to pick at 25.
They're selecting at 25. Talk about
I think they only want to take one player.
Talk
here.
about a mouthpiece in Adrian Wojnarowski for CAA.
St. Bonaventure's finest right there.
Same can be said about his mouthpiece for the Portland Trail Blazers, who we're going to talk about, who selected Donovan Clingan. And I think
Traded for Denny Avdia, too.
I forgot about that, actually. I think if you told Blazers fans going into the night that they were getting Donovan Clingan at 7, they'd be jumping for joy. I mean, it was the clear-cut top guy on the Blazers board, and it fell to him. I thought maybe there was a chance that he went number 1 to the Hawks because Quinn Snyder really liked him, but Clingan ultimately slides to 7 where he gets picked up. They get that front court piece that they've been looking for. They traded for Robert Williams last offseason. They traded for DeAndre Ayton last offseason. Those 2 centers stink, and they're injury-prone. Ayton doesn't care about winning. All he wants to do is hoop for money. And if you want a winning basketball player, the man on screen right now is almost the definition. He has never lost. He has played 2 years at the college level, Harrison, and he's won 2 national championships.
Yeah, that works. That's a lot of winning. I love that pick. The Avdia trade's interesting as well. It gives them kind of a wing scorer facilitator type. They've got intriguing young talent now. Now, the question is can any of these young 6 or 7 guys they have develop into a true number 1 or even a number 2? I think entering this year, you could not say that any of their core group is a true 1 or 2 on a contending team. Yeah. They have a bunch of high-level role players. Like Simon's on a title team, probably like a 6th man. Shaden Sharp, same deal. We don't know what Scoot Henderson is yet. Yes.
I'm very fascinated to see where
can we
they
just
go
do
with
this in one tweet?
I think they'll go guards, or they'll go guard wing. I think one of these are going to be Ryan Dunn. I do. The question is, what guard do they take? Do they go high upside with Isaiah Collier, or do they go with the proven...
He's dropping a bit, at least based on your big board.
Yeah. He struggles with a jump shot, but he's one of the best.
34%'s not atrocious.
One of the best facilitators and downhill drivers of the basketball. I'm very curious.
Only 6'2.5".
I said this when the Heat was on the board at 15. If they took Collier, I wouldn't have been upset. My 5 guys at the time, he was my 5th, but I went, what did I say? Connect 1, McCain 2, Ware 3, De Silva 4, Collier 5.
Yeah.
So, I would have been fine with that at 15. If I'm Miami, it's very unlike the Heat to make a deal to go back up in the first round. But if you can package, which is probably not going to happen, future second-round picks to get 27 or 28 here and draft Isaiah Collier, that would be one hell of a night. Now, I don't think it's going to happen for Miami. I wish it would, but...
I mean, that report that Phoenix wants more second-round picks,
Yeah, you package... The Heat have 3 second-round picks they can trade. They can trade 43. They can package 26, which is from the Lakers.
2026, you mean?
And yes, and they can package 2031 because that came available today.
43 plus one of those for 28. Maybe is there a low rotation player you could throw to Phoenix? I mean, they're not going to take Duncan Robinson's contract.
No, they can't.
Is there like a vet min guy Miami has?
Orlando Robinson?
Yes.
Like we have nobody to send them.
Yeah.
Like we don't. So it would have to be picks to move up for a pick. So
Yeah.
it's tough. But
Come on, New York. Let's get this rolling.
yeah. New York has 2 picks here. They've been working the phones. They clearly didn't want to make a pick, but
Yeah, they wanted to trade at least one of these picks.
ooh. Is it normal to already have rookie numbers already in?
Like jersey numbers?
Yeah, I feel like it's early.
I don't know. Why? What do we got?
Well, the Heat just tweeted out it's official. Khalil Ware is going to wear number 7.
7?
Yeah.
For a big. Interesting.
Weird number. At least I don't have to think of Kyle Lowry wearing it anymore. So, Heat fans in the chat, 150 you. Khalil Ware wearing number 7.
Get the 7s in the chat, Heat fans.
Yep, spam your 7s for the new rookie, Khalil Ware.
No chance.
Yeah, Dragic's kind of a light. He's top 10, baby.
Who do we have?
Is it Pacam Dadier? That's the first guess. When he said he didn't know what the name was, I knew it. I knew it. A Frenchman.
Who is it?
Pacom Dadier. Even though I just said Pacom
where's
twice, but I think
35 on your big board?
Yeah, he's fun, man. Let me send out this tweet, and then we'll get in depth on Dadier. He actually asked me about him like a week and a half ago. It was like, what are your thoughts on Dadier?
He's probably not in the rotation.
No,
this
is
year,
a
right?
long.
I'm guessing
long-term
26 will be a guy that's in the rotation or has a chance.
This is I feel like I've said this a couple times, but if 26 is not Ryan Dunn or Tyler Kolek, I would be
shocked.
stunned.
French guy off the bench that doesn't meet expectations. Here it is. Pacom Dadier played for Ratio Farm.
Yeah, he played in Germany. It's a German team.
Good size, 6'8", 220 almost.
Yeah,
6'9" wingspan.
No, he's
decent shooter, 36%.
Well, Harrison, let's talk about Dadier because this is his best ability on the basketball court. Shot 35.8% from
I prefer
three.
Dadier.
He has good size, 6'8", 6'9" wingspan. Didn't play a ton last season. Still a raw young guy, 18.9 years of age. And most of his work came on movement shooting, which, how about this? 61.3 true shooting percentage. Low, limited sample size, but that's very good. 49.1% of his shots came from 3. So to me,
36% at that ratio is not bad at all.
yeah. And
For
I
an
don't think he's
18-year-old?
ready to compete and ready to be a rotation player. He needs to mature a lot physically, but when he does mature physically and put on weight in an NBA system, I think he has the chance to be a really plus defender when he can play more physical basketball and gets more used to the type of NBA style.
You wonder with the Knicks kind of having their top 8 set, do they just go 2 upside picks here and hope one of them hits, like long term?
I don't hate
I mean, like they don't really need a rotation guy this year. Now, Kolek is kind of one, or even Dunn is like a limited defensive stopper that you could put out there and feel okay about.
Yeah.
But they might just go upside. Like, who would be another upside pick here? Like, just a guy that's probably not going to help you this year, but maybe 2-3 years from now, when you've paid Brunson, you got to pick and choose who you're keeping. Could help you.
I'd go Nikola Jovic, the wing from Serbia.
You and your Nikola.
I love Jovic. He's my 33rd guy on my big board. He was asked on how he plays. He compared himself to less athletic Anthony Edwards.
Okay.
Now, it's obviously himself saying that, but he is very fun, and people also dubbed him Serbian Paul George just by watching his film. Like, he's very good at pulling up to his, like, mid-range shot and stuff like that. Like, I do like Nikola Jovic. He'd be one of my top targets for Miami at 43 if he were to slide that far. Don't know if that's going to be the case, but if you're talking pure upside, you take 2 guys to stash in your G League for the next year or so, and then
hopefully one of them hits.
It would be Jovic next.
Okay. We'll see if they go in that direction. If you've enjoyed the night, hit that like button. If you want more NBA coverage, we are the channel for you. So like and support. We would appreciate it. Let's get to 1,700 likes. We got 1,673. We can get 27 more. Hit that like button.
Uh-oh.
Like the video. We got 5 picks left. By the way, I just want it on the record.
Oh, hello.
What?
If we get 2,000 likes, producer Sam will do a beer bong. I'll join him.
Okay.
We are 319 away. I feel like there's 319 people out there that haven't liked the video. Hit that thumbs up button. We'll be live again tomorrow for the second round, so make sure you join us for that.
I just want it on the record that Sam said we're near the end. We only have 6 picks left. That was about 12 minutes ago.
Well, the Knicks are effing us here.
I mean, it's classic New York. They clearly have been working the phone.
I understand trying to trade, but like if you have back-to-back
If you're
picks,
in the
I would call them at the
if
same
you're
time.
in the final 5 picks of the first round, your trade time allocation should be cut in half.
Don't hate that. Don't hate that. Under 300 away. Hit that thumbs
like
up button.
If you want to see a beer bong race.
By the way, I only think I have 3 grades left. The Suns when they pick at 28. The Knicks.
Well, you got to finish
both their.
You got to finish Minnesota's, right? Based on this pick.
I've already given them a good grade.
So even if they bomb this pick, it won't
Unless they
change
completely bomb this pick, getting Rob Dillingham is
for
just
20, 30 picks.
Yeah, like, that's good grade.
Yeah.
Give it a B+. I already gave it a B+. Spoiler alert.
I mean, honestly, if you get it done, you want to just stay in here. We'll just crank this out, or do you need to hop off? I don't care.
Yeah. Yeah. Was the plan to hop off and meet? Like, what am I doing out there?
He already has them.
Oh, you mean that? Yeah, I was doing them because we've been waiting for 15 freaking years.
Never mind.
Yeah, I'm stunned Isaiah Collier's still there, but I don't even want to steer the conversation towards him. I want to talk about Johnny Furphy, someone we have not talked about literally at all the entire stream.
Furphy, by the way, is a made-up name. Someone along the way misspelled Murphy, and
and the Knicks are trading the 26th pick
to the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Interesting. But here's the thing with Furphy.
Dylan Jones.
That was the pick?
Yes.
Wait till you see the film on this guy on the TV. He is a big boy. But either way, when we're talking about Furphy, he's maybe got one of the most aesthetically pleasing jumpers that I've ever seen. Like, his base is always perfect. His release point is always perfect. Like, there's no wasted movement in his jump shot. He's very young. He's a good active defender as well, who always keeps his hands out, which allows him to get his hands on a lot of passes, as well as strip ball handlers. Like, he is someone that I am really high on as a complementary piece. Now, the one knock on him is that he might not have the highest upside because I don't think he'll ever become a lead ball handler. And if you're not going to be a lead ball handler, then, like, really, what is your upside in the NBA? And I do like Johnny Furphy as someone that a contender can grab. Like, if the Celtics grabbed him at 30, that would just be a terrific pick because he can be a Sam Hauser replacement long-term, play next year at a little bit, or work in the G League. I compare him to Cam Johnson from the Brooklyn Nets in a way, like where you can just defend, knock down, catch and shoot threes, and like leverage his shooting into like one dribble pull-ups. That's kind of where I view Furphy. 6'7", 6'8" wingspan, can defend, shoot it. Like, I like him, and any contending team that gets their hand on his ability to develop, big fan.
How do we feel about Dylan Jones? Is this the first Weber State pick since Dame?
Top of dome? Yes.
I would guess yes.
Like, I don't know another one.
Maybe a late second-round pick some year, but
no. Okay, sorry.
You're 37th overall player.
Okay, so here's the report on Dylan Jones. He's a big boy. He is. You see the weight.
6'4", 237.
237. He has an unbelievably good wingspan.
Dare I say a little Taylor Horton Tucker?
Well, ready for this? You remember David Roddy from Colorado State?
I do remember David Roddy.
He is just a guard version of him, and that is what my comparison is. He's a physical guard who just throws his weight around. Like, he's 237, he uses that weight. Trust me. You watch his film, he dives inside and just bumps you off your spot and will take the physicality to you. Shot 60% around the rim. That's pretty damn good, especially when you shoot 50% of your shots from inside the painted area.
I just want to say, by the way, Taylor Horton Tucker listed at 6'4", 234.
Interesting.
So in terms of body type,
yeah,
maybe there's a comp.
He's just an all-around player, though. He averaged 2 steals a game last year, 20.8 points per game, 9.8 rebounds, 5.2 assists, 2 steals. Like, he's a pretty solid playmaker, man. And, like, that's why I said he's the guard version of David Roddy. And I think it's fascinating to see the 2 selections for OKC tonight of them going guards of Nikola Jovic and Dylan Jones. Like, I don't think I'm trying to project what Jones will do as a rookie for OKC, and I just don't see a big role for him.
Jake Fisher quote tweeted a tweet earlier about a potential Corey Kispert. Oh wait, it's because of later in the tweet he had the Thunder getting a pick in the 20s. So Fisher trying to get back in the good graces after a couple of big misses earlier.
Yeah, did you hear this, by the way?
What?
The Thunder are sending 5 second-round picks to the Knicks.
I mean,
that's a lot of second-round picks, man.
I mean, the Thunder have, 15 first-round picks? They could easily get 5 second-round picks back.
I mean, if you really like a guy, it makes sense because, like you said, they have a gazillion second-round picks, and you could only have so many people on an NBA roster.
Well, they also have 15 first-round picks, so if they really want second-round capital in the future, they can get it pretty easily.
Yeah, certainly something, that's for sure.
Well, there you go. I think the Knicks they did not want 2 salary cap hits.
How about this, by the way? Marshall Green tweeting out, nobody hates the draft more than the New York Knicks, and then sending out a separate tweet, this is a joke. Oh, dude, what? We've gotten Mikal Bridges and a re-signing of OG Anunoby in the past 24 hours. Complaining because you traded the 26th pick? What are we doing here?
I guess he wanted Ryan Dunn that bad.
He probably you know what he wanted is juice for the summer league. He doesn't have any of that.
That's good stuff. That is. Those summer league watch parties aren't going to hit the same with UDFAs.
Nope. But being on Miami, that will move.
Are you going to do some summer league watchies?
Yeah, if they keep their pick and don't trade them by the time we're in mid-July, we'll be live for NBA watch parties for the summer league.
Grade the Knicks offseason so far, A, B, C, D, or F. I mean, it has to be at least a A-, B+.
I mean, I actually think at worst it's A-.
I mean, losing Hartenstein, which hadn't happened yet, but if it does, that definitely hurts. But, I think getting Bridges and re-signing OG outweighs that.
I mean, I would completely agree. Re-signing OG, adding Mikal Bridges, what else can you ask for?
I mean, I will say this. Mitchell Robinson has injury concerns. If he's not healthy, they're going to miss Hartenstein.
I will say this. I actually, if I had to give my prediction on what the Knicks are going to do
they're
the
signing
rest of the way,
Drummond.
I think they're going to trade Mitch still, and I think they're going to re-sign Hartenstein. That's my guess. We'll see.
I mean, if they trade Mitch, he makes $15 a year. They got $6 million in cap, so you keep Hartenstein at $20, $21 a year.
Yeah,
3 for $60.
We just got a $10 super chat on the Heat Report, by the way. Shout out to Massive Matt with a great question. Which, if we're going to be honest, Massive Matt is probably going to be an entire show one day within the next week. He asked $10 super chat. From this point on,
perfect free agency plan.
What's the perfect offseason plan? This is referring to the Miami Heat after drafting Kel'el Ware. Well, before I give you that full answer, I think we have to wait to see what Miami does tomorrow. If they make a trade, whether it be someone that's currently on the roster or they take someone at 43. And then after we take a breather from the NBA draft, we have to look forward to free agency. Now, what do they do with Caleb Martin? What do they do with Haywood Highsmith? And we'll see what they do there. I'd like to re-sign Haywood. Caleb Martin's as good as gone, in my opinion. But my perfect offseason plan, as long as Donovan Mitchell has not signed a long-term extension,
keeping
the
that
perfect
dream alive.
offseason plan still runs through trading for Donovan Mitchell.
By the way, those 5 second-round picks that the Knicks are getting back from OKC span from 2025 to 2027.
And the T-Wolves, with their second first-round pick, are in.
Oh.
Terrence Shannon Jr.
Does that change your grade?
Bang job. Perfect final mock draft, 27, Terrence Shannon Jr., the T-Wolves.
So they had 2 bench scorers. They're like, we need to find scorers off the bench.
Yeah, I got to be honest. I kind of hit more picks in the mid-20s than I have, I think, anywhere else.
In a way, that's more impressive.
I hit the Wizards, Rockets, Spurs pick, but outside of that, I didn't hit another pick until Jared McCain to the Sixers, and then after that, it's been the 3 in the mid-20s.
So Shannon to Minnesota, 3-level scorer. He's older, but look, he's kind of just like, this is going to be the cliche lame comp. He's kind of just a way poor man's Harden. Like, he gets to his left hand. He can get, I think he averaged like 8 free throws a game. Like, he knows how to get to the line. He gets to his spots. He's not going to defend much. He's almost 24. He had an off-the-field legal issue, but that has been cleared up. He got, what's the legal term I'm looking for? Cleared is not the word, but that's essentially what happened. He was found not guilty.
He's got good size to him, man.
Charges not charges dropped. He just got cleared in court. Yeah, look, he could score, man. I mean, late in the year, he was going nuclear for Illinois. He had a 40-point game.
Averaged 23 for the season. And the part that was so impressive, you mentioned the Harden free throw line stuff. For a collegiate player at the guard position to get to the line 8.6 times a game, that's just flat out ridiculous.
Yeah.
Zach Edey shot double-digit free throws a game, which also is ridiculous in its own right. But he's got great length and athleticism. He can shoot it from the three. He can score in the mid-range. Terrence Shannon Jr. is going to be able to be a wing scorer, guard scorer off the bench right away. And to get two guys in Dillingham and Shannon to come off your bench and provide some relief towards Anthony Edwards.
At least one of those guys helps you right away, and potentially both.
I mean, the T-Wolves. I actually am changing that grade for the T-Wolves. It was a B+. Now it's an A-.
There you have it. Ryan Dunn goes to the Suns at 28. So they moved down, Rolly, and they add a defensive stopper.
And a lot of the rumors coming into this draft is that the Suns really liked Ryan Dunn, and we're going to be considering him at 22.
Probably thought it was a little rich there.
Yeah, which came up with the thing, like with the Knicks, because the Knicks had a lot of interest in Ryan Dunn, but there's reports that he might not be there for New York at 24 and 25 because of the Phoenix Suns. But the Suns probably felt comfortable moving back and grabbing him at 28. He is the best defender in this draft, and it is not a joke to say that. He is that good defensively. I have him as my 28th guy. He goes number 28. I'll take a win on that one personally. Yeah, you know what? Appreciate that. Appreciate that, guys.
2.3 blocks per game for a wing is absolutely ridiculous.
He's 6'6" with a 7'1.5" wingspan. I mean, that's just ridiculous.
Can he get to a point where he's, I don't know, a 34% three-point? Like, I don't know, like Matisse Thybulle eventually became a decent shooter. Like, can that happen?
He's going to have to take some development. Shot 20% from three.
I mean, that's a brutal.
And 53% from the line.
I'm more concerned about the 53 at the line.
Well, and like, that's whenever I evaluate players and their shooting ability, the one thing I look at is their three-point percentage. It's like, all right, how do they shoot from three this past year? It's like, all right, not good. All right, let's see how they're at the line. Because if they're a good free throw shooter, you at least have the ability to believe that there are building blocks around their touch and form to where you can develop into a good three-point shooter. But to shoot 53% from the line tells me you're not that good of a shooter.
Not a good shooter.
You don't have that good of form, and there's going to be a lot of work there.
Yeah, because bad three-point shooting, you can find a lot of reasons for that. Free throw shooting, it's the same at every level. It's flat-footed. It's no one's defending you. It's not within the flow of an offense that may or may not fit your strengths. You practice it. You shoot 300 of them a day. 53% is a brutal number.
Yeah.
There's just no way around. Like, the only acceptable guys that should shoot that percentage are like the Shaqs of the world in NBA history. Guys who just are these dominant block players. And clearly, even Rudy Gobert is a 70% guy. Like, that's a tough number. But defensively, like you said, Rolly, he can help Phoenix right away. And if they keep that big three together, they need guys who can play in the rotation. I would guess he's in that rotation. Shout out your least favorite team in the chat.
What a bait by
There's
this
Isaiah
guy,
Collier. He goes to Utah.
You know those muse accounts?
Yeah.
Which is ridiculous.
It's out of control.
So someone already made a Kalel Ware Muse account, but their name on Twitter is Kalel Ware with his headshot. So I thought it was his actual Twitter because he tweeted out following every Miami Heat fan back, #HeatCulture. So I was like, oh, that's kind of cool of him to do that. Then I click on his account, and it's a freaking Muse account.
He got you. That was the whole goal.
Well, I'm not following him. You're not going to get me.
All right, least favorite team shout-outs.
Oh, my God. I didn't realize this. The Mets are just absolutely beating on the Yankees. 10-2.
Celtics, Jazz, Lakers, Boston, Miami. Sorry, Heat fans.
Did he?
How many does he have? Is he on pace for 60-plus again, or just under it? You think Johnny Furphy's getting drafted today? Well, Celtics.
He's got one pick left.
You like that fit, too.
I do. I do like that fit. What I would do if I was Boston here, I'd go Filipowski or Furphy.
Yeah.
And now I got to be honest. The fact that 2 of these 3 guys are going to be available in the second round. Furphy, Filipowski, Tyler Smith. I am a little bit stunned. And
Kolek, too.
Kolek, yeah. So 3 out of the 4 guys are going to be there in the second round. If I'm going to be honest, if I am the Miami Heat, and I know you guys, some people in the sports chat's not going to like that I go back to that, but I got to showcase some love to the 100-plus people still watching the Heat channel. I would do a lot to try to move up from 43 into the top 5 of the second round tomorrow and get one of the picks, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, to try to get a Kolek, to try to get a Tyler Smith, to try to get a probably not Filipowski at this point, but like a Furphy. Like, I think these guys would be really good for Miami, and be a second-round pick would be terrific.
So Isaiah Collier, Rolly, you had him 16 on your board. He sneaks into round 1. Good value here for the Jazz.
Yeah, he's just a ferocious driver of the basketball. You see the height-weight ratio, 6'2.5" to 205 pounds. Don't see that often for guards. You just simply don't. And he is very physical in the way he plays basketball. Not in terms of like he's going to beat you up, blah, blah, blah. But when he gets downhill, there is not a lot of people that can stop him, at least at the college level. And I think that is something that is going to translate to the NBA right away, because he is not going to be shocked by the physicality of NBA defenders when he drives to the rack, which is something I would be very excited about if I'm a Jazz fan. He's also a really good playmaker. I think he's a better playmaker than what his numbers showed at USC. I'd kind of blame it on poor players around him at Trojans. And the one knock on him is his jumper. But, like, I think the ability to develop it is there. So,
I mean, you mentioned the you don't have his free throw percentage. 67.3%. So not great, but not 50% either. So, I mean, 34% from 3 is not a bad number. I mean, if he could shoot mid-30s at the NBA level with his ability to get downhill, you'll certainly take that. So final pick of the round. Are we 2-man in both segments now, if he's ready to go? Okay.
I'll send you the list.
As soon as 30's in, let's just hop into it.
Are we doing grades for the teams that didn't make a pick today?
Yeah.
We do?
I think so, right?
What do I give them?
No.
That's what I'm saying. Like, only the teams that
I thought you meant I misheard you. No. No grades for those. I'm with you. If I'm Boston, I would take Filipowski. He seems like a natural Horford replacement, a floor spacer at the 5.
You could kind of Baylor Shireman. I'm a Shireman guy, but
you could kind of redshirt Filipowski this year. You could play him limited minutes, and then he could also be ready to go when Kristaps inevitably misses 30 games this year. I mean, he may not even be ready to start the season. He's having surgery. So we'll see what they do here. We'll see what
Final
they do here.
pick. Let us know. Who do you think the Celtics take?
Predict it.
I tell you what, they have the ability to get really good value here, and it just pisses me off.
I know.
Shout out the Bucks being the most dumb team I've ever seen, taking A.J. Johnson at 23.
I mean, we're a bad year away for them from Giannis requesting a trade.
We have an update on the worst pick of the first round. It is A.J. Johnson.
Oh.
Without a doubt.
He doesn't help them at all.
It is a terrible trade.
Did you give that one an F?
Correct.
Okay, good.
Wait, did I?
If you didn't, you're a coward.
I think I did.
If you want to support us on social media, you can find me at HGramNFL. Appreciate that. Rolly is at Nic_Rohloff. No K in Nick. Nic_Rohloff. Links are in the chat if you want to give us a follow. We appreciate it. We'll be here again tomorrow as well.
That we will. That we will.
Second round starts at 4 Eastern. We'll probably go live at 3 Eastern, I would guess. So hour before, get you guys ready for round 2. So come support, and you'll probably be seeing a lot of me and Rolly over the next several days as free agency is just around the corner as well.
We'll be here Sunday afternoon. I believe we're leading off our coverage on Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, when does it open? 6 Eastern?
6 Eastern.
So we'll probably be live at 4, I would guess.
4 Eastern, yeah. Probably 2 hours prior.
4 or 5, yeah, something. We'll see. Or maybe 90 minutes early.
Yeah, I mean,
They've
Adam
done that
Silver,
the last few years.
You want to talk about a dumbass.
Why not just do Monday morning at like 11 a.m. or something?
Because he doesn't
Sunday
know.
night at
He's ruined the
6?
NBA. I've said this for years now. Adam Silver has ruined the NBA. Uh-oh, who is it? Hey! That sucks because that's one of my favorite players, but I once again nail mock.
Baylor Shireman.
No, I changed it. I forgot I did that.
Of course they get another good shooter.
My final mock, I changed Shireman, but I had Shireman going to the Celtics, like multiple mock drafts.
Of course they get another good shooter. Sons of bitches.
Well, I told you that's a good Hauser replacement. Good Hauser replacement long term. That's a good pick, man. That is. It's unfortunate that Shireman's a good pick. Let me update my grades, and I'll send it to. Do you want me to send it to Sam or Jack? Okay. That's a B+ grade right there, baby.
All right. Well. Yeah, you want to recap round 1 once Rolly's ready to go?
Sam.
Baylor freaking. What are you giving that? B+?
B+. Those numbers are not in order. I just took the draft order and then just deleted teams that made multiple picks.
I don't need to hear Smitty right now. I'll tell you that. Oh God.
I hate that they took Shireman because that's my guy.
Of course, Smitty gets a Big East guy.
That's my guy. Shireman's a great pick. 3-level scorer, can do it all. He really can do it all, man. Offensively. Struggles defensively. I'm telling you, Sam Hauser's got 1 year left on his deal. Shireman's just going to be the Sam Hauser once Hauser leaves after this upcoming season.
Awesome.
Shireman's also going to light it up in the G League. I'm telling, or in G League. In Summer League, he's going to go off.
Oh, he might score.
I'm not kidding you. I might put a wager if I can on Baylor Shireman
leading
Summer
the
League
league in
MVP.
scoring. Or yeah.
Summer League. If I can place that bet, I might do it.
Producer Sam will be all over that one. All right, we're gonna recap
I'm
round
trying to think
1.
of teams that didn't make a first-round pick today, because there are teams that didn't.
Dallas
didn't. Golden State didn't.
Dallas.
So the only 2.
There's probably more.
Pacers good
didn't.
one. Trying to think off dome.
Let me see. NBA standings. Clippers
Gap
didn't.
4.
Let's see. Who did Brooklyn pick?
5.
Who? Brooklyn?
Brooklyn didn't make a pick. And I believe that is the only 5. That checks out.
Portland, San Antonio. Yeah, that looks like that's it.
Yeah, Brooklyn, for as funny as it is, there was rumors about them trying to move back up into getting a draft pick this year, but evidently didn't.
They are tanking for Cooper Flag.
Okay. I assume we're just not going to even talk about him on this video.
No. Not.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, we're going to recap round 1, and then we'll get to Rolly's grades. Let's get to it. Round 1 of the 2024 NBA Draft is in the books. We're going to recap it for you guys. Harrison Graham and Nic Rohloff here at NBA Now by Chat Sports. We'll go 1 to 30. Let's start with Zachary Risache. This one came in. It was rumored last night. Came in just before the draft. I don't know. Pretty underwhelming to me, Rolly.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of this pick. And listen, it's not the best draft class in terms of superstar, all-NBA, all-star talent. But to grab a guy number 1 overall that really doesn't have that high of a ceiling in my book is just a bad decision, considering Alex Sarr, Donovan Clingan, and some other guys there that were team needs for you in Atlanta, but also had a higher potential. I think I've compared Risache to Rui Hachimura in the past. I think he's a good 3-and-D guy, but that's as good as it is, and I don't love the pick.
Alex Sarr, speaking of him, he goes number 2. The heavy chatter leading up to the draft is that Washington liked him. I wondered if they'd trade up. Didn't have to. They get him at number 2 overall.
Yeah, Sarr, who is my number 1 guy, he can defend, and Washington now gets a building block in the interior of their team. They traded away Daniel Gafford. They still have Kuzma. Kuzma might be dealt in this offseason, who knows, but either way, Sarr is a perfect center/4 if he goes that route to build his team around.
Reed Sheppard, undersized, but very good athlete, marksman of a shooter. I like the fit for Houston.
Yeah, Reed Sheppard does it all. Averaged 2.5 steals, shot 52.5% from 3 last year for Kentucky. Slides in perfectly as the long-term replacement for Fred VanVleet once his contract runs out. But he could also play alongside him, alongside Amen Thompson, alongside Jalen Green. It's a really good fit for Houston, but let's be honest here, Sheppard would have been able to fit on any team in the NBA.
Stephon Castle goes to the Spurs, needs to improve his jump shot, but desperate need for guard play next to Victor Wembanyama. And you made a good point during our live coverage. Played point guard in high school. He's a 5-star recruit. That wasn't really his role for UConn due to Tristan Newton, but he wants to get back to playing that. We'll see if the Spurs hand him the keys to the offense.
Yeah, quickly, I thought there was a chance that the Spurs, because they had the 8th pick as well, went double guard, but they don't. So that means they are telling me that they have faith in Castle to be a lead guard unless they are going to make another trade separately and add a point guard, whether it be a Trae Young or something like that. But either way, I do like Castle's fit in San Antonio.
Kind of the first big surprise of the draft, Ron Holland, who the chatter leading up to the first pick, it was Ron Holland could be a big slider tonight. Well, the opposite happened. He goes top 5. Detroit takes him here. I continue to question their roster building because they need shooters around Cade Cunningham, and Holland has huge potential, but the shooting did not show up in the G League last year.
Yeah, I like Ron Holland. He's able to explode towards the rim, and he's an explosive finisher, but he just simply doesn't have a jumper. Him and All-Star Thompson, though, are going to fit very well together as defensive wings, and they are going to lock down opponents. Now, the offensive shooting and spacing and shot creating, that might be ugly, but at least they'll be able to defend. It might be rock fights in Detroit all year long.
Who is your favorite or best pick from the first round? We're going to continue to recap here. Let us know what you guys thought was the best pick tonight. Dejan Salon, the wing out of France, goes to Charlotte. Some chatter that they could look to trade down, but they stayed put and took Salon.
Yeah, Salon, it was rumored about 2 hours before the draft that the Hornets were eyeing him at 6. I think this is a massive reach for Charlotte, and he can provide a lot of nice things. I've compared him to an athletic Maxi Kleber. I just don't think he's worth the 6th pick. And it was rumored that a lot of teams wanted to move up, a.k.a. Portland at 7 and a.k.a. Grizzlies at 9, to get Donovan Clingan at 6. I don't know why they didn't make that move because they could have traded back to either 7 or 9 and still got their guy Salon, which is where this is intriguing because Clingan went number 7, Harrison. And that is an excellent pick. And if you told Blazers fans before the draft that he would have been the selection at 7, they would have been jumping for joy through the moon as he is the best rim-protecting center in this draft. He has a Rudy Gobert-type play style where Portland's going to have him as their starting center as DeAndre Ayton and Robert Williams aren't it.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see if one of those two gets moved. I like the Clingan pick. I don't understand Charlotte not trading down a spot if Portland was willing to give him something, but whatever. For Portland, good move. They also traded for Denny Avdia tonight. So I think a pretty good night for the Blazers, and we'll get to roll his grades here in a little bit if you're watching live. So I think he's got positive remarks there. First trade during the draft tonight was between the Spurs and Minnesota. Spurs trade their second first-round pick to Minnesota for Rob Dillingham. I think Minnesota only giving up a pick swap in 6 years and a first-round pick in 7 years. Like, sure, down the road it might not feel great, but they're trying to win now. Dillingham helps them score off the bench.
Yeah, he's a really good guard scorer, and this is someone that's going to be a microwave guy off the bench. He's compared to Lou Williams. He's compared to Bones Highland. If he's able to give you any type of defense, which is unlikely, but if he can be an average defender at worst, he is going to be someone that T-Wolves fans will fall in love with for the long term.
Something you weren't in love with was this pick, Zach Edey, who I think you're lower on him than most. 32 overall, but I will agree that top 10, little rich. Now, I think it's a pretty good situation. He gets to, it allows Jaren Jackson to play a little bit more 4, so I'm intrigued by that. But overall, I don't see how he can close games because he can't. How is he going to defend? I mean, teams are just going to hunt him and pick and roll.
He is going to be forced, due to his lack of lateral movement and quickness, to play drop coverage on every screen and play in zone defenses. And I just don't think that's sustainable for NBA postseason success.
Yeah.
And I also don't think that it's worth taking a lottery pick on a guy that is that handicapped defensively. He has size. He can dominate the glass. He has a good post footwork and moves, but taking that 9th overall with how bad he is defensively just ain't it.
I mean, he's kind of just like a supercharged Boban, and it's like
like
top
a Victor
10?
Zubac from the Clippers is best case scenario.
Yeah. Cody Williams, number 10 here. You had him as your 11th overall player.
Yeah, I like Cody, and the Jazz needed some high upside players on the wing to help keep the young movement going with Keontae George and Lauri Markkanen. Assuming they keep Markkanen, I like Cody's fit at the 3 alongside those two guys that I just mentioned. High upside guy, and they got him right around my value. I think it's a solid pick for Utah. Nothing special, nothing crazy, but it's a good building block.
One of the best value picks based on your big board tonight. Matas Buzelis goes to the Bulls. Chicago guy. They keep him local. Big upside player here. We kind of speculated if they should take Dalton Connect or not, but I know you feel good about the Buzelis selection.
Yeah, for the needs of the Chicago Bulls, when you saw Buzelis on the board, it was a no-brainer. You mentioned Connect. I'm a big Dalton Connect guy, but the Bulls just need talent. They need upside. They need athleticism, and they need youth. You get that with Buzelis. This is the number 1 or number 2 pick in my eyes in terms of best selection of value. Number 3 guy overall for me, number 1 wing. He's a good 4. If he develops a shot, this is a building block for the long term with the Chicago Bulls.
We'll pick up the pace as we go a little bit here. Subscribe to the channel. We're here all week long, well into next week with the NBA free agency getting kicked off Sunday night. So round 2 tomorrow. Grades coming up later tonight. A lot of coverage. Don't go anywhere. Nikola Jovic, I know another personal favorite of yours.
I mean, yeah, my number 2 overall guy, number 1 guard. I'm just in love with his playmaking and his first step with the ball in his hand. Like, for him to fall to 12 and the Thunder just to take best player available, that's why I like Sam Presti, man.
He doesn't mess around.
Is this the biggest need for them? No. But, hey, we got a steal here at 12. Why would we pass up on this? Great pick by the Jazz. Or it should be the Thunder. Jesus.
Devin Carter to Sacramento at 13. Some chatter that they could look to trade for a Kyle Kuzma, a Cam Johnson. They stay put and take Carter.
Yeah, Carter, number 10 on my board. Like, just overall, rebounds, defends, shoots. He is someone that is just going to help the Kings with their biggest need, which is defense. So Carter does that at an exceptional level. Point of attack defender, 6'8 wingspan, 6'2 height. Love this pick for Sacramento.
I mentioned the Denny Avdia trade earlier, so that meant Washington ended up on the clock. They also got Malcolm Brogdon, a future first, in 2 seconds. So a lot of moving parts there. They took Carlton Bub Carrington. I know another player you like.
Yeah, he's a good shot creator, 6'5", a height, 6'8 wingspan, really works in the mid-range exceptionally well. And I think a team that doesn't have a lot of players locked into that roster in Washington is going to allow Carrington to really develop and work on his offensive craft, which is why, to me, this is a decent pick. Some people say reach. I'm cool with it.
Rolly, I know you wanted Dalton Connect in Miami, but Khalil Ware, pretty good value there as well. Backup center, long-term, could probably play some with Bam as well.
Yeah, the Heat needed positional versatility, specifically in the front court, and they get it with Ware, who shot 42.5% from 3 at Indiana last season. He's 7 feet tall, 7'4.5" wingspan. Heat fans wanted and begged for size alongside Bam to move him to the 4. I don't think they'll do it year 1, but moving forward, Ware will absolutely be the long-term center, at least if he pans out as a pick, and then Bam will move to the 4.
Jared McCain, the guard out of Duke. It's interesting when you kind of project this fit with Philly specifically because Tyrese Maxey's also a small guard. Like, I don't know long-term, can you close with these two guys on the court at the same time, 2 6'3" and smaller guards? That'll be something they'll have to figure out. But I think, like, in the short term, his ability to probably be a microwave off the bench, I think that in that aspect, it's a pretty good fit.
He's an excellent shooter, and he defends with some physicality. This is a perfect fit for McCain. I mocked him to the Sixers in my final mock draft. It was a dream fit because I thought he was going to be on the board, and I'm unhappy because I'm a Heat fan, but it's a good pick if you were Daryl Morey.
Dalton Connect, maybe
Steal
the best value pick of the night, goes to the Lakers. A win-now piece. I saw a quote from Rob Pelinka. They did not think there was any chance he'd be there. I mean, you can't ask for more if you're LeBron, AD, and company trying to win next year.
Listen, you might think whatever you think about J.J. Redick as head coach, but he's going to use Dalton Connect in the best possible way as a former shooter. He is going to fill it up from beyond the arc. He'll likely replace Taurean Prince in that lineup. Wouldn't be shocked if Connect was the starting 3 in Los Angeles next year, or if he's just their shooter off the bench. Either way, Connect's going to eat next to LeBron and Anthony Davis.
Tristan Da Silva out of Colorado. He goes 18.
Yeah, Da Silva, don't like the pick here. I love the player, don't love the fit. I think they should have went to the backcourt and grabbed a guard. Da Silva's just going to be buried behind Franz Wagner and Paolo Banchero. Like, how is Da Silva going to close for them if you've got Wagner and Paolo? That's my question.
Jacoby Walter, the guard out of Baylor. He goes to Toronto here.
Yeah, really good 3-and-D type guard compared to KCP. I like a Grayson Allen comp, 6'4" in height, 6'10" wingspan, shot 35% from 3 at Baylor last season. He is someone that is going to be able to grow on a Raptors team that has a long way to go until they can compete.
Jalen Tyson, the wing out of Cal. He goes to the Cavs at number 20 or 23rd overall player on your board.
Yeah, Tyson really rose up my board lately, and I like this pick. I don't know if he'll start for Cleveland as the third guy in between Mitchell, Garland, Allen, Mobley, but he is going to be someone that can handle the ball off the bench, also shoot it. Like, I think Tyson's a really excellent addition to this roster, as they just need good players.
How do you feel about Yves Missi going to the Pelicans?
I actually like this fit, and New Orleans needed a center. Obviously, as Valanciunas is a free agent, it feels unlikely that he's going to return. Missi, who has a lot of upside to be a rim-protecting center, but also has a little bit of a handle to him in the mid-range. I think this is a pick that could work out quite well for New Orleans.
We had another trade here. Like you said, one of the worst-kept secrets heading into the draft is how much the Nuggets liked Daron Holmes out of Dayton. They move up from 28 to 22. They ship out 56 plus 2 future seconds to get him. I'll be interested to see what his role is. Do him and Jokic play some together? That'll be fascinating to watch.
Yeah, Holmes, a little bit undersized, just barely 6'9", but he's got good wingspan. He can space the floor. Like, Holmes is someone, if he translates to the next level, is going to be very, very good. I'm just unsure if that's going to be able to happen.
A.J. Johnson.
The worst pick in this first round.
No offensive game. The Bucks are trying to reclose that gap in the East. I don't see how this helps you do
Listen,
that.
I have him as my 38th guy. It's like a 15 reach on my big board, so it's not egregious. But, like, for a team that's trying to win now is why I think it's very stupid.
Yeah.
Like, they need someone to help them try to win with Giannis and Dame. A.J. Johnson will not do that. Like, best case scenario, he's able to help you in 3 seasons.
Yeah.
Like, why would you make that pick?
That's not good at all. Who's the best player available entering the second round? We all know who you're going to comment. His dad plays in the NBA, but if there's someone else you have in mind, you can say.
Correct
him
answer
as
is
well.
Tyler Smith.
Smitty?
No, it might be Furphy, too.
Different Tyler Smith. Okay, another trade here. The Knicks moved back from 24 to 26. They actually, spoiler alert, traded that pick again. But Washington moved up a couple of spots, sacrificed their second-round pick to do it. Keyshawn George out of Miami.
Yeah, lengthy player, young, didn't play a lot at Miami last season, but he's got a really smooth three-point stroke on him, shot 40% from beyond the arc a year ago. I love what Washington did, man. They grabbed Sarr, they grabbed Carrington, and they grabbed George with their last pick and moving up 2 spots. I think this is a really good class for Washington as they look to rebuild that roster from a complete rebuild.
Marshall Green's favorite pick of the night, Pacome Dadier.
Yeah, Frenchman, played in Germany last season. Not going to be able to help the Knicks in the next 2 to 3 seasons, in my opinion. So they're looking towards the future here. A little bit stunning. decision, if you ask me.
The top 8 or 9's kind of set, so you kind of get it, but
I would have liked to see Kolek or Ryan Dunn for them, but they evidently didn't go that route, and they didn't feel like they needed to make another pick in the first round either because they traded 26 to the Oklahoma City Thunder for 5 second-round picks spanning through the 25-27 NBA draft, and the Thunder moved up to grab the big man, but he's not really a big man, but he is a big man, Dylan Jones from the Weber State, 6'4", 6'10" wingspan, really lengthy, 237 pounds. He's just a big guard, man. Think David Roddy, but handles the ball.
yeah, it's an interesting one. Terrence Shannon Jr. Rolly. I mean, the T-Wolves had a clear goal tonight: get bench scores, and they did that with Dillingham and Shannon.
Shannon Jr. jumped up boards after his legal matter was all cleared up, and he's a talented player. He can score the ball at all 3 levels, gets to the free throw line. This is someone that's going to be a rotation player from the Timberwolves year 1.
Ryan Dunn, you have proclaimed him as the best defensive player in this draft.
Yeah, and I
don't think
problem
you're
saying
alone
that.
on that.
Yeah, I have no problem saying that. A lot of people are with me in that sentiment. He just is an elite defender, man. 2.3 blocks, 1.3 steals. You see it on screen. As a 3 or 4 in the NBA, he can guard legitimately 1 through 5.
Don't get tricked by the field goal percentage and the points per game. Is all his scoring. I mean, is it just like cleaning up around the glass? Is that pretty
Rebounds,
much it?
transition,
Layups, dunks,
alley-oops, dunks.
Yeah.
That's all it is. He is a
He can't
center
20%
and
from 3.
He's a center and a guard's or wing body.
Yeah. Isaiah Collier, one of the better value picks later on in the first round. You had him 16 on your board. He goes 29 to the Jazz.
Completely steal. Think about this, folks. He was projected to be a top 3 pick going into this collegiate season. Has a little bit of a down year at USC, and then in a weak draft class slides all the way down to 29. I'd love to know the reason why, but he's a good attacker of the basket. He's a good facilitator, and he's got good speed. I think the Jazz got a steal here at 29.
Just 19, room to grow. And then on the opposite end, almost 24, but just kind of a classic Celtics pick here. Good shooter, Baylor Shireman, get him at 30 overall, can kind of groom him for a year, probably firmly in the rotation in 2 years.
Yeah, he's a Sam Hauser replacement. Now, he might play this upcoming year, and I'd expect him to make a difference as he can score at all 3 levels and will just benefit from all the defensive coverages the other Celtics players will see. But Hauser, entering his last year of his deal, probably leaves after the season, and then there you go. Baylor Shireman's that answer.
So there's round 1 in the books. Some names to keep an eye on as we head to round 2 tomorrow night. Kyle Filipowski, the big out of Duke. I thought maybe Boston would take him at 30, but they go Shireman. He's still out there. Johnny Furphy out of Kansas. Tyler Smith, I know a player you really like, Rolly. Tyler Kolek as well.
Yeah, I like specifically here Tyler Smith. He's super athletic, can space the floor as well. Kolek, heady guard defender and playmaker. Dursic is an intriguing prospect as well. Like, there are good names still on the board here, and I would expect the phones to be ringing in the first 5 picks of the second round tomorrow. And
with this new full not 24 hours, but 18-hour gap between round 1 and round 2, you'll probably see more action than you may have normally have at the top of the second round.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, but I wouldn't be surprised if they had 2 to 3 trades for the top 5 picks tomorrow. Like Filipowski being there, Furphy, Tyler Smith, Kolek, probably shocked a lot of people. So teams can regroup, settle down, and make a trade to move up.
Be sure to follow us as we'll have Rolly's draft grades coming up and get you ready for the draft tomorrow at Instagram NFL at Nic_Rohloff. All right, we'll get to Rolly's draft grades in a second, but if you love the NBA, spam me down in the comments, and then we'll get a few shout-outs and get you ready, or get to draft grades from Rolly, and then we will call it a night here at Chat Sports. Oh boy, the bots have infiltrated us.
Also, Wasim Khan late tuning in here on the Heat Report.
Ooh, Wasim.
Also, my buddy Jeff Falco says, come on, Rolly, you like Bacome.ea. He's not going to help the Knicks in the next 2 seasons.
Yeah, I mean, they already have, which that's why you can sort of get it. Their top 8 or 9 is pretty much set.
Like, to me, it just would have made more sense to go Dunn or Kolek, grab a rotation player that can play in that 9-10
at least help you in the
regular
regular
season. Yeah. .ea not going to do shit for 2 seasons.
All right, let's get to some draft grades here. Don't forget to like the video on the way out of here, as we're going to get to Rolly's grades, and then we will call it a night here on NBA Now. Yeah, 250 likes away if you want producer Sam to do a beer bong, and Rolly as well. But Going to need a lot more likes. All right, let's get to Rolly's draft grades here. We got Rolly's NBA draft grades as round 1 is in the books. Nic Rohloff, Rolly, Harrison Graham here. 5 teams didn't draft tonight, but we got grades for every team that did. And let's start with the Atlanta Hawks, Rolly. And I got to be honest, this feels generous, C-.
Well, listen, I don't want to go too harsh on the Hawks, but I just don't like Zachary Reese-Shea as the pick at 1. I think they could have got more help for their roster currently. And to me, they're stuck in the middle. Are they trading Trae Young? Are they trading DeJounte Murray? What are they doing? If they're keeping both, like, I understand going with a 3-and-D type player in Reese-Shea, but if you're trading any one of them, I would have went with a higher upside pick like the Donovan Klingons or Alex Sars, and that's kind of why I'm not a fan of this pick. C-. I think it's a fair grade, honestly.
Boston Celtics B+ after taking Baylor Shireman.
Yeah, they steal Baylor Shireman, my sweet prince out of Creighton, with the last pick in the first round. Just one of the best 3-level scorers and shooters coming out. I'd probably label him as the 4th best shooter in this draft. Number 1 was Reed Shepherd, Connect, Jared McCain. Those are probably the top 3. Shireman's right there. He can do it all. Experienced player, likely your Sam Hauser replacement for the long term.
Brooklyn Nets did not pick tonight. They, of course, traded Mikal Bridges a couple days ago. Have a lot of picks coming up. All right, Charlotte Hornets here, C-.
They made 1 pick, and it was Tajon Salon at 6, and I gave it a C- because they could have traded back from 6 to either 7 or 9 and still got Salon and just made that deal to get future assets as the Blazers and Grizzlies wanted Donovan Clingan. They ended up staying at 6, drafting Salon. Seems like a disaster if you're asking me. Like, maybe he's a good player, sure, but just knowing for a fact you could have got future assets.
Especially with Portland at 7. Like,
yeah,
I could get getting a little nervous going to 9 if you just absolutely love the player. But everyone knew Portland wanted Clingan.
Yeah, made no sense.
It's just bad. You know what it is? It's bad front office management. They didn't do their homework.
That would be correct.
Not good. Chicago Bulls, it's been a while since we've given them an A grade on anything, but you like what they did tonight.
Highest grade I've given out so far, I don't remember, honestly, if I gave an A+. It might just be A here. But Buzelis was my number 3 overall player, slides to 11. He can defend. He can run in transition. He finishes extremely well around the rim. The jump shot's a concern, but I think the blueprint is there for him to be one of the better floor spacing 4s in the NBA. He's got a great mentality. A Chicago team that needed to go young and get more athletic gets exactly what they need to help out that Ayo DeSumo, Josh Giddey, and Kobe White trio that is likely going to start for them next season.
Shout out your favorite team and let us know how you would grade their draft. If your team didn't pick tonight, then just shout out your favorite team down in the comment section below and then hand out a grade A, B, C, D, or F. Cleveland Cavaliers, Rolly, solid B here.
Yeah, they drafted Jalen Tyson out of California with the 20th pick. I like Jalen Tyson. I think there was other players out there for him, which is why I only give it a B. But he can play the 3, he can play the 2, hell, he can even play the 1. And everything around the Cavs hinges on Donovan Mitchell and what he ends up doing. We'll see what he does in terms of long-term extension. But Tyson, whether Mitchell is there or isn't there, is a good piece to help them continue to build out a rotation.
The Dallas Mavericks did not pick tonight. Rumors about trying to trade Tim Hardaway Jr. Those will probably ramp up tomorrow, as you would think that would factor second-round picks one way or the other, so we'll keep an eye on that. Denver Nuggets, B- after what they did tonight. They traded up for De'Ron Holmes.
Yeah, it was very clear that they wanted De'Ron Holmes, and I don't hate De'Ron Holmes, the player. My concern is trading 3 future second-round picks. They trade their second-round pick in this draft. They also traded 2 future second-rounders to move up 6 spots. They needed a backup center bad, and Holmes at the time was the clear-cut best one available after Messi went 21 to New Orleans. So I get wanting to make sure you got your guy, but I'm questionable to see if he can be a center long-term in the NBA due to his size.
The Detroit Pistons, C+.
They went Ron Holland with their lone pick in the first round, and I like Ron Holland. He's athletic. He can defend. He can finish around the rim. Just a very poor jump shooter and floor spacer, and with other players like Dalton Connect, who I think fits better with Cade Cunningham and All-Star Thompson. You can also say Matas Buzelis was a better fit, who gives you the same type of athleticism and defense that Holland gives you, just with a better projection on the offensive end of the floor. Like, I like Holland, the player. I just think there was 3 players I'd have rather drafted if I was Detroit, and Weaver, the new GM there, not a fan.
No pick for the Golden State Warriors today. We'll see how things look moving forward. The Houston Rockets, going to give them a B+. Get Reed Sheppard, number 3 overall.
Yeah, 1 pick here, and they made the most sensible selection, someone that can fit in any type of scheme and style in the entire NBA. Sheppard can play off ball. He can play on ball. He could be the Fred VanVleet replacement. Like, he really can do everything you can ask him to do. Ime Udoka, who wants to win now. Let's see if they make another deal this offseason, but he'll love weaponizing Reed Sheppard on his team.
Subscribe to the channel. We'll be back for the second round of the NBA draft as well. We'll have final overall draft grades. We'll get you ready for free agency, which starts on Sunday. There's going to be trades that happen. We'll cover it all. YouTube.com/chatsportstv. 100% free. No charge. No draft from the Pacers tonight. We'll see what things look like for them. Same with the Clippers, as they did not have a first-round pick. How about the Lakers, man? Sometimes you get lucky, and Dalton Connect fell in their lap. But, hey, when luck falls into your lap, take it. And they did, so it's hard to give them a bad grade here.
Yeah, I said it with the Bulls pick. I don't remember if I gave anything higher than an A. I did here with an A+ for the Lakers.
You're sweet prince.
My 7th overall player, my 3rd wing, Connect. He's an older prospect, yes, but he is one of the best scorers and shooters in this draft. And the Lakers, a team that needed perimeter shooting to help build around LeBron and build around Anthony Davis, they get the best guy that they possibly can get. And I'm just a massive fan of this pick. You get great value. You get a team need, and I think Connect, I said this on our live stream, legitimately could win Rookie of the Year next year. I'm not even kidding.
LeBron loves win-now players, and you could argue he's one of the 2 or 3 most NBA-ready guys in this draft, especially offensively. Memphis Grizzlies, D+. They go Zach Edey. It would have been great for them if they pulled off that trade to get to 6 for Klingon, but they go Edey at 9. They do stick with that center theme, but we've talked about it. I just don't see how he's ever a closer in a closing lineup in the NBA due to his inability to defend.
Yeah, he's going to have to play in drop coverage and zones his entire career. I'm not a Zach Edey guy, haven't been one. We'll see how he does. Maybe he proves me wrong, maybe he doesn't, but I hate the value.
Look, he'll have big offensive games in his career in the NBA, but if Memphis is looking to be back to being a playoff contender, he's never going to be able to close for you. So you take that in the top 10, I don't know. Miami Heat, B+, this is all you.
Yeah, they draft Kel'el Ware, the center from Indiana. They needed to add size alongside Bam Adebayo as well as his backup. They get my 3rd overall big and 14th overall player. He can space the floor. He can finish at the rim. He can rim protect as well, average 2 blocks a game. B+ grade, probably only because I would have liked to see them go Connect personally. I would have given that an A+ grade for them. Jared McCain would have given an A- if you ask me. But Kel'el Ware, they needed size, they get size.
I don't know if this is your only F, but I'm guessing it is the Milwaukee Bucks.
Yeah, they go A.J. Johnson, the guard from Aurora Hawks at 23. I like the long-term upside here because he's just an unbelievable athlete and there's a lot of room to grow. The reason why it's an F is because they need to maximize the next 3 seasons with Giannis and Damian Lillard. This pick will do none of that. So why would you waste a first-round pick? Makes no sense.
I don't get what Milwaukee's doing. Minnesota, A-. They had 2 legitimate guys who I think can score right away in the NBA, at least at some level. You get the trade in the top 10 for Dillingham, but then you come back and get Terrence Shannon at 27, which, by the way, the underrated part of all this, Rolly, is they trade up to 8 without having to give up 27, which allows them to get Terrence Shannon. Pretty good work from them tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be your 2 top bench scorers. Now, we'll be fascinated to see how they construct the rest of this roster because, yes, they had needed bench scoring, but they also had Nickeil Alexander-Walker.
Yeah, I wonder if he gets traded now.
They have so much money that is over the tax.
They might want to free
I think you said it's an $80 million tax bill right now.
It jumped from 56 to 84 with the Dillingham pick, and then I would guess at least a few more $1 million with Shannon for $90 million.
They're going to have to shed salary. I'd look for 2 of these 3 players to be gone: Gobert, Cat, NAW.
I'm not convinced they split up the Twin Towers yet, but
I just
we'll
don't
see.
think the ownership's going to be willing to pay that, man.
Yeah, we'll see. Who is the biggest winner from round 1 of the draft, player or team? Let us know. I mean, Connect and the Lakers both. I mean, if you're Connect, you get to learn from LeBron, Anthony Davis, a guy like Austin Reeves who had an early impact, and the Lakers get a win now piece. It's hard to kind of look anywhere else. New Orleans Pelicans, A-. You like what they did?
Yeah, I really like the Yves Missi pick. It just made a lot of sense. It was a commonly mocked pick here at 21, and even though the value doesn't say, according to my big board, like it's that good, they needed a center badly due to the fact that Valanciunas is likely leaving in free agency. They get someone that can fit alongside Zion, and I just think the upside on him is really solid. And at worst, he's a lob threat, rim protecting center.
New York Knicks, you're going to give them a C here. They picked once, and then they traded the other pick twice.
Yeah, I mean, they've made a lot of moves this offseason. This is the only one I don't like. They traded out of 24 to get 26, and then they ultimately trade 26, which we'll talk about here in a second. But the one pick they did make was Pacome Dadier at 25, who I just don't think is going to be able to impact this Knicks roster and crack this rotation for 2 to 3 seasons. So I get it. You have a stacked top 8 already, and you don't need someone to be a rotation player year 1, but I think you could have got a Kolek or a Ryan Dunn here to help really solidify this top 10 rotation for the regular season. Kind of a question mark for me.
The Knicks, who we'll talk about next, the Thunder, got 5 second-round picks from the Thunder with that other pick they traded. But the Thunder, you're going to give them an A, Rolly. You thought, I can't even remember, Nikola Jovic at 12, one of your favorite value picks.
Yeah, the A pick has nothing to do with Dylan Jones. And if I'm going to be honest, if they didn't trade up to get Dylan Jones, I might have gave them an A+, because I am that high on Jovic. He's my number 2 overall player in this draft. Excellent playmaker. They just went BPA here and got a lead ball handler off the bench, which makes me quite excited for them. Dylan Jones, I don't really know how he's going to impact OKC year 1. I don't really know how Jovic is either, but I just know that they got at least one really good basketball player from Serbia.
C+ for the Orlando Magic.
Yeah, I mentioned this in our pick, in our results cut, that I love the pick, or I love the player. I don't love the fit. Like, Tristan Silva is an excellent basketball player that just does everything right, and they got good value according to my big board, but I just don't see how he's going to be able to have a lot of playing time in Orlando. He's going to be buried behind Franz Wagner and Paolo Banchero, so is he going to see meaningful minutes down the stretch of games? I don't know.
Philadelphia 76ers, A-. They get Jared McCain.
Yeah, I've been a big-time fan of McCain, my 9th overall guy. He just fits so perfectly next to Tyrese Maxey. He's able to defend. He can play make. He can shoot the lights out of the ball, play off-ball movement shooter. I really like Jared McCain and think he's going to be someone that can be a rotational player that plays meaningful minutes in late game situations and potentially could even start depending on what the Sixers do the rest of the offseason.
So you think 2 sub-6'3" guards can close games?
Yeah, because
together?
of how good McCain can defend and how
Okay.
physical he is. He plays above his size.
Clearly the Sixers agree, otherwise they probably wouldn't have gone in that direction. Phoenix Suns with a B-.
Yeah, they traded back from 22 and then grabbed Ryan Dunn at 28. There was a lot of buzz that they liked Ryan Dunn. And if they took him at 22, maybe I give it the same grade. Maybe I don't. Dunn, the best defensive player in this draft. He just has no offensive game, man. And if it's not a dunk, like he can't bring anything to the table offensively. But at bare minimum, the Suns are getting an impactful defender off the bench that they can bring in defensive situations.
They need rotation, guys. Pretty thin roster there. Portland Trailblazers, A-. Did you factor in the Denny Avdija trade in here?
I actually did not. I just was looking at Donovan Clingan in this pick specifically, the best rim protecting center in the NBA draft, and they get him here. It was also, I know for a fact, well, maybe this is not correct because maybe it was Alex Sarr. But I know the Blazers had Clingan as one of their top 2 or 3 guys that they wanted at pick 7, and they get him. So you just know it's going to be good, and he's their new long-term center.
Sacramento Kings, A-.
Yeah, 13, they get Devin Carter, who a lot of people thought, including myself, was going to end up going in the top 10. Doesn't. Maybe there's other reasons for a fall, but he's a good defender, can shoot it, can handle, just fits like Reed Shepherd almost, like in any type of system. Just not as good as a three-point shooter as Reed Shepherd is. I like this fit as a 7th, 8th man off their bench, like Malik Monk, Kevin Herter, alongside De'Aaron Fox. Like, those are 3 good guards that you can start, you can put off the bench to help De'Aaron Fox.
Who will be the best player from the 2024 NBA draft? Sound off in the comment section below and let us know what you guys think. Go to the Spurs here, B+. They picked at 4, and then they traded out of 8.
Yeah, I like their pick of Castle. The reason why I gave it a B+ overall for the first night is because I would have liked them to keep that 8th pick and gone with a Topic, a Matas Buzelis, a Dalton Knecht to help fill out this roster alongside Victor Wembanyama. And after only making 1 pick today, they got a guard that can defend, can play, make, and do it all, which is what they needed. But there still is a long way to go with this roster. Are they going to make big moves via the trade market? We'll see.
Toronto Raptors, just a straight-up B here.
Yeah, Raptors go with Jacoby Walter at 19, someone I like. We'll see what he develops into, if he can improve his ball handling, but at worst, is going to be a nice 3-and-D guard. Walter, I like him. We'll see if he's going to be able to grow in anything else, which is why I don't give it a crazy grade.
B+ for the Utah Jazz here.
Yeah, the Jazz at 10 went Cody Williams, and then at 29 grabbed Isaiah Collier. I originally gave the Cody Williams pick a B, and then I bumped it up to a B+ due to Collier, who was 16th on my big board. They get him at 29, an athletic guard that gets downhill, can finish around the rim. I think they got 2 building blocks, man. Like, I could absolutely see in 2 seasons, if their 3-man trio in the starting lineup of Collier, Cody Williams, and Keontae George were studs, wouldn't shock me.
How about A- for the Washington Wizards?
Yeah, the Wizards made 3 picks. They went Alex Sart-2, who was my number 1 player. They got Bub Carrington at 14, and then they got Keyshawn George at 24. They got a young piece that can really be a building block at all 3 levels of the court. Backcourt, wing, center. Like, I don't know what you can ask for if you're a Wizards fan. All 3 guys are young, a lot of room to develop. We'll see if they keep Kuzma. But either way, having these 3 develop in great chemistry next season together while also openly tanking, potentially getting Cooper Flagg, you could be set up for a good long rebuild if you're the Wizards.
There you have it. Draft grades from round 1. Again, we'll be back for round 2 tomorrow. Don't forget to follow us on social media at HRAMNFL, Nic_Rohloff on Twitter. All righty. What's the plan here? Are we signing off? We looping? Okay. Again, we will be live tomorrow. We'll send this on loop so you can react to all the picks, the draft grades one time through here. And then we'll probably kill the stream after that. But if you guys want to keep the chat rolling with each other, feel free to do that. Rolly, any thoughts heading into tomorrow?
A lot of good players still available. Filipowski, Furphy, Tyler Smith, Tyler Kolek. I think you might see a lot of movement from now until the second round tomorrow in the top 5, top 10 of that second round. A lot of good players still available. It's going to be a fun day tomorrow.
Are you signing off on Heat right now?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to sign off on the Heat report. So if you're watching on that stream, want to keep the chat going, hop into the Chat Sports stream. Link is below. Signing off on the Heat report, looping on Chat Sports. See you guys.